Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star Powersports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star Powersports Bedford County.
5-star Powersports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, Ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All-new MX34 from Dunlop.
Damian here, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, Ride Dunlop MX34.
Just Ride MX34.
I'm Hunter Lawrence, Ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Hayden Deegan, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jed Lawrence, Ride Dunlop MX34.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at OnTrack School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out OnTrack School at OnTrackSchool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com, check it out.
Valley Automotive Group and Valley Truck Centers are the proud supporters of pro supercross rider Jeremy Hand. We've been a motocross supporter for years and big fans of Pleasure Valley and its top-rated owner-operator Jeff Cernic. Good luck to all this season from Valley.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernic Cycle World, your premier powersports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also Kia. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units, ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernic deal. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernics.com.
That's good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The following is a presentation of RMG Sports, award-winning championship television.
Good morning and welcome back to Pleasure Valley. And we have got a great race to you this weekend, the PAMX Mason-Dixon Riding Association Summer Clash at Pleasure Valley. And this is the warm-up for the Travis Pastrana race. I'm Kevin Bailey, the Moto Mouth, and I'm here with Andy Folk. He's coming in here and giving me a hand in the booth as we get ready for a great weekend of racing. Andy, it had a wet spring, but now we've got a beautiful fall and the last two races of the season coming up the next 2 weekends.
Yeah, if you looked yesterday when they were here, I mean, the track shaped up real good, even though it's dry as it is. I think you're going to see some great racing today.
Yeah, 20 motos, and we're getting ready to go. Practices are now done, and as you see the Jones and Romans starting line there and the greats that they put down for us, just so happy with the new start line. It's just incredible. One of the best in the industry out there right now. As we get ready, and moto number 1 is on the line. That is a 40 plus A, 40 plus BC. 20 motos, as I said, and man, look at the fresh paint. No more yellow boxes. Everything looking great as we get ready for the last 2 races of the season. So, Andy, big switch up. You coming from the announcing side over here to the live stream. I hope you enjoy it.
I appreciate that, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, Jeff had changed some things up for me this weekend. Things look pretty promising for me here. I think I'm going to have a good time. You guys do a great job. I think I'm just going to add in on it.
Well, I appreciate that. It's people think it's easy just to sit up here, but again, RMG Motorsports, RMGsports.net is doing a great job. I'm so happy to be here with them, and we've got a new thing today on the track. Sky King is helping us, so we're going to have drone shots around the track all day. So Sky King is going to be doing his thing, and we're going to bring you drone shots, which you haven't done before. So that's a great thing as we get ready to go in Moto number 1. 40 plus A, 40 plus B. Second moto will be 65 711 Open. Third will be 250B Open A. Fourth will be PeeWee Open 4 to 6. Fifth will be 30 plus C and 125C. Sixth will be the Micro 2 and Micro 3. Seventh will be 30A and 30B. Eighth will be Open C. Ninth will be 85 911 and 12 to 15. College Boy plus 25 and plus 50 will be 10th moto. 11th will be the 65 7 to 9, 65 10 11. 12th will be the Super Mini. 13th Open B and plus 35. 14th Junior Mini 713. 15th will be the plus 25C Open D. 16th 250C. 17th plus 60 in Women 12 plus. 18th 250 All Star. 19th and 45 plus in the Clydesdales 250s. Now that's not 250 cc's on the bike. That's 250-pound minimum to qualify. And the last moto, the plus 55 and the Bombers. So a lot of great things going on. We're just so happy that you're back with us as we get ready for our Summer Clash, the last of the season for the PAMX MDRA racing. And man, what a spectacular weekend out here in Western Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think one of the keys to the weekend is going to be track, how the guys pick and choose the lines in the track this weekend. If you look at that off-camber that was just shown in the back picture, that top line's probably not going to be there all day. It's probably going to move around. You're going to see some things down around the pond section. Look for the guys who can make the right line choices in these.
Yeah, it's I love this track, and it has evolved so much in the last 7 years. So again, we'll give you a drone shot of the off-camber, and of course, right now you can see 3 distinct lines, but those lines will blur because people are going to start up top, drop down the middle, or start at the bottom, come up, and of course, it's easier to drop down than it is to go up. So safest, for the most part, on the bottom. Fastest usually is at the top, but again, that line gets deep, and you've got jumps in the middle of it, and it's not an easy thing of that to look at at all. You can see right now there are 4 lines. That middle line between the top and the middle kind of fades into there. So again, our national anthem just finishing up, and we are getting ready to go with the 40 plus A and B. In the 40 plus class, the 14 of Casey Clark, the 24 of Sam Forrester, the 27 of Neil Hart, the 65 of Gary Neff, the 523 of Dave Struble, the 741 of Greg Simmon. In the 40 plus BC,
you got the 15 of Peter Wurst, the 18 of Thomas Negel II, 21 of James Dobb, the 21X of Brad McClellan, 33X of Jared Gauntz, 33 Ben Kiefer.
All right, and into the first turn, underneath the Plum Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. And I believe that's the 630.
I think that's the 930. Actually, he's not on our sheet. He might have been a late sign up.
Okay. I know Galen Dixon shows up here. Oh, nice. Nice off of the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Tom Cycles Dragon Back. Tom Cycles, proud sponsor of our race this weekend, and we're certainly glad that they are in to make this race as good as it can be. Down the Himmler Excavating downhill and into the Team Green switchback. They'll make the turn around the pond. Wow, that pond, that's not a lot of water in that today. There's the battle for fourth, as they make their way around the pond turn. That is the official halfway mark of the track. And of course, up the MX6 Racing triple double. There's the battle for third, or battle for second, really. As you see our leader up over top of the Fly Racing triple. And of course, into the Caterpillar off camber. It shows the 114 to Casey Clark out of Berryville, Pennsylvania. He comes through, gets the green flag. So Clark in the lead. Casey Clark on the Action Motorsports, Friends Construction, Bulls RV, Sick Recovery Racing, Service 360 Group, Troy Lee, KB5, Blackheart MX, Yamaha. The 24 of Sam Forrester in second. Third is a 930 of Galen Dixon. I knew he was out there. And then fourth is the 27 of Neil Hart. Here we go into the LMR tire first turn. So Neil Hart in fourth, Dave Struble in fifth. And here's your first, that's Casey Clark and Sam Forrester. Man, Sky King on that overhead drone shot. Oh, what a great view.
Yeah, you can see the track developing with that view, Kevin. It's really good, man. This track is going to be great today.
All right, so the 21X of Brad McClellan out of Pittsburgh is your leader in the 40 plus BC. The Jake Reimer, the 52 in second. Jared Gonsi, the 33 in third. Tom Nagel, the 18 in fourth. Michael Stover in fifth. There's Casey Clark, the leader, makes his way around the tail of the dragon. Now look at that nice line there through the, I like that top line that's holding up so far. So that should be third, fourth, and fifth. That'll be Dixon, Hart, and Struble as they make their way up to the triple. Fly Racing triple, make the turn onto the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Nice move there. Good pass. Everybody's just thinking about getting into that turn, and he was like, nah, dude, you worry about that. I'm going to pass you. So that should be Dixon moving ahead of Forrester there.
Looks like the 65 of Gary.
Yeah,
Neff,
it looks like
by.
Neff. Sorry about that. Neff up into fourth, Struble in fifth, and Hart the 27 and sixth. Follow them into the LMR Tires first turn. And they'll be coming back to Casey Clark momentarily. There he is. Down around the pond turn. Not much of a pond anymore, and more like a mud puddle today. And up over the MX6 triple double, or as Dean Dias calls it, the six pack. And up into the Cernic Racing bowl turn. And then over the Fly triple. Fly Racing triple. And again, you're going to hear a lot of track names, but those track names give you a free view. So we appreciate everybody that has put up for us, and certainly helping RMGsports.net bring this broadcast. White flag is out, last lap for Casey Clark. And that's showing you the fourth and fifth, I believe, there. Still coming up over the MX6 triple double. Ooh, little bobble there. There's a leader coming into lap traffic as he makes it down. We never get to see that turn there, like up over the launch and on to the Tom Cycle Dragon back. Down to the tail of the Dragon. Oh, thank you, Sky King. What a great view. So making his way through the 40 plus BC traffic and down that Himmler downhill. But the only thing that you don't get with that is just how much of an elevation change that downhill is. And of course, through the team green switchback down to the pond turn. One last time for Casey Clark. Up across the triple-double. Triple-double, no trouble.
Yeah, he's just hitting his marks and trying to bring it home.
Oh, and he's got a pristine track rate now, too.
Yes.
A lot to be said for, being in the first race.
Ooh. There he is coming on that top line again. You can see the second moto, that top line will not be what it looks like now, for sure.
No, I agree. And there's the checkered flag. So Casey Clark taking the win on that. Action Motorsports, France Construction, Bolts RV, Sick Recovery, Service 360, Troy Lee, KB5, Blackheart, Adrenaline Junkie, Rhino Power, Renthal, Twin Air, Yamaha out of Burnville, Pennsylvania. Look at it's just amazing how far they've stretched out there. McClellan leading in the 40 plus BC. That's Brad McClellan, the 33, Jared Gahn second, Jake Reimer third, Michael Stover fourth, Jim Dobbs fifth. So they make their way up into that Cernic Racing bowl turn and up over the Fly Racing triple. Right now it's a double single, but wait till we see Stevie Roman out there. On the line is the 65 7-Eleven Open. 12 riders in that group. And that should be Gary Neff, Neil Hart, Dave Struble coming across the line there. So Neff comes in fourth, Struble in fifth, Neil Hart in fifth, Dave Struble in sixth, Greg Seaman in seventh. Brad McClellan takes a win in the 40 plus BC. And we're predicting Jared Gahn second, Jake Reimer third, Stover in fourth, Jim Dobbs in fifth. All right, next up, race number 2, the 65 7-Eleven.
Okay.
Oh man, we are rolling here. Up into under the Plum Bridge, Plum Contractor Bridge, into the LMR Tires first turn. Little number is big trouble. All right, heading over to the Fuel Factory launch.
I'm pretty sure the 404 Daxton Dingfeld with the whole shot, but I wasn't sure on his number on the way by. It's hard to pick him up.
The Daxter.
But it's
that's 23.
That's Caverick Stewart out of West
Oh yeah,
Sunbury,
Caverick Stewart, the 73. Headed down that Himmler downhill.
Now, Kevin,
there's a battle for second.
We'll get to see the difference here with the smaller wheels, with
the
difference in the ruts.
Absolutely. Through that team green switchback down to the pond turn. There's your second through fourth. Up over the MX Racing triple-double. There's your leader, Caverick Stewart, up through the Cernic Racing bowl turn, and then over top of the Fly Racing triple, or the double single, for these guys at least. There's a battle for second, third there. Caverick Stewart brings it across the line, gets the green flag. We are underway in race number 2, the 65 7-Eleven Open. 250B and Open A is next up.
Tate Bolano in second, Daxton Dingfelt in third, Bradley Gardner coming across in fourth.
see Caverick Stort there. And Caverick on the dad and mom driven MX, Hex Motorsports, Maskell Motorsports, Cribble Excavating, Howland Industries, Cobra. Up over top of the Fuel Factory launch and through the Tom's Cycle Dragonback. Oh, God, thank you, Sky King.
Is just amazing.
RMG Motors, or RMGSports.net, RMG Motorsports Racing. I'm so proud to work for them, and the dimensions they've brought to this racetrack and the broadcasting this year is just amazing. And that is a pristine look at the Team Green switchback there. What a beautiful track right now. There's the battle for third. That's Dax Dingfeld and Bradley Gardner, the 404 and the 70. And Dingfeld up over the triple-double. Brad Gardner just behind him. Make the turn, head towards the Cernic's Racing Bull turn. Up over the Fly Racing triple. Dax, what a year he had. He got banged up, broken arm, and he's still back for more. So Caverick Stort, 2 laps in now. Tate Buono in second, the 126 rider. Then Dax Dingfeld. You see Dingfeld and Gardner coming through now. Makes the turn up over top of the Dunlop Tunnel, under the Plum Contracting Bridge, and into the LMR Tires. First turn. Kent Griffith in 5th, Jake Day in 6th, Ryder Laux in 7th, Brock Conley, the 27, in 8th, Zach Reicher in 9th, Angelo Palumbo in 10th, and that's brought to you on that top 10 rundown by Fly Racing. Caverick takes a look over his shoulder as he gets set for that Himmler Excavating downhill into the Team Green switchback.
You see him taking that inside line there. More than likely, by the end of the day, that 65 is not going to be able to go through that inside line because it'll be so deep, it'll be dragging. So you'll see these guys switch to the outside. Pay attention to what these guys are doing.
Absolutely. Up over the triple-double, Stewart and Buono. Buono making the charge. Tate Buono on the Team Husqvarna Beaver Creek Cycle Section IBEW Local 64 Driven MF Major League Tire PRX2 brand goggles Husqvarna out of Latonia, Ohio. What a battle. Look at that. Nice shot across the top. And it's getting deep there already.
You can see it start to hoop up a little bit there, too.
Yep. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Caverick Stort and Tate Buono. Buono trying to make the charge as they go over the Pro Action finish line, heading into, you see a view there from the Dunlop Tunnel.
Yeah, Buono's definitely putting the heat on him here. He went from a 3-second lead there. He's got it down to 1.8 now, so he's definitely on the move.
Down around the head of the dragon there, that downhill off camber.
Boy, what a shot.
Yeah. And the Fuel Factory launch. Oh, this is so nice after watching it the other way. There was always a blind spot. We could see from the launch, but we couldn't, quite see an overhead view like that.
Always waiting for him to come around the corner, come around, and now we get to see it.
Caverick Stewart, Tate Buono, great battle for the lead as they head down the Himmler Excavating downhill into the Team Green switchback. Buono putting the pressure on the Ohio rider, trying to keep it on Caverick Stewart. A around the pond turn. We'll call it the puddle turn now. And up over the MX6 Racing 6-pack. Into the Cernic Racing Bowl turn. One last time, at least in this race. And both of them go for that top line. Top line still holding together. You can notice it's 4 lines, and you can see a cutoff there so that the third line down, you can see actual switch down to the bottom line. And the checkered flag is out. So Caverick Stewart with the win. Tate Buono in second. Dax Dinkfeld third. Bradley Gardner fourth. Kent Griffith fifth. Jake Dave sixth. Ryder Lauch seventh. Angelo Palumbo eighth. Brock Conley ninth. Zake Reicher in 10th. And let's go for race number 3.
Race number 3, we got the 250B and the Open A on the line.
All right. Open A going off first. As we line them up.
Of course, with Open A, you know, we have Steve Roman Jr. We got Vinny Lahovey, Jonathan Wells on the 477, Dylan Barr on the 95, Casey Clark on the number 14 machine, and Axel Neff on the Suzuki.
All right. And I'd watch for Vinny Lahovey there and Stevie Roman. Casey Clark already got one race under his belt so far, but let's see what happens here. 200% payback on them. On the 250B, Cole Covert, Nathan Deans, Andy Kale, Cole Lute, Colt Shannon, Shaden Obarto, Joe Shipley, Briar Stesick, Troy Ober, Joe Morrow, and Landon George. Now, Joe Shipley having a hard time this year. Had some injuries in the spring, and we're hoping he's going to be 100% today, and especially getting the practice in today for next weekend's big race, the Travis Pastrana Invitational. Not to take away from this, this is the Summer Clash. This is the final of the PAMX MDRA race season. As we look at our 250A on the line.
Yeah, we watched Casey Clark there in Moto 1. He came out pretty strong, had a good finish and everything. Now you see him, he's going to line up against 2 of the locals who definitely have a lot of time on here. You'll see some different racing, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's Open A 250B. I said 250A. There we go. Up into the first turn. And it's Stevie Roman with the hole shot. Vinny Lahovey, the 437 in second. And again, I also see the 99 out there. I guess that's Axel Neff, the 959. Up over the Fuel Factory, launching onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Into the tail of the Dragon. Stevie Roman down that Himmler downhill, Vinny Lahovey in second. Of course, Roman will be doing multiple motos today. As you see Lahovey closing in on him, that's third through sixth right there. There's your leaders down at the top of the screen. There's Roman and Lahovey through the triple-double into the Cernic Racing Bowl turn. And Open A with the triple, the Fly Racing triple, into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar. Oh, look at that line. Wow.
Make that 6 lines.
Yeah.
That are now open.
Stevie Roman. He said, I'll show you something. Good move there. Even Lahovey probably looking at it like, dude, that was quite the line.
That was probably all. What?
Look at Lahovey closing in on him over the top of the Dunlop. Oh, Lahovey jumps off of the track. Stevie Roman still holding the inside. Still in the lead. Vinny Lahovey in second. Down to the Fuel Factory launch around the head of the Dragon. Over the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Tom Cycle Dragon back. Stevie Roman, 38 years old, and Vinny Lahovey, 26. Casey Clark, 41.
And they're still out there getting it.
And they're still out there getting it. In my dreams. Here we go. Here's the push by Lahovey as they come around the pond turn, headed towards that MX6 triple-double. This is going to be an absolute horsepower hill here. Look, Lahovey holding the outside. And he does the switch. Oh, nice move, nice move. Good block by Roman. Lahovey takes the outside line there, switches back inside. Up over top of the Fly Racing triple. Man, what a battle these two have got going. They've only been doing this all their lives.
He took his normal line that time.
Yeah, you don't want to show everything all the time. Plus the fact he could have scared himself on that one too. Stevie Roman still in the lead. Lap number 2. Getting in there. Casey Clark second, Jonathan Wells third, Axel Neff in 5th, James Wenger 6th, Dylan Barr in 7th. And in the 250B, Briar Stesick is your leader. Second is Joe Shipley. Third, Cole Lute. Fourth, Shaden Bartow. Fifth, Andrew Calley. Sixth, Nathan Deans. Seventh is Landon George. Eighth, Cole Covert. Ninth, Troy Huber. And rounding out the top 10, Colt Shannon. That's brought to you by Cernic Racing. So look at this battle continue through the tail of the Dragon, headed towards the Himmler downhill. Stevie Roman, just masterful. I mean, everything that Vinny Lahovey can throw at him, he has an answer for right now. Of course, it's also first race of the day for these two. Roman to the inside, Lahovey to the outside, up across the MX6 triple-double, the 6-pack.
You look at Steve doing this track, the way he's doing it, and think he's teaching all these local kids and on the East Coast the same maneuvers.
Lap number 3 in the books. It's a 5-lap race. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tires first turn. Stevie Roman still holding it. Lahovey closing the gap again as they come into the head of the Dragon, headed towards the Fuel Factory launch and on to the Tom Cycle Dragon back. Lahovey tries the inside, not enough this time. But Roman knows he's there. Down the long downhill, Roman takes the outside. Lahovey on the inside. Now Lahovey goes to the inside, and Steve Roman has to pull the block. Roman takes the inside on the pond turn. Up through the triple-double, the MX6 triple-double. Lahovey pushing him. He knows the white flag's coming out this time around. Lahovey trying to establish his own line there. Roman just staying to the inside, but Lahovey has to try something. There he goes. There's that middle to top change. White flag is out, last lap.
Boy, what a battle this is. Let's see how this shapes up. I think there's going to be some pushing going on here at some point. Vinny needs to get by him. He might just wait till the second moto, but you know how racers are. They don't like to wait.
All right, through the LMR tire first turn. Here's a lapper up ahead. That could be an advantage or a disadvantage. They get through clean. Across the Fuel Factory launch up on the Tom Cycle Dragon back.
Oh, he might have the inside if he can pull it.
No, if he goes inside this time. Switching it up, just trying to get in Steve Roman's head. That's a tough thing to do as they come down that Himmler excavating downhill into the Team Green switchback. Lapper in the middle there. Let's see. He's going to clog up the inside. No, he goes outside. Good job.
So, here we go. Maybe, nah, I don't think he's gonna have to play it smart here. He's still pushing though, Kevin. You know he's gonna try probably to get by him as soon as he can here.
All right, into the Cernic Racing. Here we go. Lohovi takes him inside and pushes him. Like I said, it's hard to push Stevie Roman. He's going to do what he does.
He's a wily veteran for sure. You're not going to shake him.
And Lohovi misses a lot off of that one. A little frustrated. Stevie Roman brings it in, but you know what? A 2-1 can beat a 1-2.
You can bet that Lohovi's going to come back in the second moto.
All right, so Steve Roman with the win. Vinny Lohovi second, Casey Clark third, Dylan Barr fourth, Jonathan Wells fifth, James Wenger sixth, Axel Neff seventh. In the 250B, got Joe Shipley in the lead now. Cole Lute second, Shaden Bardo third, Landon George fourth, Andrew Calley fifth. And we should be seeing them come through momentarily. That was Casey Clark there.
I don't know what happened to Stesic. He was in the lead there for the majority of the race, and looks like he dropped back into a 10th position here. Maybe something happened on the last lap.
Two of them out, both on the third lap. And there's our next race on the line. Race number 4, the PeeWee Open, 4-8. And on the line there, it is 31 entries. Van Rustler, Wyatt Bertothy, Rowan Stiles, Mitchell Schott, Cash McKnight, Sawyer Yingling. Into the first turn they go. Under the Elmar tire first turn, it's the number 39.
That's Rivers Rice.
Rivers Rice out of Fontbelleville, Pennsylvania. So Rivers Rice pulling that whole shot. Down around the head of the Dragon into that. Oh, little bobble there. You can tell it's getting deep for these guys now. Now, we're into the race where every molehill is a mountain as they cross the Dragon back towards the tail of the Dragon. Rivers Rice in the lead as he heads down that Himmler excavating downhill and into the, nice, that's not so bad right now on the inside. Rivers Rice going through the Team Green switchback. Here's the battle, there's second through 10th there. You see the second on the inside as they round the puddle turn and head up the MX6 Racing Triple Double. There's the leader on top. That's Rivers Rice, and the battle for second through 8th as they go up over the Fly Racing Triple Double. And the leader goes down in the off camber. So we got a lead change there.
It looked like Franco Palumbo on the 80 machine got by him there on the Cobra.
All right. Cole Caldwell, the 80X, now is your leader.
Yeah, the 80X.
Nick Black in second, the number 100 rider. Then is Rowan Stiles, the 17 in third. Wyatt Bertuzzi, the 13 in fourth. Jake Burge, the 432 in fifth. Nolan Rich, the 528 in sixth. Connor McKinney, the 918 in eighth. Sonny Salandro, the 051 in ninth. And rounding out the top 10, Cash McKnight, the number 21. Brought to you by South of the Border MX. SOBMX. Great place on the way down to 95. You can see they did some changes on the Dragonback, making the tabletops a little bit longer. It's either that or we finally get to see it because we're actually looking down at it thanks to Sky King there. Down the Himmler Excavating downhill and into the Team Green switchback. There's Nick Black and Rowan Stiles there as you see them head down the Himmler Excavating downhill. Make the turn at the bottom and up through the Team Green switchback. There's your second, third, fourth there. And back to our leader, Cole Caldwell. Let's see, how far back did he go?
I got Rivers in 25th at this point. So boy,
wow.
That was
so Rivers Rice, big problem on that one. Of course, that could have compounded too. Once you fall off and have to pick that bike up, it's like it's always compounded, especially when you're that little. Again, there's the battle for third through the Cernic Racing bull turn and up over the Fly Racing single. It's all relative when you're that small.
They're all big.
So they make the turn, headed through the. Now we see more line choices there. Headed through the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber.
Colwell's still in the lead. He's on the Hex Motorsports Cobra, Carolina Cobra, AOT Fuel Factory, Podium Works, Donks Design, and Shop 9 out of Knox, PA.
So Cole Caldwell on the Hex Motorsports Carolina Cobra, AOT Fuel Factory, Podium Works, Donks Design, Shop 9 Cobra. And there's back to third and fourth. There's your leader again, Colwell.
Looks like Bertozzi dropped back a couple spots and Rustler moved up a couple in that lap.
And that should be the 100. Nick Black makes his way through the Team Green switchback. So he makes the turn there. Up through the MX6 triple-double. You can see just how deep it's starting to get. And this is only our fourth race in. Colwell up over the Fly Racing triple. Heading into the Caterpillar off camber. Around the turn, headed towards the white flag. White flag now out. So Colwell brings it in, gets it. White flag, heads over the Dunlop tire tunnel, under the Plum contacting bridge, and into the LMR tires first turn.
Look at the turn shot, just shows how nice this track truly is on that section.
Yes.
And take a good look at it now, because it won't look like that later.
Oh, going around the lapper there. Lapper kind of flat landed there. You just something you don't want to see when you're in the lead, and just to take your mind off your game. Hopefully, flat land's not a flat splat. Oh! I'm telling you that turn gets deep anyway.
He's got it up and he's moving. Hang on to her.
Wow, Cole Caldwell.
Nice recovery.
Yes, it is. Down the Hillman Excavating downhill. He's lucky he had the lead he did.
Yeah, we're
19-second lead over Nick Black. That's probably down to about 9 seconds. Yeah, I think you can see him there. Lost a few seconds around the puddle turn. Up over the MX6 triple-double.
Coming up into some traffic here.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember, going around going as fast as I can, and the leader just kind of blowing by. You kind of look at it like, how's he doing that?
Right.
I'm going as fast as I can, and he just blew by me like I was a turtle. Up over the Fly Racing triple. Brings it around into the Caterpillar off camber. You see the safe line down at the bottom. Cole Caldwell sharing that inside jump nicely. And the checkered flag comes out. So Cole Caldwell will take the win out of Knox, Pennsylvania. Nick Black will be coming in second. Max Russler third. Jake Burgee, the 432 in fourth. Wyatt Bertuzzi, the 13 in fifth. Rowan Stiles, the number 17 in sixth. Nolan Ridge, the 528 in seventh. Cash McKnight, the 21 in eighth. Sonny Salandro, the 051 in ninth. And Michael Shout, the 18, will round out the top 10. That top 10 rundown brought to you by Kite Racing. Next up is our race number 5, the 125C and plus 30C. As we get a look at the Jones and Roman start line. And let's see, in the 125C is Dave Sheeter, James Babish, Steve Tautkis, Joe Fiedler, Scotty Lubazinski, Angela Martin, Carter Glass, Jaden Smeltzer, Kelsey Harris, Paxton Redmond, Trenton Pence, Max Stahl, Trigger Harkins, Chase Fowler, Connor Smith, Tanner Cromley, Josiah Hippensteel, Bryson Bayard, Galen Wenrich, Alex Scharberger. In the 30-plus C, the Peter Wurst, Christopher Yothers, Jake Reimer, Cody Ernst, Kirk Rogers, Travis Hurd, Matt Bowers, Taylor Levick Gallagher, Michael Himmelstein, Zebediah Scott, Matt Shockey, and David DiFilippo. So we see them on the line getting ready to go. And this is race number 5. Motos twice today as we get ready for our weekend starting next Friday. And next Friday is going to be just an amazing weekend on the Travis Pastrana Pro-Am World Challenge. Brought to you by RMGSports.net. And we hope you're enjoying this. And please, like us on Facebook. Like us on anything you can. Give us some rave reviews so we can keep this going for next year. A lot of people are like, wow, how do you do this? Well, last year we tried subscription. That didn't work. So this year we got a bunch of sponsors that lined up. That's why we got so many names for so many jumps and turns. But, hey, we're bringing it to you live and free. So you couldn't make it to the races, but you can watch the kids and the grandkids and your friends sitting in the living room enjoying coffee and a bagel. We don't have the coffee, we don't have the bagel, but we got the racing. Here we go, into the first turn, the 125C. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge, into the first turn. And that looks like the number 19, Joe Fiedler out of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. On the podium works strong as steel for my Uncle Dave, who has recently been diagnosed with leukemia and is fighting hard every day. You got this, Darren. Thank you so much for including him in this race. Our prayers are out for him. And the number 19, Joe Fiedler, dedicating this race. Fiedler through the tail of the dragon. Makes the turn. This track would be so much fun on a 125. And we used to call them the Tiddlers.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Through the team green switch back down to the puddle turn.
But you're calling them Tiddlers from the days when there were 500s.
Yeah. Up across the MX6 triple-double. Look at this. We got a challenge. Second position. Working his way against the number 19 of Joe Fiedler. Let's see if I can get a number on that. 27 maybe? 20 Lubazinski or the 67 of Smeltzer?
I think it's the 67 of Smeltzers.
Yeah. Look at this. We got a four-way battle now. Tightening up as they come through that Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Green flag is out. So Fiedler in the lead. Oh, they're saying Smeltzer. So Smeltzer's in the lead now. Fiedler second, Wendrich in the 926, Galen Wendrich in third, Trenton Pence the 111 in fourth, Scotty Lubazinski the 28 rounds out the top five. Brought to you by Lynn's Racing. Down around the head of the dragon and up across Fuel Factory launch. Jaden Smeltzer out of Shalakto on the Smeltzer's Heating and Cooling Yamaha. There's the battle for third. That's Galen Wendrich and Trenton Pence, the 111 and 28. It's going to be Galen Wendrich and Trenton Pence, yes. The 926 and 111. Fiedler on the 19 in second. Jaden Smeltzer, the 67 in the lead. Through the team green switchback, headed down to the puddle turn. There's your leader, that's Smeltzer through the Cernic Racing bowl turn and up to the Fly Racing triple.
Fiedler's keeping them honest. You see that line, how it doesn't stay across the top anymore. They're already cutting it down.
There's Fiedler and Wendrich as they bring it through. There's Smeltzer. Wendrich in second now. Fiedler fading back up into third place into the LMR Tires first turn. Into the head of the dragon. Smeltzer and Galen Wendrich up across the Fuel Factory launch and across the Tom Cycles dragon back. Look at this move to the inside. Wendrich making a push, trying to get past Smeltzer. Lap traffic coming up. Ooh. And that went to the advantage of Smeltzer. Just look at
looking back.
What is this? He's
down.
Dude, you are not Hayden Deegan. Stop it.
You can't race behind you for sure.
Quick. So Wendrich has now taken the lead. And of course, we referenced there last night, Deegan taking himself out, trying to take out Joe Shimoda, ends up with a cracked collarbone, and that could cost him his position on the Team USA, which is coming up in 2 weeks. So we'll have to see what happened with Deegan, as I'm sure that everybody else has looked at it. But Galen Wendrich in the lead, Smeltzer in second, and I believe Fiedler's still in third. That's Wendrich right there. White flag is out, 1 lap to go.
I don't know why Smeltzer was looking back coming down that downhill. He had the lead on him.
Yeah.
Keep racing forward. You don't ever look back.
No.
And then he was looking back. I don't feel like Wendrich was going to either pull in on him or try to block past him. He had the outside line and he was looking back. He tried to block past him. Ends up going down. Kids at home, that's not what you want to do.
It's C-Class.
Yeah.
That's one of those why ask why questions. Up over the Fuel Factory launch, Wendrich in the lead. Jaden Smeltzer second, Joe Fiedler in third, Trenton Pence in fourth, Scotty Lubazinski, the 28, rounds out the top 5. That's brought to you by Honda Motor Sales. There's Wendrich. He's into traffic. In the 30-plus C, the 137 of Travis Hurd is your leader. Jake Reimer in second. Taylor Levick Gallagher in third. Matt Shockey in fourth. Cody Ernst in fifth. Kirk Rogers in sixth. Dave DiFilippo in seventh. Now back to our leader up over the MX6 triple-double. Smeltzer, you can see him there. We just hope. Now, of course, this is all C riders, so.
Looks like there's somebody coming back in the picture here.
Oh, and Smeltzer goes down. Going into the Cernic Racing bull turn, Galen Wendrich just handed him the win there. If he can make it through here, there we go. Go where they aren't. Of course, this guy doesn't realize that the leader's actually trying to pass him there. Oh, he knows it now. So Galen Wendrich with the win. Smeltzer had to get back up. Let's see if he makes it. Looks like that's him coming through. So Jaden Smeltzer hopefully in second, Fiedler third. Yes, yeah. And Trevor Pence in fourth. So that's your top 4 in the 125C. Travis Hurt will be taking the win in the 30-plus C. Jake Reimer second. Taylor Levick Jack Gallagher in third. Matt Shockey in fourth. Cody Ernst in fifth. Kirk Rogers sixth. Dave DiFilippo in seventh. Zebediah Scott in eighth. Michael Himmelstein in ninth. And rounding up the top 10, Pete Wurst. All right, on the line.
We got the Micro 2 4-6 limited class and the Micro 3 7-8 limited class. We have some riders in this. We got 13 in the 4-6 and 24 in the Micro 3. In the Micro 4-6 limited, we got Van Ressler on the number 2 KTM, Colin Work on the number 8 Cobra, Rogan Marco on the 32 Cobra, 39 Rivers Rice, 71 Machine of James Wegner, 80X of Franco Palumbo.
All right, here we go. Up under the Plum Contracting Bridge. I think this is the 7 to 8s out there first. Little numbers, big trouble.
It is a 78. I seen Max Ressler was one of the ones up front there. We'll see if we can get a look and see who's in the lead.
Up across the Fuel Factory, launch onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback.
That's the 44 machine of Brock Norris out of Burgettstown, Pennsylvania on the Cobra.
All right.
He's on the Minton Cycle Driven MX, Thor, PR2, Dirt Care, Hydropower, Tri-State Power Sports, MX Tires, Senge Graphics, Fly Cobra.
And there's a battle for second right now. Second place on the right-hand side of the screen. There's your leader down at the bottom. The leader takes the outside. Oh, I'm sorry. That's second. The leader just headed up around the pond into the MX6 triple-double. So second, third, fourth right there. That's your third place rider and your fourth place. Up over the triple-double. So there's your leader, the number 44, through the Cernic Racing bowl turn, up over the Fly Racing triple-double, or excuse me, triple. In this case, double-single. Takes the top line. And he makes it look fairly easy. Trust me, that is not an easy place to go on a 7 to 8 year old 50. There's his battle for third. Third and fourth making it through there. So Brock Norris is your leader.
Looks like Rustler.
The 80 of Cole Caldwell in second. Max Rustler, the 66 in third. Nick Black, the 104th. 3 Cobras and a Husqvarna. Wyatt Bertuzzi, the 13 in fifth. Rowan Stiles, the 17 in sixth. Jake Burgee, the 432 in seventh. Camden Finale, the 74 in eighth. Connor McKinney, the 918 in ninth. And Cash McKnight, the 21 in 10th. Brought to you by OnTrack Schooling. There's your leader, the number 44, Brock Norris, through the tail of the Dragon. And of course, that's just showing the. There's Caldwell. Caldwell was leading in the other class early and ended up falling down. And you know, you always say like leave the last race behind you. But that's hard to do. You come through and it's like, oh man.
Oh, especially at this age.
Yes. There's third and fourth. Third and fourth, that is Max Rustler and Nick Black. Back to the leader, that's Brock Norris through the Cernic Racing bowl turn up over the Fly Racing triple.
He's got a good lead right now, man.
Yes,
7 seconds. That's a good lead.
7 seconds when they came across the finish line last time. Probably about 10 seconds by now. There's your battle for third. That's Max Rustler and Nick Black up over the Fly Racing triple. And there you see Brock Norris up over the finish line. And again, Brock Norris on the, I lost it there, Minton Cycle, driven Thor PR2, Dirt Care, Hydropower, Tri-State Powersports, MX Tire, Senki Graphics, Fly Cobra out of Burgettstown, Pennsylvania.
He's got that lead up to 14 seconds after that lap.
Cole Caldwell second, Max Rustler third, Nick Black fourth, Wyatt Bertuzzi the 13 and fifth, Rowan Stiles the 17 and sixth, Cash McKnight the 21 and seventh.
Okay. We got the 432 of Jacob Burge in eighth, the number 9 machine of Connor McKinney out of Altoona, PA, and rounding out the top 10, we got Camden Finale on the 74 machine.
And that top 10 rundown brought to you by JWF Industries. Moto parents enjoying coffee. Life is good. And Brock Norris headed down the Himmler downhill. And it looks like they split the race. So the Micro 3 7 to 8 is on the track. Micro 2 will be up next. I did not put both of them out there.
Oh, who went down?
So Norris makes the puddle turn.
There we go.
Brock Norris looking like the champion he is right now.
Well, he handled that off camber like it was nobody's business.
Yeah. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Brock Norris.
I looked over at his timing and scoring. If this is correct, that kid's running a 2:12 compared to everybody else's 2:20 and back. That's a
incredible.
huge advantage.
Good coaching. I'll tell you what, though, when you're in the lead, things just seem to go your way.
For sure, he's got clean track.
And not a care in the world.
No.
I just want to look good.
Look at him. He's just moving around, putting the bike wherever he needs to get by whoever.
And across the Tom Cycle, dragging back. Again, big thanks for Tom Cycle for sponsoring this race weekend, this Summer Clash shootout. PAMX MDRA Summer Clash shootout. Second to last race for the 2025 season here at Pleasure Valley.
Hard to believe that already.
I know. It really is something. There he goes. Around the pond turn. Triple double, no trouble. Up into the Cernic Racing Bowl turn.
The thing that amazes me still to this day, Kevin, is when you see these kids and you first see them, they're on a PW and they're barely getting around the track, hardly falling all the time. The parents are running all over the place. Pick my kid up. Here's the thing: give them time, let them develop, because this is the results of it. You can see it, and it's super to watch these kids grow.
Well, it's funny because now you see him going fast, and he's about to discover a clutch.
Yes.
And what a difference that will make. The checkered flag is out, so Brock Norris with the win. Cole Caldwell will bring it in second, 21 seconds behind. Max Russler, 14 seconds behind him. In third, Nick Black fourth, Wyatt Bertothy in fifth, Cash McKnight in sixth, Rowan Stiles in seventh, Jake Burgee in eighth, Connor McKinney in ninth, and Camden Finale rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by Podium Works. Oh, let's have C-ups. You know what? That's not Micro 2.
No, I'm pretty sure that this is a plus 38 and plus 30B that's on the gate.
So Stevie Roman coming back again. So in the plus 38, Casey Clark, Alex Waskob, Jonathan Wells, Reed Miller, George Comadena, Angelo Mazza, Josh Hauser, Steve Roman, and Dan Cronin. In the 30 plus B, Charlie Harapovich, Brad McClellan, Kyle Ferry, Guy Marsh, Ryan Bernheimer, and Brad Main. So 30 plus A on the line. Gee, I wonder who's going to get the whole shot on that.
If I was a betting man, I might go on the 731.
Speaking of the Jones and Roman start line.
Yeah.
But now we got to put it out there. Steve Roman on the Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR2 FXR Scott Dunlop Fuel JRMX Fast Track Moto Sokol Performance Department of Power FMF KMS Heating and Cooling Kawasaki out of Export, Pennsylvania. And I just love watching this. I remember Steve Roman on a 50.
Yeah.
I remember when Steve Roman wasn't.
We remember a lot of things but we don't want to show our age, so we won't say that.
Oh no, I'm proud. I'm proud to be 69. I made it this far.
And doing great at it.
That remains to be seen. I just did a vinyl plank floor the other day, and of course I go to the gym because I don't want to be old. But that floor kicked my butt. I feel old. All right, into the first turn. There's Stevie Roman taking the whole shot under the plumb contacting bridge and into the LMR first turn. And I believe that's a 125.
Yeah, that's Alex Waskow behind him.
Waskow out of Port Matilda, Pennsylvania, in second. In the head of the Dragon, Sky King bringing us the drone shots. The drone footage is just excellent as they are up over the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Tom's Cycle. Where's Tom's Cycle out of?
Indiana,
Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. You can
The
go see the
Wolf,
Wolf
right?
of Wayne Avenue.
The Wolf
Mr.
of
Justin
Wayne
Fisher.
Avenue.
Great competitor who also comes to Pleasure Valley and races the ATV race.
Oh, yeah. No, I had to feed that to Andy so to make sure I got that right, because according to Jeff, whoa, Nelly, you got that wrong again, Kevin. Some things just don't roll off your tongue, especially when you're doing it all day. Up across the fly racing triple, there's the battle for third over the Cleveland Brothers Cat off camber. Steve Roman brings it in, gets the green flag. We are underway in the 30 plus A, 30 plus B.
So coming through that off camber there, we seen Roman jump into it in the last race that he was at. We just seen Waskow come from the top the whole way to the bottom just by hitting the gas and jumping down it.
Oh, absolutely.
These guys are crafty.
Yeah. Age and treachery can sometimes defeat youth and skill. So Steve Roman in the lead, Alex Waskow second, Jonathan Wells third, Casey Clark fourth, George Comadena in fifth, Reed Miller in sixth, Josh Hauser in seventh, Angelo Mazza in eighth, Dan Cronin in ninth. In the 30 plus B, Guy Marsh is your leader, Brad McClellan in second, Ryan Bernheimer in third, Brad Main in fourth, Charlie Harapovich in fifth, Kyle Ferry in sixth. Our leader is headed through the Team Green switchback, down around the puddle turn. Steve Roman, look at that top three. What a battle we have now. Alex Waskow, Jonathan Wells. Actually, that's Waskow, Wells, and Clark that are battling there. Up across the fly racing triple. Into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Top line still hanging tight there. There's Stevie Roman. In the lead, Waskow, Wells, and Clark as they bring it past the Pro Action finish line and over the Dunlop tire tunnel. Second, third, and fourth through the LMR tire first turn. Down into the head of the Dragon. Our riders go.
Seeing our plus 30B, still got Marsh. Looks like he's still leading. Brad McClellan still in second. The 837 of Ryan Bernheimer in third. 918 of Brad Main in fourth. Charlie Harapovich on the 09 Husky in fifth. And Kyle Ferry rounding out.
Stevie Roman coming down the Hillman Excavating downhill. There's Roman making the turn around the pond. Triple double, no trouble. Up into the Cernic Racing bowl turn. What a commanding lead It says 7 seconds on the last lap, but it's way more than that now. Stevie Roman, no pressure, so he just takes that top line.
See, there he is. He's jumping down it again.
White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Stevie Roman. Up to the Dunlop tire tunnel and under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tire first turn. Remember, lots of names brings you free live stream, so you have to put up with my talking. Over the Fuel Factory launch across the Tom Cycle of Indiana, Pennsylvania, Dragonback. That turn, wow, look at this. He was like, yeah, I'm going to challenge you. Yeah, okay, good luck. There's your, that's Waskob, Alex Waskob, down into the Team Green switchback. Looks like Wells could be right on his tail there. So see Roman coming up the MX6 triple-double. Into the Cernic's Racing Bull turn.
If you watch Steve ride, he uses...
That's third. That should be Jonathan Wells in third place there, the 477.
If you watch him ride, you watch Steve, he uses the track correctly. He uses it as that's who he's competing against, not the rider. You can see him use this track in different ways that the other riders aren't. And you watch his line choices coming in and out of turns, way smoother equals way faster.
And the checkered flag is out. Of course, there's also 100 riders out there that are critiquing every line he takes
for sure.
He's the coach.
Yes.
So
he tries not to make any mistakes.
All right, so Waskob comes in second, John Wells in third, Casey Clark in fourth, Reed Miller in fifth, George Commodana sixth, Hauser in seventh. In the 30-plus B, Brad McClellan with the win, Guy Marsh second, Ryan Bernheimer third, Kyle Ferry fourth, Charlie Harapovich in fifth. On the line.
Looks like our open C.
Yeah, with that many riders, I'd say so.
Yeah, it looks like there's 21 entries. The number 8 of Carson Platel out of Forsberg, New York. Ethan Jarvis out of Whitney, PA on a number 15 KTM. Braden Huff on a 19 Honda. Gabriel Clark, the 25 machine. Mason Mills on a 29 machine. Chase Green out of New Cumberland, PA on the Husqvarna.
Off of the Jones and Roman start line they go. Into the first turn. It's the 196.
That's a 196 of Rowan Schaefer out of Contaning, PA on a Honda.
Very good. And we got a battle. Look at the outside run there. Oh, nice jump. Side by side through the tail of the Dragon. What a battle. So right now the 196, and that's a 289, I believe, of Scotty Lubazinski that is battling with him as they head down the Himmler excavating downhill into that Team Green switchback. There's your top 4 riders right there. So open C, 21 riders on the track right now as they make their way up across the MX6 triple-double. Hey, if you're just joining us, good morning and welcome to RMGSports.net and our broadcast of the Summer Clash, PAMX, and of course MDRA, and their big giant shootout for the last part of the season here at Pleasure Valley. C-class action on the track. Green flag out. Rowan Schaefer in the lead. Gabriel Clark, the 25 rider in second. Scotty Lubazinski, the 289 in third. Ethan Jarvis in fourth. Brazen Richard, the 42X in fifth. Braden Martin, the 77 in sixth. Lucas Likorchik, the 259 in seventh. Adler Shaw, the 815 in eighth. Braden Huff, the number 19 in ninth. And Chase Green, the number 42, rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by OnTrack School and the Whole Shot Cafe and Diner right here in beautiful Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Boy, what a battle going on here between Clark and Schaefer.
That wasn't off camera. They kind of straightened it up to make it a level turn now. But boy, does it get deep. That turn, these two turns, that the top of the hill and the base in there in the bowl get really, really rutted up and really will make a difference later on. So Schaefer and Clark, the 196 and the 25 rider, Honda versus KTM. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
They ran him high.
Yeah, I'll push you outside. Ah, C-Class. There we go. He takes the Steve Roman line there. I like that skip the jump turn there. Lap number 2. Schaefer still in the lead. Gabriel Clark right there as they head up onto the Dunlop Tire Tunnel, onto the Plum Contracting Bridge, and into the LMR Tires first turn. Rowan Schaefer still in the lead. Gabe Clark trying the outside. He's trying any line that the other one isn't. And of course, Schaefer's like, yeah, you want to take the outside? I can go outside. Not a problem. Oh, and the second place rider goes down. So Gabe Clark dumps it. Rowan Schaefer, see ya! There's your second place rider now. So Clark didn't lose any positions, just a lot of race action. That's okay. 2-1, still a better score. Just no more mistakes. There's our leader. Around the puddle turn, up over the MX6 triple-double. There's your... that should be probably the battle for third and fourth. Lubazinski Jarvis. I'll have to check that up across the MX6 triple-double. And their full-size numbers, I still can't see them.
I think Clark recovered from that fall and got back up. I think he's still holding strong in second. I thought I'd seen him go up over the triple there when they were coming into the bull term.
So coming around to the white flag as they bring it in here. Schaefer and Clark. Clark, good recovery. Up over top of the Dunlop Tunnel. Into the LMR Tire first turn. That's Ethan Jarvis. So that's Lubazinski and Jarvis. They're 289 and the 15. The battle for third there. Up over the Fuel Factory launch onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback.
Schaefer's probably out there riding around like, man, it got quiet all of a sudden here. What happened?
Yeah. There's our leader, the 196 of Rowan Schaefer. Schaefer on the podium works, MX Tire O'Neill, Throttle Syndicate, Works Connection, Risk Racing, Rosebud Mining, Honda. Out of Katanning. And that could be the battle for second there. Guess we just lost our feed.
Schaefer coming around for the, he's got the final lap here. Here we go. Taking the checkers is Rowan Schaefer.
Rowan Schaefer with the win. And we'll see Clark, the 25, coming up. He'll get in there for second.
So we end up with Schaefer finishing first, Clark in a second, Levinsky in third, Jarvis taking the fourth spot, and rounding out the top 5 is a 42X of Richards. On the gate, Kevin, we got the race number 9, which is our 85cc 9 to 11 and our 85cc 12 to 15.
Oh my God, look at the lines
this
there.
This is going to be a group.
Oh. This has got to be the biggest classes out there today. 16 in the 85 911 and 20 in the 85 12 to 15. 12 to 15 will be going off the gate first. Up under the Plum Contracting Bridge. Here we go. Headed towards the LMR Tower first turn, and it's the 71.
71's Lenny O'Toole. He's out of Springdale, PA. Keep an eye on this kid. He is fast.
Yeah.
He has been doing a lot of winning in the state championship series for sure.
Lenny O'Toole, and I believe behind him is the, looks like the number 7.
7X of Miles Hadley out of Butler.
Look at this battle for second as they cross the screen there. Around the pond turn and up over the MX6 triple double. Into the Cernic's Racing Bowl turn. There's O'Toole. Up into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. O'Toole makes a turn towards the green flag at the Pro Action finish line. So McDade now in second, Hadley in third, Reynolds in fourth, Harkins in fifth, Likens in sixth, Bolts in seventh, Weiss in eighth. It's Bennett Weiss, Emmett Johnson, the 416 in ninth, and Bryson Madden, the 812, rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by MX6 Racing. Look at this battle for the lead here. And he looks like McDade may have gotten, yes he did, he got O'Toole, so O'Toole back to second. Keegan McDade in the lead now.
Yeah, Keegan's
McDade out of Edinburgh on the Moody Designs JYT Training Viral Graphics Canvas MX Vert Graphics Gas.
Keegan, of course, is the son of Mike McDade, another fast kid that we all knew growing.
Oh, yeah.
Carrying on a family legacy here for sure.
In the 85 911, Travis Bartley, your leader. Keegan Lerman, second. Casey Cronin, third. Brad Gardner, fourth. Oh, and the leader's down.
Yep.
So Lenny O'Toole, or excuse me, Keegan McDade down. O'Toole back in the lead again. McDade was pinned under there. I hope he got back up in a reasonable amount of time. O'Toole brings it around to put lap number 2 in the books.
Lenny O'Toole with that whole shot. He's brought to you by Jones and Roman MX, PR2, Sokol Performance, 110 Fly Racing. I got to think that the Sokol Performance motor got him that whole shot. Local legend Chris.
Absolutely. Into the head of the Dragon, Lenny O'Toole in the lead. Heading towards the Fuel Factory launch. And on to the Tom Cycle Dragon back. There's your second and third.
Looks like McDade recovered and got back into fourth after that fall.
Here's your second, third, fourth as they battle through there. Oh, that might have been a lapper. I saw him slow down there and look back.
If it wasn't a lapper, excuse me, sir, I'm passing through.
Nobody's giving up anything if they can help it. So Lenny O'Toole in the lead. I'm hoping there's Miles Hadley in second. There's Lenny O'Toole through the Cernic Racing Bull Turn up over the Fly Racing Triple. Here's your second and third. And that, it looks like Miles Hadley, the number 7. And then the 110X of Reynolds. Gavin Reynolds, the 110. Keegan McDade in fourth. White flag is out. 1 lap to go as he heads toward that Dunlop tunnel. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR Tires first turn. O'Toole tooling it. You see the gap he's got now on Hadley.
About a 5-second gap right now.
Yeah. Across that Tom's Cycle Dragon back into the tail of the Dragon. O'Toole making it around the lapper. You can see the battle back behind him with Hadley, Reynolds, and McDade.
Lenny's just out there riding his race, clicking them off.
Through the Team Green switchback. Oh, look at this battle. That's the battle for second. Miles Hadley and Gavin Reynolds. Up the MX6 triple double. Best race on the track right now. Up over the Fly Racing triple.
It's going to get entertaining maybe here in the off-camber.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
lap rider.
Center line.
He goes up and over him.
Oh, look at that. Good move. What a pass. So Reynolds will take seconds. There's O'Toole taking the win. McDade in second. McDade made the charge. Hadley in third. Reynolds in fourth. So what a move.
What a ride out of McDade after falling, picking the bike back up, coming back from fourth. Last lap to get it into second. What a ride.
So great ride. So Lenny O'Toole with the win. Keegan McDade second. Miles Hadley in third. Gavin Reynolds in fourth. Trigger Harkins in sixth. Austin Bolson 7th, Emmett Johnson 8th, Bennett Weiss 9th, and Jason George rounds out the top 10. In the 85 911, Travis Bartley with the win. Bradley Gardner 2nd, Caden Brady 3rd, Keegan Lerman 4th, Zach Reimer 5th, Casey Cronin 6th, Tate Bolano 7th, Beckett Utz 8th, Waylon Bertuzzi in 9th, and Braden Maturko rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by Amalie.
On the gate right now, we got the race number 10, which is our college boy, 16 to 24, and our plus 25. We have 12 entries in the college boy. We got Cole Covert out of Manchester, PA on the 20 Husky, 21 of Nathan Deans, 45 of Travis Martin, 128 of Andrew Calley, 289 of Scotty Lubinsky, the 329 of Austin Dinkfeld, 522 Shaden Bartow, 624 of Cole Shannon, 701 Tyler Haggerty, 723 of Isaac Benton, the 959 of Axel Neff.
All right, here we go into the LMR first turn. I think it's a 257.
But I look like a 437, and I think that's the plus 25 group going off, and that's Vince Lahovey out front.
Okay, 437. Okay, Vinny Lahovey.
The plus 25 group went off first.
Oh, look at the rider way off the track there. As we get a good look at the Tom Cycle dragging back. Lahovey in the lead.
Looks like Lahovey in the lead with Roman following. Never heard that story before here.
No. Oh, nice line there by Stevie Roman. So we see our lead, Vinny Lahovey headed towards the Cernic Racing bull turn, and you just barely see Steve Roman there. There's Roman showing you the gap as they come over the Fly Racing triple.
The last time we watched these guys race, it was a role reversal where
Oh, absolutely.
Steve was in the lead and Vinny was trying to get past. We'll see what happens now when the tables are turned here.
There's a battle for third, fourth, fifth. As they head across the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Boy, that is sloppy coming out of there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 25 different lines coming off the top. So in the plus 25. Oh, look at that. So Travis Martin already up there in the college 1624. Cole Covert in second. Tyler Haggerty in third. Austin Dinkfeld. Oh, Dad's out there racing in fourth. Scotty Lubozinski in fifth. The plus 25 is Vinny Lahovey in the lead. Steve Roman second. Dan Cronin third. Reed Miller fourth. Josh Hauser in fifth. Guy Marsh in sixth. Matt Bailey in seventh. There's third, fourth, and fifth. That is Cronin, Miller, and Hauser coming through the tail of the Dragon. There's the battle for third. Haggerty and Cronin and Miller.
The plus 50 guys are out there with them, Kevin, this time too. So we got Galen Dixon in first in the plus 50. We got Greg Simmons coming in the 741 Husky in second. Jim Dobbs on the 21X Suzuki, and Matthew Sempa on the number 18 Honda.
Wow.
So we got three of them out here this time, not just two.
There's Vinny making the turn towards the finish line straight away.
I see in the plus 50, Ralph Bentley's name is on there. It's good to see him back racing.
Oh, absolutely. Now, according to Jeff, Ralph stayed up last night watching races and still made it out here to the 50-plus class.
There's probably a lot of people that didn't even get up till now after watching that race.
Oh, my goodness.
And here he is. He's out here racing.
I made it through the second 250, and that was it. The big one, Joe Shimoda. Joe Shimoda the SMX 250 champion. Deegan came in on the series in 4th. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna you don't want to hear all of it because I know you're going to watch the replays. But Aiden Deegan going for it in moto number 2 and took out both him and Shimoda. Shimoda got back up. Deegan did not. He got up, but he did not go back out on the track. Tweaked his collarbone. And we're going to have to wait and see how that's going to pan out for the Team USA. I don't know who the alternate was scheduled to be, but we'll find out by tomorrow. I'm sure Racer X is all over it.
I got to think the fan favorite would be
There's your leader,
Plessinger, if he's healthy.
on the top, and the battle for, I think it's 3rd, 4th, 5th. White flag is out. You see Stevie Roman there in 2nd. Reed Miller in 3rd is 23 seconds behind. So Reed Miller, Dan Croat, and Josh Hauser is who you're seeing there. Oh, and Hayden Deegan got penalized 5 championship points due to his aggressive riding in that second moto. I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
There's no way that Mike Pelletier could let that go. And, of course, he took himself out, which is even worse.
Yeah.
So Vinny Lahovey still in the lead. Roman in 2nd. Reed Miller 3rd. Dan Cronin 4th. And Josh Hauser in 5th. White flag is out for them.
The unwritten rule of all aggressive passing is if you go down making the pass, you're at fault.
So there's Luhovey on the top, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the bottom. Luhovey through the bolt, the Cernic Racing bolt turn over the Fly Racing triple. Now I wonder how badly that's going to affect Deegan in 4th place. Maybe he's back to 5th now.
It could, yeah.
I know it was tight back there. Checkered flag is out. Vinny Lahovey taking the win on the Mercedes Motorsports True MX Tire Fast Track Moto Tamer HCS Exhaust Midwest Native Kawasaki. Stevie Roman brings it in 2nd. And here comes the battle between Miller, Cronin, and Hauser. Actually be back to the college boy. Cole Curvid, Travis Martin, Shaden Bartow, Austin Dingfelt in 4th, Tyler Haggerty in 5th. Bartow is rolling out there. He's running a 150 in the college boy. So Luhovey, Roman, Reed Miller comes in 3rd in the plus 25. Dan Cronin in 4th. Josh Hauser 5th. And the college boy, Cole Covert, takes the win. Travis Martin 2nd. Shaden Bartow in 3rd. In the 50-plus, Galen Dixon with the win. Greg Simmon in 3rd. Jim Dobbs 4th. Ralph Bentley, Dobbs in 3rd. Bentley 4th. Matt Sempa in 5th. Sean Smetanek rounds out top 6. Here we go. Finally back to the mini 2s, micro 2s.
65,
oh no, 65, 7 to 9. Mm-hmm. Somewhere in there, the micro 2s, we don't know where they went. I know they'll be coming out later. So this should be Dingfelt and crew, I believe.
Yeah, this is also, you're going to have Brock Norris on the number 4 Cobra, Wyatt Bertotti, Cash McKnight, Paisley Jade, Jackson Petro, Zayden Rucher, Bradley Gardner, Caverick Stewart, named from the Moto earlier that he had a great ride, Camden Finala, Angelo Palumbo, Colton Main, Raylan Gipp.
And I believe that's Dinkfeld we see on the screen right there. There's your second and third riders.
The 404 machine of Daxton Dinkfeld.
The Daxter. Serial motocrosser.
This is one of those groups, Kevin, I've seen come up through, these kids coming up through the 50s now and there's a lot of familiar names.
Oh, yeah.
That are moving their way up now to 65. And like you said, now we got a clutch.
It changes everything.
Yes, it does.
So Dinkfeld around the Cernic Racing Bull Turn, up over the Fly Racing Triple. Again, not quite his year. He crashed early, ends up making it. No, wait a minute. That's the
look at
191. It says 101 on his back. It was
101.
191. Must be a late entry.
That's Travis Bartley on
Travis
the 101.
Bartley 101. Okay. I saw 101. Couldn't see it on the list. Tate Pawano, the 126 in second. There's our leader into the LMR tires first turn. Tate Pawano coming under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tire first turn. Kent Griffith, the 38 and third. Jacob Day, the 59 and fourth. Addison Likens, the 998A in fifth. Luke Villers, the 107 and sixth. Brock Conley, the 27 and seventh. Jax Maturko, the 921 and eighth. 65, 79. Caverick Stewart is your leader, the 73. Brad Gardner, the number 70 in second. Dax Dinkfeld, the 404 in third. Brock Norris, number 4 in fourth. Angelo Palumbo, the 79, rounds out the top five. There's your third place rider. That is the 38 of Kent Griffith, making his way through the tail of the Dragon. Down that Hillman Excavating downhill. And through the Team Green switchback. There's Bartley coming through the Cernic's bull turn. It looks like he just barely had enough power to get through that. It is getting deep in the Cernic's Racing bull turn.
It's amazing, though, if you look at the moisture that's still in this track.
Oh, yeah. Man, what a day. Woke up, looked out, it's 70 degrees and a high of 83. This is like a December day for me in Florida.
Yeah, this is like the perfect day for Pennsylvania, but
Absolutely.
we know it's coming to an end soon.
I was kind of hoping for some colorful trees. I guess it'll be hopefully next weekend. I'll get my fill of it. Then I'll go back to palm trees and pines. Yeah, the only difference down in Florida in the fall is you can get pumpkin spice coffee.
That's the only difference.
Look at the gap between second and third. So Boano, and then, of course, Kent Griffith. There's Griffith there as he makes his way into the LMR tire first turn. And that gap, I can't quite see it on the screen now. So Caverick Stewart still the leader. Gardner second. The Daxter, Dax Dinkfeld, the 404 in third. Kent Norris in fourth. Palumbo in fifth. That's in the 65-7-9. Brock Norris, Angelo Palumbo in fifth. There's the 101. Travis Bartley in the 65-10-11. Tate Buono in second. Kent Griffith third, Jake Day fourth, Addison Likens. Look at her, she is rolling in fifth.
She was keeping these boys honest here yesterday for sure.
Oh, I tell you what, I love the Likens family. They are so much fun coming up here.
Absolutely.
They just, I can't imagine the drive home because they are on each other all the time. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Up around the Dunlop tunnel turn. And we see Bartley making his way through the LMR Tires first turn. Travis Bartley, 101. Out of Sarver, Pennsylvania, on the Steel City Men's Clinic Cyber Auto Warehouse Podium Works Gas, 12 years old. Of course, you can ask why he's 12 in the 10-11 class, but in AMA Youth Racing, it's the date of your age on January 1st that determines your age for the year. If you wanted, you could always move up if you want. But if you're in a points lead and you were 11 on January 1, you were 11 for the year.
You've seen Bartley coming around that turn. That's the second time we've seen that same turn. Like you said, it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper. So they're going to have to move out here eventually.
Oh, yeah. And you're entirely confident until you're not.
Right.
So Bartley brings it around, and checkered flag is out. So Bartley will take the win. Travis Bartley with the win. Tate Pawano second. Kent Griffith third. Jacob Day fourth. Addison Likens fifth. Luke Villars in sixth. Brock Conley in seventh. Jax Maturko eighth. And Cameron Shockey rounds out the top 9. In the 65, 7-9, Caverick Stewart is in the lead right now. Bradley Gardner second. Daxton Dingsfeld in third. Brock Norris fourth. Axel Elliott fifth. Zayden Reicher in sixth. Axel Kleitz seventh. Hudson Utz eighth. Jax Petro in ninth. And Ryder Laux rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by Automatic. So you see Gardner just making it through. That should be Dingfeld and Norris. There's Dingfeld third, Norris fourth.
Oh, there we go. Had to wait for the update. I was going to say something happened here. Dingfeld brings it across in third for sure.
Brock Norris should be fourth. Axel Elliott fifth. There we go.
Yep.
So next up, got rid of the 65s. And next up, Super Mini, 12 to 16. 16 riders. Yep, I'm just making sure that they didn't sneak their Micro 2 in. So we got Miles Hadley, Denny O'Toole, Joe Fiedler, Bennett Weiss, Caleb Likens, Gavin Reynolds, Trent Pence, Chase DeFebo, Austin Bolts, Roland Ehrlich, Trigger Harkins, Keegan McDade, Emmett Johnson, Bryson Maddox, and Jackson George. Up under the Plum Contracting Bridge.
That looks like the 94 machine of Bennett Weiss with a hole shot.
And he gets passed on the inside.
Just couldn't hang on to her.
Around to the Fuel Factory launch. And yeah, that is the 94 Bennett Weiss. Look at this battle for second. Three-way battle for second.
I think it looks like the 17 might have got in around Bennett. That's Lenny O'Toole again.
Lenny O'Toole.
Yep, that is.
Dyslexic. Goes from 71 to 17. So O'Toole up over the MX6 triple-double. Weiss was in there first, but went outside. O'Toole slipped underneath him as they come through the Cernic's Racing bull turn up over the.
Wow.
Oh yeah,
Super Mini agreed.
Super Mini doing the triple, the Fly Racing triple. Now up into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. O'Toole comes into the Pro Action finish line, gets the green flag, and we are underway. Fiedler, the number 19 in second. Gavin Reynolds, the 110 in third. Caleb Likens in fourth. Keegan McDade in fifth. That's the 334 rider. Alston Bolts, the 116 in sixth. Miles Hadley, the number 7 in seventh. Trigger Harkins, the 308 in eighth. Trevor Pence, the 111 in ninth. And Jackson George, the 922, rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by MXers for Jesus. Up over the Fuel Factory launch. There's your top 4 riders. That's second, third, and fourth there. You can see Lenny O'Toole already through there. O'Toole and Fiedler. So that was Reynolds, Likens, and McDade there. So third, fourth, and fifth as they head down that Himmler excavating downhill. First through fourth there. And Lenny O'Toole on the Jones of Roman MX School PR2 So-Called Performance 110 Fly Racing KTM out of Springdale as they come up over the MX6 triple-double. It's your second through fifth there. And O'Toole making an honest triple. He is rolling today.
Showcasing that Sokol performance.
Not just a good motor, it's the confidence to do that. I like that upper line. Instead of doing the drop down, look how much time he made up. It's a battle for second. So O'Toole is through. Fiedler and Caleb Likens.
Yeah.
Caleb Likens now into third. Gavin McReynolds in fourth. Keegan McDade in fifth. Miles Hadley sixth. Trigger Harkins in seventh. Austin Bolts in eighth. Trenton Pence in ninth. And Bennett Weiss now back to 10th place. Wow. Into the head of the dragon they go. That should be third and fourth there. So Fiedler and Likens second and third through the tail of the dragon. There you see O'Toole going the other way. What a job the Himmler excavating team did last night, going from a dry track to what we have today. It's just amazing. And the track's staying right as it should. I mean, it's perfect amount of moisture.
Absolutely. You don't see any dust, and you're seeing the marbles still fly off the tires.
Yes.
You can't ask for a better racetrack than that.
No, you can't. And of course, Beasley always rubbing it in, you know. So look at this chocolate cake. Well, dude, this is chocolate pizza right here. We got it going out in Western Pennsylvania. There's your second through fifth. There's O'Toole out of the Clayton Brothers Caterpillar off camber. There's a battle for third. O'Toole, Fiedler, Likens, and Reynolds right there. Likens and Reynolds as they cross the finish line. There's your fifth. That's McDade. Look at this. McDade up into third now. Fiedler fourth. Reynolds in fifth. That was Hadley we were seeing there. So Gavin Reynolds fifth. Miles Hadley sixth. Trigger Harkins 7th. Austin Bowles 8th. Trenton Pence 9th. Bennett Weiss hopefully still tracking in 10th. Yes, he is.
In one of the 85 races, it was O'Toole and McDade earlier. If you remember, McDade had a fall going in, but boy, he was putting the charge on that moto too. He seems to be a little bit faster than everybody according to time and scoring. See if he can make it up.
Likens and McDade we see right now. Battle for and that was the I think that was McDade that went down.
McDade, yeah.
Likens gets through. Now it's Fiedler, Reynolds, and Hadley that have moved through. So that's McDade and Fiedler there as they battle through. You see the second place rider. He's under the all right, that's our leader. So that's O'Toole through the Cernic's Racing pole turn up over the Fly Racing triple. Running a 152, and McDade was the fastest last lap at a 151, but that's not going to matter now. So O'Toole brings it around for the checkered flag, so he will take the win. And here's the battle for second.
Coming down the wire.
Likens takes second. And that was McDade and Fiedler. Fiedler takes third, Reynolds in fourth, Hadley in fifth. McDade comes in sixth. Wow, that's good recovery. Harkins in seventh, Austin Bolts eighth, Trevor Pence ninth, and Bennett Weiss will take 10th. So let's take it back down to the Jones and Roman start line.
Start the race number 13 is the Open B and plus 35 group going off.
Open B.
And it looks like the 731 again with another whole shot.
And then the 125 in second.
That's actually Alex Waskob out of Port Matilda, PA.
All right. Oh, what a beautiful view from Sky King. As we look at the Tom's Racing Dragonback. Just doesn't look the same from that angle, but it's still a great shot. There's the battle for fourth. Open B and plus 35. 30 plus 35 is what we're seeing right now. Around the puddle turn. That's third and fourth. With a tight battle there. There's Stevie Roman. And Waskob just behind him. Waskob just like a sponge. He's trying to soak up the lines that Roman has. At least, soak them up looking at him. He can change it for the next time. So here we go. Green flag is out. Stevie Roman comes through.
Steve coming across the top of that off camera made it look like a whoop section when he was coming across there. He just wheelied his way through.
Waskob, Alex Waskob in second. George Comodena, the 6'11" in third. Sam Forrester, the 24 in fourth. Isaac McGinnis, the 24X in fifth. As they head into the LMR tire first turn. Stevie Roman. Waskob, Comodena, Forrester, McGinnis, Stover. Shipley leading in the Open B. Briar Stasek in second. Travis Martin in third. Shaden Bartow in fourth. That's the 522 rider. Ryvan Aldi with 971 in fifth. Matt Bailey, the 268 in sixth. Troy Uber, 789 in seventh. Cole Luke, the 209, rounds out the top 8 in that Open B class. Stevie Roman makes a turn around the pond turn, heads up towards the MX6 triple double. And that's second and third in the plus 35 class. That shows you the gap that Stevie Roman has already put on them. Waskob not a slow rider.
No. No, that
He's got Comadena, George Comadena on his back fender as they go down through the gap and into the Cernic Racing bowl turn. And I have to say, it's not a defensive battle right now as they come across the Fly Racing triple. He's not doing any blocking. It's just that Roman is that much faster. Roman already threw the traps at the 144. Right. Let's see what Waskob and Comadena. Waskob at a 147, 3 seconds slower. Comadena and Forrester. That's the battle you see right there. At a 154 and a 152 for Forrester. So Forrester faster, but he's in fourth. Comadena in third. Shipley brings it through at a 147, so he's as fast as Waskob in the Open B and leading there. Bryce Stesick, the 215 in second. Travis Martin, 45 in third. Shaden Bartow, the 522 in fourth. Ryvan Audi, the 971, rounds out the top five in the Open B. So Joe Shipley back to his ways. Lute has now moved up to sixth with Matt Bailey going back to seventh. Troy Uber in eighth in that Open B.
Yeah, in the Open B class, you got Stasick, you got Shipley, you got Martin. Almost all these kids in this class compete against each other a lot. It's kind of a winner-take-all thing, and they're always battling with each other. There is no, hey, Shipley's going to win all the time, Stasick's going to win all the time. These guys battle hard in this class.
Yeah, they do. Of course, B class nowadays is what our A class used to be.
You see that line there that Steve just came through? There's that line again. He's just on the back wheel coming through that section. That's some skill.
White flag is out, 1 lap to go for Steve Roman. Running a 144. Talk about consistency. 2 laps the same exact time. Waskob at a 145, so he stepped it up a little bit. I see Comadena and Forrester coming up as they come through the speed traps at the Pro Action finish line. You see Stevie Roman heading into the head of the dragon there with our King Sky Shot up over the Fuel Factory launch onto the Tom Cycle Dragon back.
I feel like a guy like Steve Roman has the consistency enough. You could put a bunch of cones out there and number them 1, 2, 3 and tell him to hit that same line every time in order. He could probably do it.
Oh, yeah. Steve Roman down the Hillman Excavating downhill up through the Team Green switchback. Cole Lute now up into 5th place. He's gone from 8th place all the way up to 5th in the Open B. Running to 149. Shipley and Stesick both at a 147. And Stesick was actually faster last lap by, he's a 147.051 versus Shipley at a 147.230. But Stevie Roman. No, that's not Roman.
It was. It was Roman.
It was Roman. And he put his hand up like, what did I just do? You know he's got a big old smile on his face. There's a checkered flag. Stevie Roman will take the win in the plus 35 class, Moto number 1. This should be your 2nd through 4th here.
Waskob bringing it in for 2nd.
Comadena Forrester, if they're hanging that way. Looks like McGinnis has joined up in this fray. Now that's got to be Comadena Forrester, McGinnis, and Stover.
They got Shipley.
Waskob's in. So that should be Comadena Forrester, McGinnis, and Stover, 2nd through 6th. That's a tight battle at the end there.
Shipley bringing it across.
So Shipley Stesic, that's who was in there. So Shipley and Stesic bring it in first and second. Coming into Forrester third and fourth in the plus 35. Of course, Shipley Stesic in the open B. Travis Martin or Jaden Bartow brings it in third. Look at this. Let's see if Cole Lute brings it in fifth. No, Travis Martin fourth, Cole Lute in fifth, Ryvan Audi in sixth, Matt Bailey in seventh. Here we go. And this is the back to the Junior Mini 713.
And there's a 101 of Travis Bartley again with a whole shot. Boy, he is on rails today.
He is. So Travis Bartley did to the head of the Dragon. Look at that battle for third place. That's like an eight rider battle there.
Wow, when you see it from that view.
Oh yeah.
Bartley's like, I'm checking out of here. See you guys.
Absolutely. Bartley taking the outside. That's probably a smart move now. It's getting deep on the inside.
Looks like Bennett Weiss was behind him there also.
Bennett Weiss in second. They head down that Hillman Excavating downhill into the team green. Oh, look at this. Third through sixth right there. Second through six.
No,
yeah,
you
third
had
through
it.
six.
You had
Yeah.
it. Yep.
There's your battle for third. I like that outside line.
Yeah, I think with the smaller bikes, the inside line's pretty much gone now. I don't know if you'll get the drive coming out of it.
There's your leaders headed towards the Fly Racing triple. Everybody else coming through the Cernic Racing bowl turn. Here's a battle for third.
I think that's the number 7 machine of Bradley Gardner. And maybe behind him is Bolts.
So there's Bartley going around to the Dunlop tire tunnel.
It is Bolts.
Bradley Gardner in second. Austin Bolts, the 116 in third. Zach Reimer, the 151 in fourth. Casey Cronin with the 105 in fifth. So you look under the Plum Contracting Bridge to the LMR tire first turn.
You see Bartley in that picture. He's opening her up for sure.
Cronin in fifth. Caden Brady in sixth. Emmett Johnson in seventh. Waylon Bertuzzi in eighth. Tucker Pence in ninth. Bradley Wetchin rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by Fuel Factory. So the tail of the dragon there. There's a battle for third right now.
One of my favorite
Bolts,
classes
Reimer,
to
Cronin.
watch. This is one of my favorite classes to watch for a reason. Because these kids can range from anywhere from 7 to 13.
Oh, yeah. And it's a good learning spot for the 7-year-olds to get out there and see lines that you just don't see.
And it also gives them a little bit of a taste of this is what's coming.
Uh-huh. There's your leader, Travis Bartley, the 101, on his Steel City Men's Clinic Siebel Auto Warehouse Podium Works Gas out of Sarver. Coming through the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Lucky he made it back up there.
He says he's putting in that work. He wants to go to Pastrana Land and win a ticket.
Oh, yeah. There's Austin Bolts and Zach Reimer, third and fourth as they come through the traps. So Bartley over top of the Dunlop tire underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tire first turn. Brings it around into the head of the dragon. And again, big thanks to Sky King for this overhead shot. Giving you a view we just didn't get to see before, up over top of the Fuel Factory launch and into the Tom's Cycle out of Indiana, Pennsylvania. Dragging back through the tail. Look how deep that's getting on the inside. I know we got some 65s coming up. Junior Mini on there right now, race number 14.
And somewhere along the line, we got to mix those ones in that we can't seem to find where they fit in at yet.
Oh, yeah, the Micro 2s. That's our leader headed through the Cernic's Racing Bowl turn and towards the Fly Racing Triple. Double single in this case. So Deegan getting a 5-point overall penalty last night. Was listed in 4th place, but the big one was Joe Shimoda taking the win in the SMX 250 class.
Well deserved.
Well deserved, absolutely. Everybody thought Deegan was the shoe-in, but you saw that first moto, and that first moto.
Anything can happen in Vegas.
Yeah. But we all know about it.
Yeah, that didn't stay in Vegas. Now everybody knows.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the social media yet today to find out the what's. Here we go through the Tom cycle, dragging back. And last lap.
You know, that view that they just showed us, it makes us better. People don't realize that. You know, that view alone, we can come to you and say, hey, this is what we're seeing now. Before we had to wait a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, who's coming up? Who's coming? And now, I mean, hats off to these guys, man. I think with RMG Sports and Jeff Cernic and Pleasure Valley Raceway, this is you can't lose.
No, you can't. And it's, it's wild because 2 years ago, Jeff said he was going to do this. And we were like, live stream on local races? Wow. And sure enough, it has taken off. Now everybody else is like, well, why can't we have that?
If you know Jeff, he's always raising the bar.
Yes, he is. Up over the Fly Racing Triple, Travis Bartley brings it through one last time in this Junior Mini 713.
When you think of this, we were talking about that section right there that we're going through right now. This track has held up amazingly good. I figured it would be worse looking than what it is right now. So
absolutely.
Again, hats off to the track crew.
Absolutely. And the checkered flag is out for Travis Bartley. He will take the win. Austin Bolts brings it in second. Bradley Gardner in third. Zach Reimer fourth, Emma Johnson fifth, Casey Cronin sixth, Caden Brady in seventh, Cameron Blair in eighth, Keegan Lerman ninth, and Waylon Berturthy will round out the top 10. Next up after Junior Mini is the Plus 25C Open D. Be very afraid. Plus 25C will be coming off the line first. Open D second. Oh, and just right after that is 250C. It just keeps going.
Oh. Don't leave your seat. The one card's up. And
well, I'll tell you what, this is nice. They have a plus 60 class. There's a class out there for me.
I can cover for you if you want to go get some gear real quick.
Oh, I'd love to. And here we go, up into the first turn. It's a 371 with the whole shot.
And the 371, that's Christopher Lavella out of Kersey, PA on the on the Kawasaki.
All right. Look at the battle here. We got two battles right now, the battle for the lead and the battle for third. And then there's everybody else. Here we go. The 222, I believe. Yep. But he's got the lead. 122 maybe. Kersey back in second, and here comes another charge on him. So he's passed now too. Now Kersey stays there, the 371 in second. There's the battle for second. Up over the MX6 triple-double. There's our leader heading into the Cernic Racing Bowl turn. And towards the Fly Racing triple. C&D riders on a giant off-camber. That's the 135 in second.
Okay.
Still not showing it, huh? Hey, we'll know in a second.
Maybe the 185.
The transponders don't lie. So
It is
Josh
the
McCool, the
185.
185. Good call. In the plus 25C. Travis Hurt, the 137 in second. Chris Lavella, the 371, now in third place. Dave DiFilippo, the 881 in fourth. Cody Ernst, the 124 in fifth. Matt Shockey, the 719 in sixth. Brandon Raymond, the 603 in seventh. Matt Bowers, the 359 in eighth. And Cole Minovich, the 301 in ninth. So that is the 20 plus 25C. And Tanner Freshwater, the 21, is leading in the Open D. Cole Shannon, the 624 in second. AJ Manganello, number 50 in third. Justin Proctor, 392 in fourth. Dave Karpinski, the 111 in fifth. Levi Solata, the 24 in sixth. That's enough for Open D. Let's go back to plus 25C. Here we go. We got a battle. Nicole and Hurt going at it. Hurt goes to the outside. They're side by side as they come up. Oh, that's scary. Up over the MX6 triple. Oh my God, they're
not crossing up.
Whew. The 137 of Travis Hurt takes over the lead. 185 Josh McCool in second. Up over the Fly Racing triple. Through the off camber, here they come. Lap number 2. So Josh McCool, Travis Hurt in the lead. Yep. Josh McCool in second. Up over the Dunlop Tire Tunnel, under the Plum Contracting Bridge, into the LMR Tires first turn.
We're looking through this rider listed as we're looking at it. It's pretty encouraging to see 16 people in Open D.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Growing up, there wasn't a D class. You normally just got thrown to the wolves, and here you go, and this is at it. So for those of you out there that are, hey, maybe I'd like to try it. This is
absolutely.
That's what these guys are doing. This is the beginner class. There is no, the pressure is not there. It's something everybody's out there enjoying it, getting their feet wet doing it.
Hopefully they don't get their feet wet.
Or muddy.
Muddy, yes. Feet wet, no. That would be bad in C class, because then we'd have to laugh about it going into the puddle.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if there's enough water down there to actually get the boots wet right now.
All right, there's your third place rider. That's the 371 of Lavella and the 881 of DiFilippo. There's our top two again. That is Travis Hurt and Josh McCool. up over the Fly Racing Triple. That was a good view on that. Get to see how steep that elevation is coming up into that. There's Hurt and McCool. Travis Hurt, the number 137 on the LoJack Cycle Sales Micah DT1 Acerbi OGO Fast House Mobius W Works Connection Risk Racing Yamaha out of Beaver Falls under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. Down to the head of the dragon. Look at the lead he has put over Josh McCool now. McCool was 2 seconds slower last time, almost 3. And that's the gap of 3 seconds as he comes through the Tom Cycle dragon back. Again, big thanks to Tom Cycle out of Indiana, Pennsylvania for their sponsorship of this summer shootout. Down into a lot of traffic. So he's caught up with the D-class riders. And the only thing more inconsistent than C is D. Of course, this guy's probably freaking out. It's like, oh my God, there's somebody passing me while I'm jumping. So Colt Shannon leading in the Open D. Tanner Freshwater now in second. Manganello, AJ Manganello in third. Justin Proctor fourth. Levi Solana fifth. Isaac Colangelo in sixth. Spencer Freshwater seventh. Eric Burnett eighth. Brett Barefoot ninth. And Charlie Burnett rounds out the top 10. Brett Barefoot, Native American maybe, huh?
It could be.
White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Of course, Travis Hurt's like, oh, that's a checkered. Okay. I saw the white flag, wasn't sure. So Travis Hurt with the win. Josh McCool in second. McCool brings it in second. Lavella in third. The 124 of Cody Ernst in fourth. Dave DiFilippo in fifth. Matt Shockey sixth. James Hay seventh. Brandon Raymond eighth. Matt Bowers ninth. And Cole Minovich rounds out the top 10. On the line, here we go. Just when you thought it was safe. Race number 16, 250C.
Get your popcorn and let's get ready to go here.
25 riders.
Wow, this is going to be good. This class normally being one of the most entertaining classes there is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Used to be 125C was the most entertaining. I bypassed that. I went directly to 250C when I started. That was back in 1975.
The glory days of motocross.
Oh, my God.
I think this might be is this our biggest gate of the day, or is it the PeeWee? I think the PeeWee class had a pretty good gate.
Yeah, PeeWee was 31 riders.
Wow. Just wait, because you know that there's a lot of people that are coming next week that aren't even here this week.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be traveling for
we're going to have all kinds of divisions next week. Here we go, 250C. And actually a clean start.
Very clean.
232, 732.
I know the growing shape was up there to 196, but it might have been a 142 of Colton Wetton.
Let's see. 735. Oh, sorry. Yeah, got me.
So it looks like Schaefer's out in the lead. The 196 of Rowan Schaefer, we've seen him earlier.
Dark numbers on a red plate.
Not announcer friendly.
Not even AMA friendly.
Right.
Dude, really. Contrasting numbers. I like the kit that Podium Works put out with it was actually a number kit that looked like it was done in black tape, black electrician's tape, but they were actual numbers. I loved it. There's your second through fourth. Your leader already headed up there. It's the 122.
Oh, Schaefer taking a little line.
Oh, look at this.
It's going to hurt him.
Got him.
So that's the 122. That's Jonathan Palmer out of Hummelstown, PA on the Honda.
So Jaden Smeltzer is your leader, the 67. The 122 of Jonathan Palmer, second. Keaton McDade, the 34 in third. Gabriel Clark, the 25 in fourth. Ethan Jarvis, the 15 in fifth. Grayson Richard, the 42X in sixth. Colton Wetchin, the 142 in eighth. Lucas Lekorchik, the 239 in ninth. Mason Mills, the number 29, rounds out the top 10, brought to you by Amalie Oils.
I had to double check it there again. I seen Keegan McDade. Didn't we just see him out there on a Super Mini? And now he's running 250C also.
Yeah. Well, and now next year, Amateur will be 14 years old. Wow. It was 16. It's going to go down to 14. There's the battle for third. McDade and Clark. I'll tell you another one. This just came out of Congress, and if it gets passed, if you jump on a yellow flag, 5 positions.
Jump on a red, right?
10 positions.
And rightfully so.
Minimum.
Yep.
Minimum.
Rightfully so.
It's going with the FIM rules, and it is well overdue.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming for 2026, if it gets passed by the board of directors. But I'm pretty sure it will.
It's a good battle here between the fifth position between Ryder Mulligan and Ethan Jarvis right now. It's a 508 there, Ryder Mulligan.
Ethan Jarvis, the number 15 rider, he's been doing a great job this year. Look at that 250C, and Smeltzer or Palmer nailing the triple. There's
we come from the day the only triples people did back in C Class N is at Wendy's. That's the only way we could get a triple. Oh, yeah.
Ella Martar, first turn. Looking underneath the pump, contacting bridge. There's your second, third, and fourth. There's Smeltzer, Palmer, Keegan McDade, Gabriel Clark, Ryder Mulligan, Ethan Jarvis. That's your top 6. Look at this top 3 battle. Smeltzer, Palmer, McDade. Palmer, McDade, Clark as they come through the Tom Cycle Dragon back. McDade making a push there and makes the pass. Down the Himmler excavating downhill and into the Team Green switchback. Oh, and second place or third place rider goes down.
I think that
so. The 122 of Palmer.
I think that was McDade that went down.
It might be.
He's had a rough go today. If that's the
he
case.
has. So Palmer and Clark. There's your leader of Smeltzer over the Fly Racing Triple. There's Palmer and Clark on 22 and the 25. White flag will be coming out for Jaden Smeltzer.
These races go by so fast because you're so entertained by watching them.
Yeah,
and
me
it's
too.
The laps just click, click, click here.
Elmore to our first turn. Smeltzer makes it through. The number 67 on the Smeltzer's Heating and Cooling Husqvarna out of Shalakta, Pennsylvania. Look at this battle. Farmer and Clark going at it. Clark took a look over his shoulder. Like, I can't believe there's nobody back there.
We need to get a clinic going to teach these guys you can't look back. There's no reason to look back. We're going forward.
So the leader on the top, battle for second on the bottom. As we go to our split screen. Proudly sponsored by RMGSports.net. Next year is going to be Pleasure Valley Motocross, dirt track, jet ski racing, and I'm sure he's going to come up with something else by next year. Oh.
Kind of looked like halfway through that he wasn't sure real quick, so he hipped his way over that very quickly.
Oh yeah, I'd have to check my shorts. Jason Smeltzer, last turn, brings it down to the Pro Action finish line where the checkered flag is waving. So Smeltzer with the win in 250C. Palmer, Clark, let's see them coming through here now. There's Palmer. There's Clark.
Ooh.
Oh, Clark takes second. Palmer in third. Good move. McDade in fourth, Mulligan in fifth, Jarvis in sixth, Wetchen in seventh, Brayson Richard in eighth, Braden Huff in ninth, and Lucas Lakorchek rounds out top 10. Actually, Wetchen in fifth, Brayson Richard seventh, Bryson Baird, Braden Huff eighth, Baird ninth, Lakorchek rounds out the top 10.
Well, you're going to love this, Kevin. This is race 17 plus 60 class. Here we go. These are your competitors.
I'm loving this. Oxygen bottle at the finish line.
They're also going off with the women 12 plus. And the women are going to go off first in this moto.
There's the number 29,
That's the 29 of
Elena Folk. I like Elena. So Cassidy Brown, Elena Folk, Tiffany Finala, Brenda Griffith, Angela Martin, Kelsey Harris, Addison Liberani, Izzy Likens, Angela Wheeler, Macy Newth, Taylor Levitt Gallagher, and Angela Baldessari. And look at this battle for the lead. And it should be, I think it's Addison Liberoni or Kelsey Harris there.
I think that's Kelsey Harris out of Belfont, PA.
Okay, Kelsey Harris. In the chase, there's our leader.
I'm wrong. That's out of Jefferson, Maryland. She rides the 74 Husqvarna Works Connection, Factory Connection, FMF, and FXR.
And Alana Folk doing a great job. On the Egypt Valley Stone, FCR suspension. Arasich Heating and Cooling, Ryko Trucking, 110, 100% OGO ODI, ASV Twin Air, Engine Ice, Yamaha. Out of Wellsburg, West Virginia.
And it looks like
they got her.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kelsey made the pass there.
Up over the Fly Racing triple. Takes the left-hander and into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Green flag is out. Race number 17 is only 3 to go to race number 20, and I believe we're going to take a break after that. It gives a few minutes to get our voices back. So Kelsey Harrison lead, Lena Folk second, Angela Martin in third, Izzy Likens, the number 99 in 4th. Taylor Levick Gallagher in 5th. Tiffany Finale 6th. Angel Wheeler in 7th. Macy Duth in 8th. Addison Liberoni in 9th. And Brenda Griffin rounding out the top 10. That's brought to you by MXTire.com.
Our plus 60 class that's out there, we have the 41 machine of Tom Nagel, the 142 of Michael Esquino, the 278 of Rick Barrett, the 428 of Jeff Safran, the 726 of Curtis Valdesari, and the 735s of J. Mark Nick.
All right, Barrett's your leader, Esquino in 2nd, and Martinsik is 735 3rd. And Tom Nagel, he's still out there. God bless him, in 4th place. Here's the battle for 2nd with Alana Folk and Angela Martin right now, and you can just barely see Izzy Likens just behind him. So Martin Likens and Levick Gallagher going at it as they come up over the MX6 triple-double. There's your leader, Kelsey Harris, coming across the top of the Clayton Brothers Caterpillar off camber.
Everybody's getting used to that off camber and stuff now. Now you know how Jeff is. Intermission, he'll build that right back up, and it'll all.
Oh yeah.
Everything that you knew is gone.
Yep. At least on the exit.
Yes.
There's the 3rd place battle as Martin and Izzy Likens.
Good race going on there.
Absolutely. 2 laps in. We're at the halfway point. Here's the view from the Dunlop Tunnel under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. That's Izzy Likens, number 99. Angela Martin just ahead of her. And there's Taylor Levick Gallagher, 424 back in 5th. There's our leader, Kelsey Harris, running a 1:57, 3 seconds faster than Alana Folk. This is the battle for 3rd. Angela Martin and Izzy Likens.
Yeah, Kelsey running those 157s and Elena running a 2-minute. The next closest lap time to that is a 2:07. So comfortable lead by them.
Good pass there. Izzy Likens. There's your 3rd place just ahead of him. That could be 2nd. Could be Atlanta Folks. Let's see what happens here. Come around the pond turn, headed towards the MX6 triple-double uphill. Used to call it the Stairway to Heaven. Kelsey Harris in the lead, the number 74 rider.
I worked with Buddy Little a little bit yesterday, and we were discussing on the air about the changes of Pleasure Valley throughout the years.
Yeah. There's the white flag. 1 lap to go for Kelsey Harris. Yeah, I remember where the bowl turn is.
Mm-hmm.
That was lead up to the old. That led up to the old finish line.
Mm-hmm. And if you remember also, then you could land off the finish line and you made a left and immediately hooked right behind the starting gate.
Yeah.
Came behind the starting gate to a double sky coaster. That I don't know if these guys nowadays would even see something like that in jumps that are made.
Absolutely. Izzy Likens now up into 3rd place. Angela Martin back into 4th. Taylor Levick Gallagher in 5th. And then it's Tiffany Finale in 6th. Macy Newth in 7th. Angel Wheeler in 8th. Addison Liberoni in 9th. And Brenna Griffin rounding out the top 10. Rick Barrett leading in plus 60. Mike Esquino in 2nd. James Martinsik in 3rd. Tom Nagel 4th. Jeff Safran in 5th. Curtis Valdesari rounds out the top 6. There's a bunch of names in there I used to know.
When you hear people say, "Oh, I wish I could go ride, and I wish I could do this," there's guys at plus 60
yeah.
doing it every weekend.
Oh yeah.
you can still do it. I don't know if your wife would let you do it, but you're still allowed to do it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Of course, now I got a KTM 300, so that makes it a lot easier. But for me, there's no quads, no triples. There may be a couple doubles. There's a lot of singles.
When you get to a certain age, you become the no air club.
Yeah. Hey, I'm 69.
That's right.
I'm approaching the plus 70 club.
Well, I think with the way that the bikes are made now and the fitness and everything that's kind of been in this, I think you might see that.
Yep. All right. Checkered flag is out. So Kelsey Harris with the win. Elena Folk in second. Izzy Likens in third. Angela Martin fourth. Taylor Levick Gallagher in fifth. In the 60-plus class, Rick Barrett with the win. Michael Esquino in second. James Martinsik in third. Tom Nagel in fourth. Jeff Safran fifth. Kurt Valdesari in sixth. What do we got next?
Boy, get ready, because this is basically a shootout. This is the 250 All-Star.
Oh, boy.
And we got the 95 machine of Dylan Barr out of Vienna, Ohio. The 114 of Casey Clark out of Burnville, PA. The 559 of Joseph Shipley out of Indiana, PA on the Kawasaki. The 680 of Briar Stesick on the Kawasaki out of Colliers, West Virginia. And, of course, the 731 of Steve Roman Jr. He can't pass up a chance to race another class.
No, of course. I'm thinking that Stevie Roman will take the whole shot with Shipley second, Casey Clark third, Briar Stesick right there in fourth.
It might be tight with him because, you know, Shipley is a very small-framed person with a lot of power underneath him.
Oh, yeah.
But we all know how Steve knows his track very well, and he can cut that corner off if he gets him.
Yep. On the line, and that is race number 18 out of 20. 2 to go till we get to our halfway point.
We are clicking through them today.
I'll say. Just at noon, and we are just about done.
This is a testament to this place, too, that the organization, everything working together, we get in, get out, everybody gets a race, and everybody's having a good time.
And there's Mr. Shipley.
There he is.
Good guy. We butted heads at regionals a few times, but I respect him. He's a good moto dad, and was a great racer. Oh, what a hang up on the gate there.
Oh.
There goes Stevie. Stevie Roman with the whole shot. .39. I believe that's Shipley second. I just see the number on his back. Good battle for second right now. There's the Yamaha on the outside. And that could be Shipley. Nah, that could be Casey Clark. Let's see. Who's going to step it up? That's a 3-digit, so that's probably Shipley there on the Yamaha. Steve Roman in the lead. There's your second, third, and fourth right there.
I think it's Casey Clark. Yeah, that's Casey Clark.
Casey Clark, okay. New as a Yamaha. He was third into the first turn.
Joseph Shipley, you know, he's not going to be patient here. He wants to get out and get...
Oh, absolutely. He wants to get after Steve Roman. So up over the fly
and
racing triple. There you go.
But
it's age and treachery versus youth and skill.
But you seen that Casey double singled that, and it really was about the same time.
Yep. Yep.
Here he comes. He's going to drag race him, he says.
So Steve Roman in second, the 559. Joe Shipley in second. Casey Clark, the 114 in third. Briar Stesick, the 680 in fourth. But look at Casey Clark keeping the pressure on him as he goes through that LMR tire first turn.
Like you said, you have an 18-year-old and a 41-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can only either have one of two things, and one of them's brains.
And bravado.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Or cojones if you really want to go there.
Right. Yeah.
So here we go. Out of the tail of the dragon, Stevie Roman in the lead as they come down the Himmler excavating downhill into the Team Green switchback. You know, that's still not bad if looking at that turn.
No,
I've seen that get chopped
yeah.
up really bad. And that's 18 motos.
Mm-hmm. And
And
no
it's
rain,
still
and we
happening.
haven't had rain for a month of Sundays, it feels like.
Really?
You know, no.
It's coming tomorrow.
We're good with it as long as it don't come after Thursday.
Yes. And we're not even going to go there.
Yeah, let's just move on.
That's a four-letter word. My mom told me I can't say them.
Yeah, we're going to move on. Shipley's hanging tight, only 2 seconds back from Steve.
And look at that. He sucked that line, and he saw Stevie Roman's
Yes,
line
he
there.
did.
Like,
He
oh,
picked
yeah,
that up.
I can do that. And of course, he's a product of Jones and Roman
Absolutely.
School there.
Anymore, you find that some of the faster kids in this program anymore are from the Jones and Roman program.
Yeah.
My own son had trained with him for years, and you could see the difference.
Yeah, him, Dan Callahan. Some really, really good schools on the East Coast. And, of course, then you got the Lake Sugar Tree with Ryan Smith. And then, of course, down to Jimmy Weinert, JWTR. And, of course, down to SOBMX.
I feel like I'm old now, you know. When I think of Sugar Tree, all I can think of is David Bailey.
Absolutely.
Gary Bailey. You know, like the Bailey
Uncle
School.
Gary.
Right, that's right.
Oh, he beat my hands. Slapped me with a stick.
There probably isn't a motorcycle racer, if you think about it, under 40 that hasn't got the yardstick from him.
Oh, my God. And then you'd pull over, and he'd say, "What do you think?" I said, "Oh, I felt faster that time." And he would go back with the video and go, "Oh, yeah?" And, of course, the camera back then was huge.
Yes.
I'm talking like, you know, we're talking
Beta days.
Yeah. Beta was the thing.
People don't even know what that is. We're probably talking about.
Sony Beta Vision was the best. And of course, Sony did both Beta and VHS, and of course they sold VHS to Panasonic, and Panasonic just put everything out there. So everything commercial was Beta, but everybody had the VHS camera. There we go.
Same with lap 2. They're running. Looking to see what their lap times. They're actually both running a 1:43, but Steve running a 1:43.2, and Joseph 1:43.7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Casey Clark at a 1:44. Briar Stesic 1:46 and Dylan Barr 1:51. Now we didn't get to see what happened to Stesic and Shipley earlier, but there was a big gap there, and Briar Stesic only got 3 laps, so he may have hurt himself in that earlier race.
Well, one thing about Briar, he's a tough kid, man. He'll come back.
Yeah. Through the tail of the dragon. And even Stevie Roman has to do a foot dab there. Of course, he's vertically challenged, so I can understand that.
But the truth being, we went through, this is race 18, we have 2 more to go, and the track has held up that good.
Yeah, there's Joe Shipley and Casey Clark going at it. And of course, this was a transition year for Shipley. He got hurt early on in his spring training. Still gets the triple done. Now that triple probably made up some time.
Yeah.
But when with he and Clark, it was kind of a short takeoff. And Clark and Shipley just about the same time. That one, white flag is out, 1 lap to go for Stevie Roman. 5-lap race in this 250 All-Star shootout.
And for those people at home, they don't realize this probably either. This time he's on a 2-stroke, 250.
Oh, yeah. There's a battle for second. And they are still going out of Casey Clark, really hanging in there with Joe Shipley, trying to keep it honest.
He's going to come on the inside on him. We'll see what happens. Yep, he got on the inside of him and passed him.
Wow.
We still got a lap to go. We'll see how Shipley reacts to it.
Now Shipley on the 2-stroke, Casey Clark on the 4-stroke there, I believe, as they come through the tail of the Dragon.
I think Shipley might be on his 4-stroke this time, right?
Yeah.
Roman's on a 2-stroke.
Yeah. I'd rather be on the 2-stroke.
I think me and you both go that way. The kids that are racing these now and racing the modern 4-strokes, I don't know if they're ever going to want a 4-stroke or a 2-stroke because that's what they kind of grew up on.
Right.
But we grew up on things from air cold.
Look at that. Oh, Stevie Roman on the 2-stroke. And you can just watch him going through there. All he has to do is hit the back brake and drop the front end. It's so easy on a 2-stroke. Well, relatively.
I miss those days. I miss the old 2-strokes, for sure. I said, boy, there was nothing like the sound of a 40-person gate of 125s.
There we go. Checkered flag is out. Stevie Roman will take the win on that Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR2 FXR Scott Dunlop Fuel JRMX Fast Track Moto SoCol Department of Power FMF KMS Heating and Cooling Kawasaki out of Export, Pennsylvania.
You got Casey Clark coming in second, Joseph Shipley bringing in third, Briar Stesick fourth, and Dylan Barr rounding out the top 5.
Race number 19 on the line. And it's the 45 plus and the Clydesdales. Plus 250, and that is 250 pounds. Now, I don't know. I don't know whether we. I guess the AMA would not require a weigh-in for that.
Nah.
I could sweat off 5 pounds on that track right now.
I don't know right now if I could walk around this track, let alone ride it.
Good point. I think that's the 930 Galen Dixon there. And that 45 plus. And late sign in. I'd almost guarantee it. Up over the Fuel Factory MX launch. And that's a 33 of Jared Johnson.
33 of Jared Gaunt.
Yep. Neil Hart, I believe, in third. Oh, look at that. That's the battle for second. Down the Hillman Excavating, downhill into the Team Green switchback.
The 930 machine, I'm pretty sure that's Dixon out in front.
Had a lot of years racing against him.
I don't know if Galen's ever stopped.
No.
And he shouldn't. Good for him.
Yeah. There's a battle for second as they head up over the Fly Racing triple. Around the Cleveland Brothers, Cat off camber. Boy, that top line is devolved there.
What?
There's the green flag. Galen Dixon in the lead. Adam Russler, number 15, second. Jared Gonson, number 33, in third. Neil Hart, the 27, in fourth. So Russler made a good charge there. Dixon through the LMR tire first turn. There's an overhead view of the head of the Dragon, and the Fuel Factory launch onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback.
What a view.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Kirk Rogers is leading the Clydesdale class with Ben Kiefer coming in second so far. Zebediah Scott in third on a 629 Honda.
A 300-pound Zebediah. That's biblical right there.
Yeah.
I'd expect that.
Yeah.
There's your second place. That's Rustler, the number 15. Adam Rustler. And
Jared
out of Lewistown, Pennsylvania on the KTM. He's a youngster. He's only 45.
He's getting there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's getting there. He's nowhere close, but he's getting there.
Jared Gons third, Neil Hart fourth, Roy Weibel in fifth, and Kurt Valdesari rounds out the top six in the 45 plus. Dixon brings it down to put lap number 2 in. Around the turn over the top of the Dunlop tunnel. To the Illinois Tire first turn. And into the head of the Dragon. So Galen Dixon powering through there. Tom Cycle. Beautiful view there by Sky King of the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Oh, lapper up ahead there. Dixon does the outside in. Down the Himmler excavating downhill and into the team green. I'll tell you what, that outside line there is very nice. Just amazing. 19 races in, and this track has not gone away yet. Now, granted, if you're on a 50 or 65,
Sure.
it's deep.
But I like to punish them anyhow. So you know what? Let's have some fun and get punished while we're at it. You know, I know if I was making this call right now, we'd be going straight to it. And let's see it. But no, the truth is, it'll be better racing once they mix it up. It'll even get better as they go. They do a little track maintenance.
Absolutely. Throw a little bit of water so it doesn't go away. And just a few tweaks. Galen Dixon down that long straightaway to get the white flag. 1 lap to go. Running a 156.391. Adam Rustler last lap was a 156 or 157.339. And actually Dixon actually went faster this time. Rustler too, he's at a 158.581. Still 2 seconds slower than Dixon, but I'll take that. 7 seconds back. Jared Gons at a 2:05 in third. That's consistent. Neil Hart in fourth. Roy Weibel in fifth. Valdesari in sixth. Simon in seventh. And the Clydesdales, Kirk Rogers still in the lead. Ben Kiefer in second. Zeb Scott in third. Mark Claypool rounds out the top 4. Dixon on the Hillman downhill.
Even there, like when you see him going down that downhill, you and I both know how braking bumped that hill can get.
It's not that bad.
It's very nice.
So again, it's probably going to be a quick break, but they'll take a break. That'll give time to get water out to the flaggers, get everybody back underway. And just a leisurely Sunday. Love and life.
Galen's just out on a nice Sunday stroll right now.
Up over the Fly Racing triple. Makes a left-hander And one last time through the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. And there's the checkered flag for Galen Dixon. So, first half of the day is now over. Oh, we got one more.
Yeah, we got another one yet.
Jeez.
Well, we can't forget the Bombers and the plus 55 guys. Now, the
Oh,
kids.
The plus 55. You would think Galen Dixon would be out for that one.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he turned around and he went right back to the gate. I've seen that out of him before.
Usually it's Barry Carson that does that.
Yeah. Suzuki's favorite employee, Barry Karsten.
So Rustler in second, Jared Gons third, Neil Hart fourth, Roy Weibel in fifth, Kurt Valdesari in sixth, Greg Simmon in seventh, Kirk Rogers taking the win in the Clydesdales, Zeb Scott in second, Ben Kiefer third, and Mark Claypool rounds out the top four. Last moto of the first round. Yeah, okay, I was ready. I was ready for that break.
It's okay. It's yours. You know, it's all that delicious food you smell from the concession stand here.
Oh, yeah.
And so you're thinking, maybe I want a hot dog. Maybe I want some.
I'm going to go see Jam. 5:38.
No, that would be the 9:30 of Galen Dixon.
Galen Dixon, he did it.
That was why we were holding it up. He just came off the finish line and he went right to another race.
Oh, my goodness. It doesn't matter to him.
No.
Said, dude, I got plenty of gas.
I got to think if you
I
had
got a drink of water. I'm good.
I got to think if you had a 55-gallon tank, you might not see him for a couple days.
Galen Dixon. Another Suzuki Ironman.
Another one who's out here with him this time is the legendary Ralph Bentley.
Oh, good.
And he's out there on a Suzuki. So good representation in the class.
Oh, my goodness. Bentley's on a Suzuki today?
I think he is. I think that's him right there.
That's got to be a KTM. He's a KTM dealer. Look at him. He's looking all trim. I love it.
What kind of bike is that? That is a Suzuki.
I don't know. All right, it says Suzuki.
He's experimenting today. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Somebody lent him a
Yeah.
bike.
Hey, take this out for me.
Oh, my goodness. See if it runs good. There's a battle for third. Well, somewhat of a battle.
They're also out there with the bomber class, too, which means that the bikes are 10 years older.
You're 55 years old. That's a tight battle.
You kind of think about it after you turn like 40, 45. It's like if you're on the same straightaway, it's a battle.
Yeah. Dixon gets lap number one in under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tire first turn. Bentley on a Suzuki in second. Eric Tautkus, the 03 in third place. Rick Barrett, the 278 in fourth. Matt Sempa, the 18 rider, rounds out the top five.
Oh, look at that KX250, huh?
Yeah. The bomber class, Jonathan Wells, the 477 is your leader. Ryan Bernheimer, the 837 in second. Matt Bailey, the 268 in third. And thank God none of them are 10 years old. So Dixon, Bentley, Tautkus, Barrett, Sempa, and Smetanek. In the 55 plus, Wells, Bernheim, and Bailey. Matthew Bailey rounds out the top three in the bomber class. Through the Cernic's Racing Bull Turn and up over the Fly Racing Triple, Galen Dixon. No, It's not a time warp. He did it. He's back out there. .930 versus the 31. They've gone at it a few times. Carson and Dixon.
Oh.
And it's funny because Carson's still just as fiery now as he was then.
When a guy like Barry, you're not changing him at this point.
No.
I don't know if you ever were going to change him, but there might have been a window where you might have had an opportunity.
Yeah, when he was 14 or 15.
Right.
Galen Dixon representing Suzuki well, as is Ralph Bentley, which I'm going to have to give him grief for later, because I was like, seriously, dude, you're a KTM dealer.
Here you thought, here's Andy. He's new to this up here. He even thinks Ralph Bentley's on a Suzuki. I had to double look at it because I wasn't sure
I was
either.
like, well, maybe it's a really, really bright orange.
Yeah. Did he put like a weird graphics kit on his KTM?
There's second and third, Bentley and Talcus. And okay, I can see that is green. There's Galen Dixon through the Cernic Racing full turn up over the Fly Racing triple. Takes a left-hander. And I think he can smell that white flag from there.
He probably can.
Yeah.
Not that he cares, because if he had to race the next moto, he'd just pull over and go right back to the gate.
Exactly. Because he can.
Yes.
Me, I'd be like, what do you mean there's another lap left?
I would need 4 days of physical therapy.
Under the Plum Contracting Bridge and through the Elomar first turn. One last time. I'll tell you what, though. His drive home, his fingers are going to lock up on that steering wheel that you wouldn't believe.
If he's real nice, maybe she'll drive for him. You know.
Oh.
I don't know. I shouldn't say nothing because obviously we're broadcasting, but man, if I'm in the car with my wife, I don't know if I can sleep.
I'm not going there. Yeah. Just on the chance that my wife would be listening to this. Yes, dear, you can drive. I'll go to sleep.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's my wife driving or just my anxiety because I'm not.
I'm not going anywhere near that. Yes, dear, you're right. Through the Team Green switchback. Yeah, that's how I've stayed married for 13 years. Up over the MX6, triple-double. Anything but the subject matter at hand. We're not even going there. Right. And all the wives that are sitting in the living room right now are turning around looking at the husband like,
yeah, sorry, guys.
Just react.
Sorry, guys. I kind of set you up on that one.
Because you're cooking on the grill, because I'm not. The men are afraid. It's like being in the elevator and the number, the 10 comes walking on. And you just look at the numbers in front of the elevator screen like, just freaking shoot me. I'm not saying a word. I know she's staring at me, waiting for a reaction. All right, Galen Dixon takes the win. And, guess what? We got Micro 2s on the line.
Micro 2s on the line. We've been
now
waiting
you
for that.
have to dig through and find the Micro 2s.
No, I think I actually left it in the same order, but we will look and see.
This is Moto 1. This is the Micro 2s that we were missing a class on. And you can't even find them, can you?
No, not yet. Micro 3. Micro 2, 4
There we
to
go.
6. There we go. And it should be 2 gates on this, right? It should be Micro 3, 7 to 8 with it, too.
No, Micro 3 went already.
Oh, that's right.
See?
You're on it. That's why you do
I'm
this
old.
all the time.
I got a yes steer out of him. All right, into the first turn. It's the number 39 of Rivers Rice. Saving the best for last. He's back out there. Otto Gardner out there, Hudson Whippo, Billy Phelps, Franco Palumbo, Jimmy Wenger. A lot of fast riders. Rivers Rice on the podium works MX6, Cobra Elite, MX Tire, Dunlop, Driven, Catalyst, Thor, Cobra, out of Fombell in the lead. Through the tail of the dragon. Down the Himmler excavating downhill. See if we can get a number on that second place rider. Through the Team Green switchback down to the pond turn. Little numbers and seriously blind. Up through the MX6 triple double. There's our leader. Rivers Rice. Oh, he's going all the way outside now.
Yeah, and here we are, like we were saying, we're 20 motos in, and the small wheel bikes are the last moto of our set, and they're still going around fine.
Oh, you said that now.
Oh, yeah, I just cursed some kid, I'm sure.
There's Rivers Rice.
I'll be wearing a different hat outside of the building because I don't want 50 parents waiting on me.
They love me anyway. Green flag is out, so Rivers Rice in the lead. Heads towards the Dunlop MX tire turn.
50 parents are just passionate. That's what everybody misunderstands.
Nolan Rich, the 528 in second. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. So Nolan Rich, the 528 in second. You can see him coming up under the Plum Contracting Bridge, headed towards the LMR tire turn. Deegan Curl, the 130 in third. Otto Gardner, the 226 in fourth place. Franco Palumbo, the 80X in fifth. So Palumbo in fifth, and there are 13 riders in this class. And they have spaced out that much, that quickly. Nolan Rich, 10 seconds behind Rivers Rice. Deegan Curl, 13 behind him. Otto Gardner's right on his back fender. Then Franco Palumbo, 8 seconds behind the fourth place rider. And sixth place, 25 seconds behind fifth. So yeah, Micro 2, 4 to 6. On the big track, it's hurting them. I mean, they're making it. As we look at our leader, and there's second, headed into the Team Green switchback. Rivers Rice is up over top of the MX6 triple double now. There's the leader. Look how wide he's taking that bowl turn now.
My.
Yeah, I'm searching for clean dirt.
That's because if he goes in the inside, the bike just stops, and he's there.
Yeah. And they're doing the big track. They're doing the off-camber.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody taking the sissy la-la line today.
No, I mean, these kids that are out there right now, I mean, our 50 groups that are out there right now, there's some amazing riders right now.
Absolutely.
Like one of them being not even here today because he won last night in Las Vegas was Maverick Chan. One of the local riders.
Oh, he took the win last night?
He did take the win last night. and Cade's Swartfarger took the 3rd position. So
fantastic.
Great.
I was wondering where they were.
Great representation.
Rivers Rice over top of the Dunlop Tire Tunnel, under the Plum Contracting Bridge, into the LMR Tires first turn. 2 laps in. And Nolan Rich just crossing the Pro Action finish line. 21 seconds back.
On lap 2, wow.
Rivers Rice running a 2:25, 9:34. Nolan Rich in second at a 2:36. That's 11 seconds back, 7:33. (21 seconds back, 11 seconds slower. Deegan Curl about 15 seconds behind the second place rider, Nolan Rich. Oh, and he got past. So Otter Gardner has moved up into 3rd. Deegan Curl back into 4th. Franco Palumbo rounds out the top 5. There's our leader headed down the Himmler Excavating downhill. So we'll be taking a break after this and be coming back on the RMGSports.net network as we got to recharge our paperwork.
That'll give everybody time to go get their snacks and everything like that, and their sandwiches and everything.
Us
that
too.
way to sit. Yeah, well, of course, we have to refuel ourselves. But to get everybody ready to go, and then you can spend the afternoon with us.
And we're looking forward to that. Even so, I mean, 21 races, and it's still not 1 o'clock yet.
You shouldn't say that. No, I do think that we'll be getting through this very good today.
Absolutely.
But look at that off camera. That is so good looking. Probably not to these guys, but to the fans it is.
Absolutely. Rivers Rice brings her around, gets the white flag, 1 lap to go. Nolan Rich in 2nd, Otto Gardner in 3rd, Deegan Curl in 4th, Franco Palumbo in 5th, Colin Work in 6th, James Wenger in 7th, Rogan Markle in 8th, Axel Rurik in 9th, and William Phelps rounding out the top 10. Brought to you by Defiance Lifestyles. The leader through the LMR Tires first turn. And no, that's not second place. Van Russler just made his 2nd lap. He's in 12th position. Rivers Rice on his 3rd. Nolan Rich is 49 seconds back now. He ran a 2:51, so Rivers Rice 30 seconds faster on the last lap. He was a 2:23, 6:29. Nolan Rich at a 2:51, 4:26. Rivers Rice on a roll. Roland Rivers. Down the Himmler downhill into the Team Green switchback.
Kudos to Rivers, man. He's got some excellent line choices.
He does.
He seems to be
keeping
out of all the wrong lines.
Well, let's face it, right now he can do that.
Yes.
But he's running a 2:23.
Yeah. See, he sensed that kid was moving to the outside. He just waited, and he'll pass him at the right time.
Yep. You're in first. Don't ride stupid.
You can't win a race in one turn, but you can certainly lose it.
Oh, yeah, you can. I've done it many times.
Self-control is key.
Oh.
It's a very hard thing to do.
Well, again, it's like, I'm going to take the inside. You want the outside? You want to pass me on the outside? Go for it. If you pass me, you absolutely deserve it. And the checkered flag is out. So Rivers Rice with the win. Nolan Rich will take 2nd. Deegan Curl in 3rd. Otto Gardner 4th. Franco Palumbo in 5th. Colin Work in 6th. Wenger in 7th, Markle in 8th, Rarick in 9th, and Bill Phelps rounds out the top 10. So again, for Andy Folk and myself, Kevin Baylor, the Moto Mouth, we will be back shortly on the RMGsports.net as we get ready for the second Motos round coming to you. Thanks.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star Powersports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30 just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star Powersports Bedford County.
5-star Powersports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, Ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tom Yad here, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Just Moto, Ride MX34.
I'm Hunter Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Hayden Deegan, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lyons, ride Dunlop MX34.
would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at OnTrack School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out OnTrack School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Valley Automotive Group and Valley Truck Centers are the proud supporters of pro supercross rider Jeremy Hand. We've been a motocross supporter for years and big fans of Pleasure Valley and its top-rated owner-operator Jeff Cernic. Good luck to all this season from Valley.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernic Cycle World, your premier powersports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also Kia. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernic deal. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernics.com.
That's good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The history of Loretta Lynn's deepens. 30 championships, all backed by Dunlop motorcycle tires.
Kid's got heart.
Win the title, Casey Cochran. His family Stallings.
Got our GMX MX14 ready to go.
Jack Spinning.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star powersports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star powersports Bedford County.
5-star powersports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tom Young here, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Just Mota, ride MX34.
I'm Hunter Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Hayden Deegan, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lyons, ride Dunlop MX34.
would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at OnTrack School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out OnTrack School at OnTrackSchool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com, check it out.
Valley Automotive Group and Valley Truck Centers are the proud supporters of pro Supercross rider Jeremy Hand. We've been a motocross supporter for years and big fans of Pleasure Valley and its top-rated owner-operator Jeff Cernic. Good luck to all this season from Valley.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernic Cycle World, your premier powersports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also Kia. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units, ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernic Steel. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernics.com.
That's good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The history of Loretta Lynn's deepens. 30 championships, all backed by Dunlop motorcycle tires.
Team's got heart.
Win the title, Casey Cochran. It's Alex Owens.
Got our GMX MX14 ready to go.
Kevin Jack Spinning.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star powersports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star powersports Bedford County.
5-star powersports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, Ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tom Young here, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Josh Mota, Ride MX34.
I'm Hunter Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Hayden Deegan, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lyons, Ride Dunlop MX34.
afternoon and welcome back to Pleasure Valley. It's time for Moto 2s as we get set to go. The track is getting ready and we're here for Moto number 2 of the PAMX MDRA Summer Clash right here at Pleasure Valley. We had some great motos in Moto number 1 and we are getting ready for Moto number 2 as the track maintenance is finishing up right now, and Moto number 1 is on the line. In the 40 plus A class in Moto number 1, the win went to the number 14 of Casey Clark out of Burnville, Pennsylvania. Second place going to the 24 of Sam Forrester out of Elkton, Maryland. Third going to the 930 of Galen Dixon out of Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth going to the 65 Gary Neff out of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. Fifth to the 27 of Neil Hart out of Delmont, Pennsylvania. In the 40 plus BC, the win went to the 21X of Brad McClellan out of Pittsburgh. Second going to the 33X of Jared Gons out of Fannisburg, Pennsylvania. Third going to the 52 Jake Reimer out of Valencia. Fourth to the 392 of Michael Stover out of Millhall. Fifth going to the number 21X of Jim Dobbs out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. So great start, got a nice breeze. The track was in excellent condition. Of course, they cleaned it up just because that's the way Jeff Cernic's team does it. Big thanks out to Himmler Excavating. They are the masters of this track, and of course they use the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar equipment, and we're certainly glad for that. So we got a lot going on this afternoon. The again, ready for Moto number 1. They're just finishing up the start line right now, and as we get ready to go with Moto number 2, race number 1, and again, this is all a preview of next weekend, because Friday we are going to be on fire. It's going to be a barn burner. Whoa, Nelly. Yes, sir. Starting off with practice on Friday, leading into the West Kane Last Man Standing. And then Saturday and Sunday, it's all motos, both days, with a chance at the golden ticket to go to Pastrana Land down outside of Annapolis, Maryland. So we're having a great time getting ready for it. As you look down at the Jones and Roman start line, and we have Moto number 1 on the line, the 40 plus A and the 40 plus BC. So again, welcome back. Andy Folk is here, and we're getting ready to go with our second set of motos, and we'll do our best to entertain you. If nothing else, you can laugh at us.
We're good for that.
We're good for that. All right, so Moto number 1 on the line. Again, they're finishing up right now, and we will be underway momentarily. Hello and welcome back. Andy, you at least make me look better, you know?
Well, yeah, when you get people ugly in a booth, you know what I mean? It has to make it better.
No, it's we're up here and loving life in our little shed in the world. I see the card is coming up, and we are getting ready to go with Moto number 1, 40 plus A, 40 plus BC, and there they go.
We'll see if Casey Clark can pull off another one, but it doesn't look like.
Oh, he wanted to, but no. Looks like the 930 Galen Dixon. Yeah, he won the last 2 motos. So now he's out there in the lead. I saw the 14 of Casey Clark. And look at this, they're side by side. We got a battle going up over the Fuel Factory launch and across Tom's Cycle dragging back.
Clark came out like dragging back. There was a lot of speed coming out the inside here, made it go like that. And once again, these guys get out on a freshly groomed track.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, life is good. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's just absolutely mint. Yeah, that would be heaven.
Yeah. I'm not going to go chocolate cake, but it does look like some brownie mix in there for sure.
Oh, yeah. Much better. There's our leader. That's Casey Clark coming up over the fly triple. So there's a good look from Sky King. Galen Dixon over top of the Dunlop Tire Tunnel into the LMR first turn. This still shows Clark ahead, so Dixon in second, Sam Forrester in third, Dave Struble in fourth, Neil Hart in fifth, Jerry Neff in sixth. In the 40-plus class, Brad McClellan, who had the win in Moto number 1, is leading. Jared Gonson second, Michael Stover in third, Tom Nagel in fourth, Chris Joy in fifth, Jim Dobbs in sixth. So we look back here, you see it should be Clark and Dixon right there. MX6 triple double. Actually, that's Clark there going over the triple. That's Dixon on the Kawasaki behind him, and then Dave Forrester on the Sam Forrester on the Husqvarna in third. Clark on lap number 2. Goes through the traps, running a 144.663. Look at the gap over second. Wow.
Yeah, live timing shows it almost 13 seconds on second place already.
Oh my goodness. Alan Dixon second after the LMR Tires first turn. Forrester now in second, Dixon in third. Huh. Dixon 12 seconds off of Casey Clark's lap time. Struble in third, Neff in fourth, Neil Hart Neff in fifth, Hart in sixth. McClellan, Gaunt, Stover, Nagel, Joy, that's the top 5 in the 40-plus BC. So, up over the triple-double. Clark powering down in the little valley there into the Cernic Racing bull turn. And up over the Fly Racing triple. There's your second place rider. That is Sam Forster. And he's up over the Fly Racing triple. White flag is out, 1 lap to go for Casey Clark. There's Casey Clark, the 14. already lapping some people. It's coming up on the 40 plus BC. Down to the tail of the Dragon, and he's got all kinds of people in front of him. 40 plus BC. I guarantee you those are the Sea Riders portion of that race. Down the Himmler excavated downhill into the Team Green switchback. Around the pond turn. It's amazing how quickly you can track that the lines right back in there. Still, there is a bottom to him now instead of before when it was just a deep berm rut. Casey Clark one last time in this class.
One of the things that's nice about these guys being out there first, too, is they'll develop good lines.
Oh, yes.
It's if we sent out a group
C
of
class.
40 C class, there would be jade out turns, there'd be figure eights all through it.
So Casey Clark gets the win. Samuel Forrester second, Galen Dixon third, Dave Struble fourth, Gary Neffen fifth in the 40 plus BC. Brad McClellan with the win, Jared Gonson second, Michael Stover third, Tom Nagley in fourth, and Jake Reimer will round out the top five. Next up, race number 2, 65 711 Open. Moto number 1, the 73 of Caverick Stewart took the win. Second place went to the 126 of Tate Bowano out of Latonia, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Third place going to the 404 Dax Dinkfeld out of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Fourth going to the 70 of Brad Gardner out of Roughdale, Pennsylvania. Fifth going to the 38 of Kent Griffith out of Home, Pennsylvania. Sixth going to the 59 of Jake Day out of Reynoldsville, Pennsylvania. Seventh going to the 901 of Ryder Laux out of Roughdale. Eighth to the 79 of Angelo Palumbo out of New Kensington. Ninth to the 65 of Jaden Reicher out of Kersey. And rounding out the top 10, the 164 of Hudson Utz out of Folensby, West Virginia. Here we go into the first turn. See if it's going to be Caverick Stewart. Yes, it is. Caverick Stewart into the lead, and that's Dax Dinkfeld in second. So Dax getting a better start this time. Ended up third last moto. Now he's second. Pretty evenly spaced as they come into the head of the Dragon. Now up over top of the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Caverick Stewart, a man on a mission. There's the tail of the Dragon. Dinkfeld's got his hands full. Second through six is a tight grouping as they come down the hill. Okay, we're going to take it down to Bruce.
How you doing today?
I'm good.
Yeah, how's the track working for you?
The track was good. They did track work, so it was pretty smooth, pretty wet, but it was fun. Got the hose shot, led, went down, was able to keep the lead, but it was a lot of fun. I'd like to thank Jeff at MX Tire, Elite Decals, Pro Action, and Bentley's.
All right, well, congratulations, Brad.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. And back up to the track. Caverick Stewart bringing it around in lap number 1. As we watch him come through here, green flag's out, and we are underway. And now showing Kent Griffith in the lead. Jacob Day in second. I think we're missing some people here. Yeah, that's not correct.
All right, Jared, you got 2 seconds. That gives you a second overall, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. Second place today. Yeah, I got off to some good starts there right behind Brad. He's running a good pace, so it's hard to pass him. He did go down in the second moto, but he was up by the time I was coming by, and he went right back by me. So I'd like to thank Fly Racing, Ride by Design Suspension, my girlfriend Amanda for helping me out at the races, and Jeff Cernic for putting on a good event. The track's always great. Thank you.
Congratulations, man. I'm sure you'll see you again.
All right, man.
All right. Well, we got some some bad information coming through. I think it's the last race, but I know for a fact that that's the 73 of
should be Stewart.
Caverick Stewart in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. Caverick definitely jumped out to a start there. I just think we're waiting for an update here from live timing and scoring. These guys being the second race of the second motos, of course, they got a nice track also. So there we go. Now with the timing and scoring update, we got Caverick Stewart in the lead with Tate Boano in second, and Daxon Dinkfeld following up in third, and Bradley Gardner on the number 70 Cobra.
Sorry about that. We were getting some bad information. I had to get out there and text E-Score. It's like, yo, dude.
We need the
moto.
goods.
So Caverick Stewart rolling around this track. Boano now in second, Dax Dinkfeld in third, Brad Gardner fourth, Kent Griffith in fifth, Jake Day in sixth, Zayden Reicher in seventh, Brock Conley in eighth, Hudson Utz in ninth, and Braxton Adams rounds out the top 10. In the overall, it will be Caverick Stewart, Tate Boano second, and Dax Dinkfeld third on the podium. And we see the Team Green switchback. With Stewart heading up the MX6 triple-double. Oh, no, that's him. That's him and the just ahead in the Cernic Racing Bull Turn. That was second, third, and fourth that we were seeing there. Boano, Dinkfeld, and Gardner. White flag will be coming out this time around. Boy, has that off-camera exit ever changed.
We'll give it a couple motos and then we'll see what it looks like again.
White flag. Doesn't look like they did anything to it, though. I think they left it alone.
I think they shaped it just a little bit down on the bottom, and that was it. They did a really good job on the track today. I don't think there was much maintenance really needed, just a little cleanup here and there. I mean,
now first turn and a few other deep ruts. So Boano, the 126 in second on the Husqvarna. Then it's a couple Cobras, Dax Dinkfeld and Brad Gardner for third and fourth. And we see Caverick Stewart coming through the tail of the Dragon. Down that Himmler Excavating downhill. And the Team Green switchback. There's your second place. That's Boano. And Caverick Stewart 10 seconds ahead. Boano. And then Dinkfeld 7 seconds behind Buono. You see them exiting the pond turn, headed up the MX6 triple double.
Oh, there was somebody down on the double there. Didn't affect the leader. Hopefully it doesn't affect anybody behind him either.
Yeah. Kyrick Stewart bringing it in for the checkered flag as he heads towards that pro action finish line. Kyrick Stewart with the win.
Our first moto winner of the day.
Tate Buono brings it in second. Dax Dinkfeld coming in third. Brad Gardner in fourth. Kent Griffith in fifth. And that's the way the top 5 will finish. So Kyrick Stewart getting the trophy and set for next week. Here we are at the Jones and Roman start line.
With Mike Jones holding the gate down, that's it.
Yeah. Because he can.
Yes. He has earned that right.
Absolutely. So, Open A 250B, the win went to Stevie Roman, the 731 from Export, Pennsylvania. In Moto 1, second was the 437 of Vinny Luhovi out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Third going to the 14 of Casey Clark from Burnville, Pennsylvania. Fourth, the 95 of Dylan Barr from Vienna, Ohio. And fifth, the 477 Jonathan Wells from Dayton, Pennsylvania. In the 250B, the 559 Joe Shipley took the win. Second went to the 209 of Cole Lute out of Clymer. Third went to the Shane Bartow. Up to the first turn, and it's the 731. No, that's the 437. That is Vinny Luhovi with the whole shot. We said that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
2-1 beats a 1-2.
That's exactly right.
But it ain't over yet. The obese lady has not warbled.
And that dog will hunt that's in second place.
Now, Vinny knew he had to get that. Now all the pressure's on Stevie Roman.
Looked like Dylan Barr got into third position on the 98 machine. Let's see.
As they head up over the Fly Racing triple. And look at that line. Wow. Steve Roman sitting there studying it, the rider ahead of him. Watch all his lines before you decide you're going to pull the plug on yours. Luhovi and Roman through the yellow mark tire first turn. Into the head of the Dragon. Up over the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Again, big thanks to Tom Cycle for sponsoring our race today. The Summer Clash final shootout. It's the battle for third. And yesterday was actually the last day of summer.
Unfortunately, I heard that.
I live in Florida, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this move. What a battle.
Between Wells and Clark, this is definitely going to shape up to be a good one.
Luhovi and Roman. going at it. Roman tossed it in there and didn't quite have enough. But he's trying to get in Vinny's head. Although I don't know whether that's a good place I'd want to go. Roman's still hanging in there. Shipley in the lead in 250B. Cole Lute second, Shaden Bardo third, Cole Covert fourth, and Nathan Deans, number 20 run, that's out the top 5. Stesic in 6. Here's the battle for third. That's Wells and Casey Clark going at it. Jonathan Wells, a 477, and 14 to Casey Clark. Come through the tail of the Dragon. Two really good battles going on there right now. Of course, we're not seeing. Actually, Shipley and Cole Lute, only 3 seconds separating them.
Yeah.
So that's another good battle.
Got to give props to Cole Lute. I mean, he hasn't rode in quite some time. He's been out with a little bit of a problem with his back, and way to show up and come back out and be hitting with these guys right off the bat, second place. Good ride.
So Vinny Lahovey, and wow, he gapped Stevie Roman. Roman must have had a problem there. Yeah, he's 4 seconds back now. And there's Jonathan Wells and Casey Clark. They come through the traps. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR Tire first turn. Into the head of the Dragon. Over the Fuel Factory launch. And through the Tom Cycles Dragon Pack. So Open A, 5-lap race. 3 in. The white flag will be coming out this time around.
Clark was going to go around the outside and lost the rear end.
Wow. Lahovey brings it around to get the white flag. 1 lap to go. Turning to 138, 124. He's going faster as the time goes on. Stevie Roman 9 seconds back now, the 731. Jonathan Wells in third. Casey Clark in fourth. That's a tight battle. Wells turning to 142, 328. Casey Clark to 143, 309. They're off the pace of Roman, but it's still a good battle between Wells and Clark. Later, headed up over the MX6. Joe Shipley still leading Cole Lute. And now Lute about 6 seconds back. Shaden Bartow in third, Briar Stasek in fourth, Landon George in 5th. That's in the 250B. Vinny Lahovey bringing it around for the checkered flag. And Lahovey will take the overall with a 2-1. Steve Roman will be coming in second. And here is Wells and Clark coming through the off-camber. And Wells will come in just ahead of Clark for 3rd and 4th. Dylan Barr 5th, Axel Neff 6th, Wenger in 7th. Still waiting for the 250B. They'll be heading through here shortly. And hey, let's get ready for race number 4.
Race number 4 is going to be our PeeWee Open 4 to 8 gas and electric. We had our Motor 1 winner was going to be Colwell out of Knox, PA, finishing second. Find a sheet.
Yeah, not showing it, huh? Here we go into the first turn, and it's the 39.
That's going to be Rivers Rice again.
Now Rivers Rice with the whole shot. No big surprise on that one.
No. He has definitely been on his A game today. It's pretty impressive to see him come up over the fuel factory launch and pretty much get that on a 50.
Oh, yeah. So around to the tail dragon he goes. And there's the exodus of Moto parents.
The mass exodus.
Living vicariously. So the leader should be, there's our leader just coming around the pond. Look at the lead he's got already. Whoa, Nelly. Makes it up around the MX6 triple-double. Now into the Cernic Racing bowl turn. And up over the Fly triple. There's the battle for third right there. Second place at the top of the screen. Oh, look out.
He's already completed lap 1.
So Rivers Rice completing lap 1. Up over the Dunlop tire tunnel jump. And that's Cole Caldwell, the 80X, in second place. Nick Black, the 100, in third. Cash McKnight, the 21, in fourth. Rowan Stiles, the 17, in fifth. Nolan Ridge, the 528, in sixth. Here's the battle for third going into the LMR tire first turn. That's Black and McKnight. As they head down to the head of the dragon. I love a downhill sweeper. Battle for third right there. You see McKnight closing on Black. Through the tail of the dragon, headed down towards the Himmler downhill section. Oh, little bobble there by the fourth place rider. Rivers Rice, 8 seconds ahead of Colwell in second. And then Black and McKnight both having a good battle going. Tightest battle on the track right now. Leader on the top, third and fourth on the bottom. Almost looks like he's on a 125.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what timing and scoring says, but he's got a pretty good lead. He had like an 8-second lead at the end of lap 1.
And I know it's more than that now. Colwell in second. Just coming through, so he is 12 seconds back now. Rivers Rice at a 2:13 and Colwell at a 2:17. The best battle on the track, Nick Black is in third, Cash McKnight in fourth. They're running 2:23 and 2:25. So respectively 10 and 15 and 12 seconds behind Rivers Rice.
And for most people, 12 seconds is a big lead on big bikes.
Oh yeah.
On a little bike, it's even.
Oh, it's yeah. Rowan Stiles has joined into the battle for third now. He's only 4 seconds behind McKnight. McKnight's worried about Black. He's going to have to take a listen over his shoulder.
Yeah, because Stiles wants that podium.
Oh, absolutely.
Stiles has to get past McKnight to get it too. This is one of those motos, I think 1 through 7, you could probably back and forth to see who could end up on a podium here.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So it's Rice, Colwell second, Black third, McKnight fourth, Stiles fifth, Nolan Rich in sixth, Bertuzzi in seventh, Burgee in eighth, Rustler in ninth, and Oakley Harkins rounding out the top 10. That's brought to you by the Whole Shot Cafe and Diner. Oh, that middle line was looking pretty nice right there, going through the Caterpillar off camber.
One lap to go for Rivers.
Roland Rivers. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tower first turn. Across the dragon back they go. Rivers Rice. Using another solar system.
That lap actually, Colwell looked like he kept up with it, but the gap didn't change much on that. So maybe Rivers is just settling in.
Yeah, Colwell actually picked up the speed.
Yeah.
He's running a 2:13 versus Rivers Rice with the 2:12. Still a 12-second gap. But Colwell finding the burst of speed. As Rivers Rice around the pond turn, headed up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Into the Cernic Racing bowl turn. Headed to the checkered flag. One last time in this race, going through the Cat off camber. He's just got such a nice flow going right now. He slowed up a little bit, like, yeah, I'll let them go. They'll get their last lap. Nice guy. All right, so Rivers Rice takes the win. Cole Caldwell in second. Let's see the Nick Black Cash McKnight battle. See how that comes up. There they come. And Rowan Stiles. Wow. Now, wait a minute. McKnight gets third, Black in fourth.
Yeah.
Rowan Stiles hopefully in fifth. As it stands right now, though, Cole Colwell will take the overall with a 1-2. Nick Black with a 2-4 comes in second. Cash McKnight third. Max Rustler fourth. Wait a minute, where's Rivers Rice? That's not.
Rivers. It's going to show Rivers in the 7th position because he had a 12th in the first moto.
But they're not showing Rivers Rice on. Okay, they're showing him 7th. A 12th and a 1st. Okay, so 7th overall. So Colt Caldwell will take the overall. Nick Black second, Cash McKnight third, Max Rustler in fourth. That's right, he did crash.
He did. Yeah, race number 5, we have 125C and plus 30C back. 125C, this ought to be a good race. Plus 30C is always good also. In the 125C, we had Galen Wenrick with the win in Moto 1. We had Jaden Smeltzer out of Shalakta, PA, in the finishing second, and Joseph Feidler in the 3rd position. 4th position went to Trenton Pence, and the 5th position ended up with Scotty Lobozinski. And I know I'm butchering it, but that's as good as I can get it. I'm sure when I see Scotty, he'll let me know how to pronounce it, and we'll go from there.
Of course. All right, down to Bruce.
All right, up here on the podium with Cole. Your buddy there, Mr. Rice, got you that time, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's all right. You still got the overall, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Podium Works, Fuel Factory, X Motorsports, Shop 9. That's all. AOT. That's it.
You're probably becoming a professional at this, aren't you?
Not really.
I'm sure you will by the time you get my age.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, buddy.
All right, back down to the start line as we get ready to go. 125 on the line.
The one card is up.
And here we go. Looks like 329 maybe. Well, I guess I butchered that one. Let's see as they come through the Fuel Factory launch.
I think it might be Kelsey Harris that got the whole shot with a 74 machine.
Let's see, 37. 57.
Well, 67 is Jaden Smeltzer. He was second place finisher. Could be him. Let's see when we get a look here.
As they make their way through the Team Green switchback, leader headed up the MX6 Racing triple-double. That's the battle for second place there. Your leader all the way up at the apex. Oh, good. Oh, good move there. Defensively jumped up. So Smeltzer in the lead. Headed over the Dunlop tire with Joe Fiedler, the 19 in second. Galen Wenrich, the 926 in third. Kelsey Harris, the 74 in fourth. Bryson Baird, the 594 in fifth. Scotty Lupazinski, the 28 in sixth. Josiah Hippensteel, the 563 in seventh. Tanner Cromley, the 526 in eighth. Trenton Pence, the 111 in ninth. And Max Stoll, the 203, rounding out the top 10 on the Yamaha.
See if Wenwick can put another
second
one of
through fifth. Coming through the tail of the dragon, the Tom Cycle tail of the dragon. Second through sixth now as they go down that Himmler excavating downhill. Your leader already on the MX6 triple-double uphill. That's Smeltzer, Jaden Smeltzer.
Smeltzer had a good gap
Jaden on
there.
the Smeltzer's Heating and Cooling Yamaha out of Shalakta.
He's trying to check out on these guys.
And he has.
He's been putting the smoke on here the last lap for sure.
So Smeltzer 2 laps in, running a 148.433. That's a 125 C class. So the LMR tire first turn. There's second, third, and fourth, and fifth. Wenrich, Fiedler, Baird, and Harris and Lubazinski.
Smeltzer's got a 9-second lead after the lap 2. But if he can keep putting that on, he's going to be hard to beat.
Down the Himmler excavating downhill. And into the Team Green switchback. So there's Wenrich and Fiedler, Baird and Harris coming through the switchback. The joy of jumping.
I think that was our leader that was off the track there. Did you see that going up to the off camber? Looked like he jumped off the side of the track. He's back on.
So Smeltzer headed down towards the finish line. He'll get the white flag this time around. And there's Wenrich and Fiedler, second and third place, or third and fourth. So Fiedler and Baird right there. over top of the Dunlop tire tunnel and into the Elmer tires first turn. Now on the head of the Dragon. Up over the Fuel Factory launch. On to the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Get big thanks to Tom Cycle for helping sponsor this Summer Clash Classic right here at Pleasure Valley this weekend. Still got the battle going. Fiedler and Baird. Leader going through some lap traffic here as he takes a look over his shoulder, headed into the cat-off camber. One last time. Down the straightaway to the Pro Action finish line and the checkered flag. So Jaden Smeltzer will take the overall with a 2-1. Gallon Weinrich takes second with a 1-2. Joe Fiedler,
3-3.
consistent thirds. That's 2/3. Bryson Baird in 4th. Kelsey Harris in 5th. Scott Lubazinski in 6th. Chet Peltz 7th. Tanner Cromley 8th. Trigger Harkenstein, Steve Tautkus rounds out the top 10. And in the 30+ C, Jake Reimer will take the win. Travis Hurt will be second in the overall. Taylor Levick Gallagher in 3rd overall. Cody Ernst 4th overall. And Matt Shockey 5th overall. On the line is race number 6, the Micro 3 7-8.
We got Brock Norris on the 44 Cobra. He finished first in the first moto.
All right, I'm good. All right, I got Galen here. He got a whole shot on that first moto, and he won the first moto, but got a second in the second one first, second overall. How's the track holding up for you?
People in front of me and I'm trying to do it.
That's a pretty darn good if you're in the back of the pack there and you worked up to second place. Congratulations to you, man. What do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Mom and Dad, friends and family back at home, and everyone that really just supports me.
All right, well, congratulations again. Good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin, so we're back here with the Micro 3 7-8 Limited.
As they enter or exit the Dragonback. And the big battle right now is 3rd through 10th. Top 2 have disappeared. As they make their way through the Team Green chicane. Words are failing me. That's pretty bad on an announcer.
What is the difference between a switchback and a chicane?
I
don't know.
One starts with a C, one starts with an S. Isn't
They both do the same thing for me.
Road racing versus motocross.
Yeah. See if we can get a read on these guys now.
So Micro 3, 7-8, the 50cc 7-8 on the track. through the Cat Brothers, Cleveland Brothers Cat off camber, and bringing it in to get the green flag at the Pro Action finish line, and we'll take it down to Bruce.
All right. Test. Test. All right, I have Jake Reamer up here going 1-2 for the overall. How's everything working out there for you?
Good, good. It's real nice out there, real tacky right now.
Oh, awesome. Who do you want to thank?
Oh man, I got so many. You got Nature's Depot, Custom Coatings Group, Admic Plumbing, Double XX Boats, huge contributors. Everybody helps me out. You know, VP Fuel from Nature's Depot is just awesome. It's hitting great. Jake Ray Custom Powder Coating, and I got to also give a shout out to Mike Cosmo up at Stellars for all the help on the parts, and then of course Cubic Cycle Sales for the bike.
Who's the little one? Is that the next pro?
This is my son. That's my son Nico there. Yeah. He's
Hi Nico, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
All right, you proud of your dad?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, congratulations, man. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. And we are back to the Micro 3 Limited 7-8. Brock Norris in lead, Cole Caldwell in second, Max Russler third, Nick Black fourth, Cash McKnight fifth, Jake Berge in sixth, Rowan Stiles in seventh, Connor McKinney eighth, Oakley Harkins ninth, and Wyatt Bertuzzi in 10th. And sounds like the last race. You got Russler, Black, McKnight, and Caldwell all back out pretty much doing the same thing one race before the last.
Yeah, the front three were definitely the same way. When we get back after fourth, yeah, your position here, position there, but it could go either way at this point.
Yes, it could. There's our leader bringing it in for lap number 2. That's Brock Norris. And Brock with a 1-1 so far. That's a tough one to beat. Your math teacher was wrong. 1-1 equals 1, and that's the best feeling ever. And there's the second. That is Cole Caldwell, the number 80 rider. Through the LMR tire first turn. There's your leader over the Fuel Factory launch up onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback.
With the battle behind him for third starting to heat up too, you look at them, they're all within a second of each other. They're third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Oh, yeah.
And in 50 race and 2 laps, anything can happen.
Look at that nice outside line on that downhill. Oh, yeah. Like that. Through the Kawasaki, or the Team Green switchback. Around the puddle turn. There's your battle for third right there. That's Russler, Black, and McKnight. Berge also right there, and Bertuzzi another 6 seconds back. He's got McKinney all over his back fender. I just like to see good racing.
Me too. It could be for 40th. As
Yep.
long as it's good racing.
As long as it's good racing. There's our leader, the number 44, Brock Norris, bringing it in to get the white flag, 1 lap to go. So Cole Caldwell in second. He's 7 seconds behind on the last lap. Brock Norris running a 2:09. Cole Caldwell at a 2:13. 4 seconds slower. At 2:15 now. He just checked through. He's 13 seconds back. And then we get to Max Russler, which is the big battle on the track right now. Russler, Black, McKnight, Stiles, and Berge all in a real pitched battle. So Russler is in third. McKnight in 4th. Nick Black back to 5th now. And see Rowan Stiles still in 6th. Burgee moves up into 7th. Bertuzzi back to 8th. Connor McKinney. Oh, he got past. Jackson Kleitz up in the 9th. McKinney back to 10th now.
Connor going to have to dig deep to get that position back for sure.
Yeah. Brock Norris up over the MX6 triple-double. Up into the Cernic Racing bull turn.
Boy, that was a nice line.
Yes. And up over the Fly Racing triple. Look at that line. That's Stevie Roman line on steroids.
Yeah. And on a 50.
On a 50, yes.
Yeah.
And the checkered flag comes out. I don't even think he saw that. So Brock Norris with the win. Cole Caldwell 13 seconds back. Norris running a 2:09.009 on his last lap.
Wow.
Caldwell comes in at a 2:13.111, 17 seconds gap behind Brock Norris for the win. And next up is on the line.
Race number 7, the plus 38 and plus 30B.
Gee, I wonder who's out there.
I'm going to give you a guess. It might be a 731 number, maybe.
That might be Steve Roman.
It is, and of course, Steve went first in the first moto. Alex Waskob finished second in Moto 1. Jonathan Wells finished in the 3rd position, and Casey Clark finished in the 4th. Rounding out the top 5 would be Reed Miller out of Uniontown, PA, on the 482 Kawasaki. In the plus 30B class, Brad McClellan with the Moto 1 win. Guy Marsh finished in 2nd. Ryan Bernheimer in 3rd. 4th position is Kyle Ferry, and rounding out the top 5 is Charles Harapovich out of Seward, Pennsylvania on the 09 Husqvarna.
All right, and race number 6 on the line, getting ready to go. Or race number 7, I'm sorry.
That was my fault. I didn't have the paper flipped over for you.
We'll have to get a secretary for you.
Yeah, well, you know, hey, this some people's help, you know.
Then you got me. I'm the biggest hindrance up here.
No. This isn't easy by any means, but you do make it look easy.
You got to try. All right, we're going to take it down to Bruce. He's down on the podium.
Good.
How's the track for you?
Soft in some places, hard in some places. Good.
Must be working for you pretty well going 1-1 though. Well, congratulations. Who do you want to thank?
Max Store, PR2, Tri-State Powersports. Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Mitten. And everybody else, thank you.
All right, well, congratulations, Brock. I'll see you up here again.
All right, Steve Roman and Waskob is first and second as they head down the downhill. Look at this battle. Here's your top 5, 6. Steve Roman in the lead, Waskob in second as they make the pond turn. And up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Steve Roman up over the Fly Racing triple and into the Caterpillar off camber. Wow, that is ripped up.
I'm ready, Kevin.
All right, we're going back down to Bruce.
All right, Cole up here again, the number 80. I forgot to say the last time. Your parents probably aren't even aren't old enough to remember this, but I used to go to Knox, PA, to the Wolf Restaurant. That's a long, long time ago. But anyway, up here again. How do you feel?
Good.
And who do you want to thank this time?
My mom, my dad, Podium Works, Golf Keep Me Safe, Food Factory, Next Motorsports, AOT, Shop 9, that's all.
All right, so you're going to be here next weekend, I hope, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck to you, buddy.
All right, so Casey Clark in the lead. Alex Walskop. Oh, there we go. Steve Roman in the lead.
Yeah, we were
Casey
seeing
Clark
no
in
Steve.
second. Alex Walskop in third.
Either my eyes were deceiving me or that
No,
was
that's-
different.
I think the data is deceiving us. I kept looking at it. I was like, I can't be that wrong. I've only watched him.
I was
his
going to
whole
say, how
life.
many motos have we watched him today? And
Yeah.
we think we know, but we could be wrong also.
Absolutely.
More than likely, we are wrong.
Hey, we're announcers. We get paid to lie.
That's right, yep.
So Steve Roman in the lead, Casey Clark in second, Alex Walskop third, Jonathan Wells in fourth, Reed Miller in fifth, Dane Cronin in sixth, Josh Hauser seventh,
See you, pal.
George Comadona eighth, and Angelo Mazza in ninth. In the 30-plus B, Brad McClellan is your leader, Guy Marsh second, Ryan Bernheimer in third, Kyle Ferry fourth, Charles Horopovich in fifth, and Brad Wayne, the 918, rounds out the top six. So we see Stevie Roman and Casey Clark going at it. Oh, Clark
When you see the tracks
spins it up. Yeah.
from the drone's perspective, look how dry everything around the racetrack is. It looks like sand and it's white, but that is dirt.
Oh. Casey Clark trying to hang there. Steve Roman at a 141.529 and Casey Clark at a 141.588. So he's only 6/100ths of a second slower, but he's 1.7 seconds gap behind Steve Roman. Still not much. As far as I'm concerned, that's on his back fender.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
That's it. You know.
White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Roman and Clark, you can see him coming down the hill. Waskop was just barely off the screen there.
And Wells is right on his hind end.
Nice battle in this 30-plus A.
And you know, A-class is A-class, whether it's 30, 40, whatever, they're
Right.
still A riders. So
Yep.
if you take the number away, they're still A riders, and they ride as such. You
Absolutely.
can see it.
Absolutely. Until you get like 55-plus A and 60-plus A, then we ride like old men.
Well, but you're riding.
But we earned it.
Yeah, but you're riding. That's the key.
Up into the Cernic's racing bull turn. And look at this, Casey Clark mounting the charge as they go up over top of the Fly Racing triple. Stevie Roman.
You know, he has about 4 different lines through there. And
Yes, he does.
And none of them are ever the same.
Of course not.
No, he
Checkered
waits.
flag is out. So Steve Roman with the win. Casey Clark second. That was a good race.
A great
He kept
race.
it in there. And look at this. There's
Yeah. Wascob, Wells.
Wascob and Wells right there. Reed
Wow.
Miller in fifth.
Look at the difference between Wascob and Wells across the finish line.
.270 seconds.
That's tight.
27 100ths.
Yeah, that's tight.
So Brad McClellan will take the win in the 30-plus B. Guy Marsh in second. Ryan Bernheimer in third. Kyle Ferry in fourth. And Charlie Harapovich will round out the top 5. On the line, race number 8.
Open C.
Open C. The winner in Moto 1 was the 196 of Rowan Schaefer out of Katanning. Second went to the 25 Gabriel Clark out of Washington, PA. Third place going to the 289 Scotty Lubazinski out of Kochberg. Fourth place going to the 15 of Ethan Jarvis out of Whitney, Pennsylvania. And fifth going to the 42X of Brayson Richard out of New Alexandria. Sixth to the 77 of Braden Martin. Seventh to the 19 of Braden Huff out of McDonald. Eighth going to the 259 of Lucas Lokorchik out of Johnstown. Ninth to the 142 of Colton Wetton out of Acme, Pennsylvania. And rounding out the top 10, the 08 of Carson Placci out of Frewsburg, New York.
Wow, look at that finish, plus 30B. Brad McCullen and Guy Marsh even closer.
.259
at the line.
Wow. Marsh ran a 151.601 on the last lap, and Brad McClellan at a 152.084. A little bit of break in there.
Yeah. Wow. What a race. Race 7 was definitely some of the tightest races we've seen.
So Open C on the line, getting ready to go. 21 entries.
Looks like we got a guy waiting on his bike behind the gate. They were holding the
The
arm
2-minute hold is up right now. I don't know. It looks like 2 riders back there.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom. I'm racing. So we see the line up there, the 21 riders on the line. At least there was. Oh, there we go. No, he's going the other way. So we're on hold, and I guess it's more than just the 2-minute hold because by now we would have been racing.
Dropping, yeah.
Could be a medical. Could be something wrong with the gate. Is what they're saying. But it's not Mad Mike Jones' fault.
Here we go. They got the 1 card up.
All right. 2 Open C. Here we go. Wow, what a hole shot. I don't know. It could be Scotty Lubazinski, the 289.
Yeah, I That's who I had coming out with the whole shot with Rowan Schaefer following behind him.
With the M2R suspension, 2 Smoking Performance Suzuki. Rowan Schaefer. On the 196 in second. Down the Hillman downhill. Oh, he loses a place there. Could be Gabriel Clark, I believe, the number 25 now. Up into third. Up the MX6 Racing triple-double. And up into the Cernic Racing bowl turn. So I believe that's the 25 of Gabe Clark in second now. Third is the 196 of Rowan Schaefer.
There he is on the top line.
And he's got the lead.
From bottom to top. I think the first time we've seen that today.
No, it isn't. Green flag's out, and we are underway. Gabriel Clark in the lead. Lubazinski in second. Rowan Schaefer in third. Ethan Jarvis in fourth. Braden Huff in fifth. Braden Martin in sixth. Trenton Meyer in seventh. Carson Platzi in eighth. Mason Mills in ninth. Lucas Lakorchek in 10th. And we have got a barn burner.
Yeah, good battle for second going on here between Lubazinski, Schaefer, and Jarvis right now.
Lubazinski and Schaefer going at it. Gabriel Clark checked out. Well, he's checked out as much as he can.
Schaefer going to try to go around the outside. There it is. He's not following. You got to give him that. He's trying every line in the world to get by him.
He's trying everything. Gabriel Clark in the lead. Heading up into the cat off camber. There's the battle for second. Lubazinski and Schaefer. Jarvis and Huff just behind him in fourth and fifth. They've got a battle going also. Lubazinski and Schaefer. There's the view of them coming over the Dunlop tire tunnel jump. Up, look at this. Got some movement there. Schaefer may have gotten past Lubazinski. As they come across the Tom Cycle dragon back. Gabriel Clark, as you can see, headed the opposite direction. Schaefer now in second. Lubazinski in third.
We'll see if Schaefer can mount a comeback here. Maybe try to reel Clark in, but boy, with Clark doing a 148, everybody else pulling 151s, that's going to be a big task.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 3 seconds is not a fluke. The fluke would be him catching.
And we mean that in the nicest way. We're not saying.
There's our leader heading into the off camber.
See, he's got that line coming out of there where he can jump into that. 4 more races from now, that probably is. Well, you try that, you might end up over on the other side of the road.
Absolutely. White flag is out as our leader, Clark, goes over the Dunlop tire sign or tunnel and into the LMR first turn. There's first through fourth, and first through fifth now. You can see the gaps between them. Gabe Clark exiting the Dragon. Schaefer in second, Lou Bazinski in third, Ethan Jarvis in fourth, Braden Huff in fifth, Braden Martin in sixth, Trent Meyer in seventh, Mason Mills in eighth, Carson Platzi in ninth, and Luke Litkorchik hanging on to that 10th position. Clark through the Cernic bowl turn, up over the Fly Racing triple, and last time in this class through the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber, makes the turn and a straightaway to the Pro Action finish line where the checkered flag is waving.
That was a good race.
Yes, it was.
Gabe got out there, just hit his marks, did him 2-1. He'll get the overall.
So Gabriel Clark will be headed down to the podium with a 1-1. And race number 9 is on the line. 85-9-11 and 85-12-15. 12-15 on the line.
Moto 1, your winner was Travis Bartley out of Sarver, PA on a 101 gas. Second place finisher was Bradley Gardner on the number 7 KTM. Third, Caden Brady on the 369 KTM. Zachary Reimer on the 151 KTM. And the top 5 round him out.
All right, and we're going to take it down to Bruce on the podium, and the 71 with the whole shot.
That's Lenny O'Toole again in the 85 12-15.
All right, I'm up here with our overall. Gabriel Clark going 2-1. What was the difference in that second moto, Gabriel?
I got a good start and I didn't go down.
Yeah, how's the track holding up?
It's pretty good. It's a little slick in some spots, so you have to kind of watch how hard you do in front of them.
The ruts getting in there now?
What?
Any good ruts out there now?
Yeah, there's some really good ruts.
Yeah. What's working best for you?
Probably my suspension. M2R Matt, Kevin Godot, Jones and Roman, my mom, my dad, God gave me safe, and Tom Luke.
All right, well, congratulations to you, Gabriel. Way to come back this moto.
Okay, guys, so we're back here. We're in the 85 CC 12-15 class. Looks like Lenny O'Toole, our Moto 1 winner, grabbed the whole shot. We'll see who we can get a read is in second and go from there.
Yeah, Lenny's not looking back.
No.
Yeah, it's quite a freight train there. Top 7 riders.
I think the second place is Bradley Gardner, but we'll come across. Actually, second place is Miles Hadley on the 7X. Third, Gavin Reynolds on the 110X. The 98 machine of Caleb Likens in fourth. And rounding out the top 5 is Keegan McDade.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking to Keegan and Michael McDade during our lunch break and congratulated Keegan. I said, what do you think of moving up to 250C? He was like, oh, it's all right. I said, Dad, what do you think? Oh, we're just trying it out.
Yeah, yeah. 4 weeks in a row. We're just trying it out, you know. Now, Keegan's a good little rider, man. He's got a good future. He just needs to pace himself a little better. And like we talked to him, Aaron, you know, during the break, and he's a good rider, man. Just let it come to you. Sometimes don't rush it, you know.
Oh, that's hard to accept at 14 years old.
It's hard to accept at 50. It's motocross racing, you know. To tell people to think and slow it down sometimes is probably the hardest thing to do in motocross because the adrenaline pumping.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good race here for sure. The top 5 are definitely, they're hanging in there tight.
And that's third place right there, third, fourth, fifth. So that is Gardner, Cronin, and Beckett Utz.
And people think
that's Reynolds, McDade, and Likens. The split screen put the 911 on top, so I apologize for that. And you see the LMR tire first turn there. And there's your top 5 riders. Battle right now is for third. But they're tightening it up on second now. Bringing the race to them. Bartley and Brady, first and second, and then you got the Gardner, Reimer, and Cronin battle. You can see them right there at second through fifth. Caden Brady, Bradley Gardner, Zach Reimer, Casey Cronin, and Beckett Utz. Second through sixth. Just, that's a haymaker there. Caden Brady's kind of like, dude, get me out of here. I just want to be by myself. Y'all fight it out. See Brady at the top, and then Gardner, Reimer, Cronin, and Utz. John, there's a, he made his own line. Look at that.
Yeah.
And got a pass. So Travis Bartley, Brady can sit in for lap number 3. White flag is out. Let's see behind him of what has going on. So,
yeah, so Hadley and Reynolds on the 85 to 12 to 15. Now look at McDade. He's running a 149 again. This is what we were talking about. He has the speed.
Yeah.
Does he have the patience?
Now he's up into third. So McDade in third, Gavin Reynolds in fourth, Caleb Likens in fifth, and Trigger Harkins in sixth. What a battle. Down through the dragon back. Headed to the tail is Lenny O'Toole.
This is where you can see Keegan. He's got different lines that he's using to cut the inside of the track line.
Now look at this. They have caught up. So O'Toole just ahead of Hadley now. And then McDade, Reynolds, Likens, and Harkins. Whoa, Nelly. Ooh. Look at this battle.
There it is. He's pushing them all. Oh.
Wow.
Nice ride.
Miles Hadley. Or is that McDade?
I think that's McDade. That is McDade. Did you see the look back? He did have the first moto, and that cost him. See, and it does it again.
Oh, Keegan. He was more worried about the guy behind him and jumped up on the top, and Lenny O'Toole
hangs it in there.
Oh, that was a Christmas gift right there. Lenny O'Toole takes the win. Miles Hadley comes in second. Gavin Reynolds third. And in the overall, to be Lenny O'Toole with the win, Miles Hadley second, Keegan McDade third, Gavin Reynolds fourth. That's the overall. And in the 85 911, Travis Bartley is your leader, Caden Brady second, Zach Reimer third, Bradley Gardner fourth, Casey Cronin fifth. Oh, what a heartbreak for Keegan. He went for it. He had the speed.
Yeah.
But his front wheel tagged up on the top of that berm and just spit him off.
Wow. Again, he had it.
Got to catch the football before you can run with it.
Yeah. He'll learn from it. He'll come back.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, it's not the wins that normally you remember the most. It's the ones that got away from you that really haunt you for a long time.
Well, the bad part is driving back and looking at Dad, and Dad just shaking his head.
I think we've all been there. Sometimes them quiet trips on the way home last a couple hours, you know. So on the line right now, we got race 10. It's College Boy and plus 25. Moto 1 winner in College Boy was Cole Curvert. We'll let him go off here. Your plus 25 winner was Vince Lahovey, again with a whole shot with Roman pulling right behind him. I'm wrong, Kevin. This is actually the class that has 3 of them going out. So there will be College Boy plus 25 and plus 50.
Oh.
I think probably, you know, later in the day, the plus 50 guys, they probably don't mind it. You know what? You plus 25 guys go first. Why don't you do that?
Oh, absolutely. I don't want that behind me.
Yeah. Well, that might just cut the race down a lap for us this afternoon.
So the plus 25, Vinny Lahovey in the lead, Stevie Roman in second. As they come up the MX6 Racing Triple-Double. All right, we're going to take it down to Bruce on the podium.
All right, I have our overall here. That's Lenny O'Toole. How's the track working for you, buddy?
Oh, it's really good. I try to stay up and do my best, and yeah.
Well, 1-1 is pretty good, don't you think?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Jesus Christ, keeping things, Jones and Roman, Motocross Duel, PR2, suspension, Circle Performance, and everybody else. Thank you.
You have another race yet today? Well, good luck in that, buddy. Congratulations.
All right, thanks, Bruce. Vinny Lahovey in the lead. Steve Roman second. Reed Miller in third. Josh Hauser in fourth. And Dan Cronin rounds out the top 5. Travis Martin leading in College Boys. Shaden Bartow in second. Alex Neff in third. Cole Colbert in fourth. And Andrew Calley in fifth. Galen Dixon went leading in the plus 50 class with Greg Semin in second, Ralph Bentley third, and Jim Dobbs in fourth. Matt Semper rounds out the top 5 in the plus 50. And we're going to take it down to Bruce. Bruce on the podium.
I have Caden Brandy here going 3-2 for a second overall. How's the track working for you?
It was good. Some of the corners are starting to get a little blown out, but other than that, yeah, the track's really good.
How'd you cut up to second in this one compared to your first moto?
Well, I got a good start. I was second and just held off all the competition that was trying to pass me behind.
Oh, congratulations to you. Who do you want to thank?
LS2 Helmets, DC Drilling, First Farm, Star Racing, ETS, Beam, and Bruce, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
All right, good luck on your next moto, buddy.
All right, yeah, we see him on the Dragonback, the Tom Cycle Dragonback, Vinny Lahovey and Steve Roman as they make it down to the base and out of the tail. So Vinny Lahovey on the Himmler excavating downhill. 3-second gap to Steve Roman. Lahovey running a 1:39.339 last lap, and Steve Roman at a 1:42.08. And the 3.1. All right, we're going to take it back down to Bruce on the podium.
All right, I got Bradley Gardner up here going second. Miles up here. 3-2. What was working better for you in that second moto than your first one?
I felt like I was able to work the track a lot better. It's a little bit wetter in some spots now, but it was definitely like just more, I felt like more comfortable.
Oh, good. Good for you. Who do you thank?
I want to thank Service, Podium Works, Driven MX, 100% 60, 110 Racing, and God for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, and everybody else. Thanks so much.
All right, congratulations. Do you have any more races today?
Yeah, super mini.
Well, good luck to you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, white flag is out. Vinny Lahovey in the lead. Steve Roman in second. Reed Miller in third. Josh Hauser in fourth. Dan Cronin in fifth. In the college boy, Shaden Bartow is your leader with Travis Martin in second. Alex Neff in third. Cole Covert in fourth. Andrew Calley in fifth. And the plus 50, Galen Dixon's your leader. Greg Semin in second. Ralph Bentley in third. Jim Dobbs in fourth. Matt Sempa rounds out the top five. Last lap, the white flag is out. And look at Steve Roman making a charge here on Lahovey as they come up to the MX6 triple-double. Lahovey doesn't know he's there yet. He's going to know it in a second. Lahovey hits the afterburners. I see some lap traffic up ahead of them. Up over the Fly Racing triple. Lahovey makes the last turn down the straightaway to the checkered flag at the Pro Action finish line. Steve Roman in second. Reed Miller will be showing up about 17 seconds from now. Then Dan Cronin in fourth, Josh Hauser in fifth. In the college boys, Shaden Bartow will take the win, Travis Martin second, Alex Neff third, Cole Covert fourth, and Andrew Calley in fifth. The 50 plus, Galen Dixon with the win, Semin in second, Bentley in third, Dobbs in fourth, Sempa in fifth.
Nice ride out of Shaden Bartow with a 3-1 to take the overall in college boy.
Love it.
Travis Martin solid with a 2-2. Second overall, Cole Covert with a 1-4. And Austin Dinkfeld finishing fourth with a 4-6. And Andrew Calley rounding out the top five in college boy.
All right, so 65's on the line, right?
65, 7, and 9 this time.
Aha.
It's hard to believe us. We're halfway through our second motos already.
That's a good thing. We might get out of here and still have daylight.
We don't say that.
I'm about to be beaten by my producer. That's it. The motocross gods are favorable right now. But they are fickle and they do what they want. There we are looking at the Jones and Roman start line.
We'll run down through the top 10 here with Caverick Stewart finishing first in the first moto. Bradley Garner finishing second. Third, we had Daxton Dinkfeld. Fourth, we had Brock Norris. Fifth place, we had Axel Elliott. In sixth place, we had Zayden Ruscher. That's the 65, 10, and 11 going to go off first. Moto winner was Travis Bartley.
And that's who's leading right now. Bartley in the lead. Oh, he's being challenged. Bartley in second place, right side by side. Bartley pulls ahead from the inside.
Him and Boano had a great battle in Moto 1.
Yeah.
Maybe looks like it's going to shape up to be a repeat of that.
That could be Boano right there in second. Tight grouping. We've got a good battle going for the lead.
Inside, outside, these guys are going for it. I want the lead. No, I want the lead.
I do like that outside line on the downhill.
Me too. It seems to be more effective.
Oh, there's the pass. So I think that's Boano just passing the 101 of Bartley as they go up over the MX6 triple-double. Bartley, first time I've seen him in second today. Up over the cat-off camber.
Oh, he blew the bottom berm up.
Yeah, that bottom's, there's not much of a berm there. That's all powder.
Yeah. You hit it trying to trust it, and there's no sense in trusting it. There's no trust.
Yep. So Boano in the lead, Travis Bartley in second.
Bono with a 2-1.
Kent Griffith in third, Jake Day in fourth, Addison Likens in fifth. Luke Villers, Likens in fifth, Villers in sixth. Brock Conley in seventh, Cameron Shockey in eighth, Jax Paterko in ninth. And in the 65-79, Caverick Stewart's your leader, Brad Gardner second, Dax Dinkfeld in third, Brock Norris in fourth. Zayden Reicher rounds out the top five.
Your top four running the same way as they did in Moto 1. Not the case in the 10 to 11 class. Tate Boana says, no, I want it this time.
There's fourth and fifth battle right now, Jake Day and Addie Likens. Addie, Izzy, and the brother, all the 998s.
Yeah, I had that problem with them out there yesterday. There was a 998I, a 998A.
Yep. Izzy, Addie, and I forget the brother's name. There's your leader. Tate Boano, Travis Bartley in second. You see Bartley trying to make up some ground as they come out of the cat-off camber. There's the start of lap number 2. We're at the halfway point of the race. Tate Puano up over top of the Dunlop tire tunnel jump. Now, I believe that's third. That's Griffith and Jacob Day side by side across the finish line. Of course, we all know that side by side doesn't exist. So Bartley, Griffith, and Jacob Day, that's your second, third, and fourth.
We were talking about the Likens family. I think you were referring to Caleb Likens.
Caleb. So A, B, and C.
Yeah.
I, A, and C.
I think Caleb, though, is actually with a K this time. A, B, C, K. It's close enough for us. We're
All right, this is the battle for second. Griffin and Day, I believe. The 38 and the 28 and the 59. And there's your leader, Tate Puano. And I know Travis Bartley not happy about this.
They're coming into some lap traffic. We'll see if that affects them.
Oh, it's going to affect Bartley.
Yeah.
I kind of hope he took the bottom line that time. Yeah.
I think he did.
White flag is out, 1 lap to go for Tate Puano. You see Bartley right there. Puano through the LMR tire first turn, and you see Travis Bartley right behind him. Bartley trying to pick his way through lappers. Puano up over the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback. There you see them, first and second. Puano and Travis Bartley down the Himmler downhill into the Team Green switchback.
Oh, Bartley with a stumble.
He's putting pressure on himself, just trying to make up time. That's kind of hard to do. Puano with the clear track.
And clean laps.
And clean laps. And of course, the last time they came up on lappers, they were headed into the off camber, which really threw Bartley off. Up over the Fly Racing triple. And I see some lappers just ahead of him. I hope he gets through clean.
He says, I'll just go around you on the top side. Tate Puano, man. Looks like he's got.
And the checker flag is out.
Had me confused there when I seen the white flag. I thought, wait,
Yeah.
we're going to go an extra?
So Puano with the win, Bartley in second. And that's will be the overall. Kent Griffith with the third and third. Addy Likens with fourth and fourth. Jake Day fifth and fifth. So that is the overalls in the 10-11. And the 7-9, Caverick Stewart 1-1 will take the win. Bradley Gardner 2-2. Dax Dingfeld 3-3. Brock Nars 4-4. And that's the way they'll finish the overall. So that's done with the 65 7-9 and 65 10-11. Race number 11, and now we're going to race number 12, the Super Mini 12-16.
Here we'll get to see Caleb Likens. He was your second place finisher in Moto 1. You had Lenny O'Toole with the win in Moto 1. Joseph Fiedler finished in the third position. Fourth went to Gavin Reynolds. Fifth place was Miles Hadley. Sixth place was Keegan McDade. Seventh was Trigger Harkins. The eighth was Austin Bolts. Ninth was Trenton Pence. And rounding out the top 10 was Bennett Weiss.
All right.
See him down there on the line. They're clearing them out, getting ready to go.
Race number 12 on the line, getting ready to go.
Always one of my favorite classes to watch. These bikes have so much power, the weight ratio.
Oh, yeah.
It used to be the stepping stone in between 85s and 125s. It was always a super mini, but now a lot of these kids go from an 85 to a 250F, and Woody super minis are something else to watch.
Yeah, the dynamics of the racing, and of course, it won't be next year, but there's going to be some changes coming with Super Mini. But that'll be the 27th season if it goes through. We'll have to see. So Super Mini on the line. I see the 2 card is up. Goes to 1. And here we go.
Gates down. Here we go.
Lenny O'Toole with the whole shot. So Lenny O'Toole. And I think I see the 101 there in third place.
Yeah, I see McDade coming up through there too. It looks like McDade might have jumped into the second spot. We'll see how it plays out here.
Look at this, side by side for second. Big Wheel 85 and the Super Mini, well, Big Wheel 105. So we watch him coming around here. Lenny O'Toole through the Cernic Racing bowl turn.
O'Toole doing that triple again.
Wow. And the true triple. Going over the fly triple and Lenny O'Toole making it. Everybody else is doing a double single. O'Toole made up a lot of time doing that. Here's second through fifth.
You got Hadley in second, Likens in third, Reynolds in fourth, Trigger Harkins in fifth, Trenton Pence in the sixth, and Keegan McDade in the seventh position.
So there's Hadley going through the Elomar Towers first turn.
Fiedler was in the third position in Moto 1. He's dropped back. He's in the eighth position now. If he wants to finish on the podium, he's going to get her moving here.
Exiting the tail of the dragon. There's our top 3 riders. O'Toole, Hadley, and Likens. I noticed that Caleb Likens went from the 998 down to 98.
Yeah, he's just 98. I guess when you move up in classes, you might lose a number as you go on. He might be 8 by the time he's 18, you know. No, that 998 number, the 98 numbers, that's pretty much all the Likens is. So you can pretty much figure them out on the track that way.
Here's the battle for second and third. Hadley and Likens going at it. Motos. Okay, we're going to send it down to Bruce on the podium.
I have Tate Mono here, our overall winner, the number 126. How you feeling out there today, Tate?
Good, but I can't get a start.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Driven MX, Beaver Creek Cycle, St. Electric, X-Brand Goggles, FX, and everyone else. Thank you.
Congratulations for going 1-1. That was, there's a lot of good riders out there, aren't there?
Yeah.
All right, congratulations, man.
All right, so we're back with Lenny O'Toole.
We're back at this
Miles
battle.
Hadley and Likens. So Hadley and Likens right there.
Likens seems to got by him. Here we go. It's going on the inside of him. Nice pass by Likens.
Nice.
Was watching the lap before. He seemed to have better speed coming through that back section to the Dragon's back.
Oh, yeah. Now look at Likens making the charge here. He's like, somebody lit a fire.
He's not done yet, he says.
No, I'd say not. Up through the MX6 triple double, and now look at Reynolds making a run too. Or Hadley, yeah, Hadley. They're all right there. Oh, I love seeing a nice, tight super mini race. There's Lenny O'Toole on the exit. He'll get the white flag this time around.
O'Toole's brought to you guys here by Jones & Roman MX School, PR2, Sokol Performance, 110, and Fly Racing.
Look at that. Keegan McDade now up into fifth. Somebody lit a fire under him also. Running a 152.566.
Fiber moved his way up into there too, man. He's running a 151.
Lenny O'Toole headed down the downhill. There's Hadley and Reynolds right now on the screen, making the turn at the tail of the Dragon. Fiedler and McDade just behind them.
Was waiting on Likens to come through to score, but something must have happened to him because he hasn't scored yet.
Yeah. So Lenny O'Toole, we watch him head towards the Cernic Racing Bolt turn. Look how chopped up that's gotten now. Up over the Fly Racing Triple. Takes the left-hander and into the Cat off camber one last time in the Super Mini class. And the checkered flag is out for Lenny O'Toole. Here we go. Miles Hadley running a 154.470 last lap. Takes second. Gavin Reynolds right there in third. Joe Fiedler in fourth. Keegan McDade should be in fifth. No, Harkins got by him. So Trigger Harkins pulls the trigger. McDade going backwards. Trenton Penson sixth. Emmett Johnson seventh. Austin Bolton eighth. Keegan McDade back to ninth. I think he tried again the same thing.
Yeah.
And it just didn't work.
He'll get some patience.
I want patience and I want it now.
Right.
How's that work?
Yeah. We got race number 13 on the line right now. That's your Open B and plus 35. Open B class, your winner was Joseph Shipley. He's brought to you by Applegate MX. He's on the 5.59. Second place, Briar Stesic out of Colliers, West Virginia on the 2.15 Cowie. Third, you had Shaden Bardo out of Johnstown, Pennsylvania on the 5.22 Husky. Travis Martin on the 45 Honda. He was your fourth place finisher, and rounding out the top five is the 209 KTM of Cole Lute. Our first group that went off was a plus 35. The whole shot going to Alex Waskob out of Port Matilda, Pennsylvania on a 125 machine. Brought to you by Promised Land MX, 5-Star Powersports, Fractured Moto, PR2 Suspension, Team Green, and Motorsport. We're going to send it down to Bruce.
All right, I have Lenny O'Toole up here all the way, well, not all the way, but right here on the Allegheny River in Springdale, PA, going 1-1 today. I guess that track's working out for you pretty good, huh?
Yep.
What's the best part of the track?
Off camber.
Yeah, oh, you like that, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that separates the men from the boys, doesn't it?
Yep.
All right, who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Jens Roman, Motocross School, Circle Performance, PR2, and Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. And everybody else, thank you.
All right, congratulations. Good luck next weekend, too, buddy.
Thanks, Bruce. We're back here. Our plus 35 moto off the gate. Alex Waskob was your leader. Looks like Steve Roman in the 731 machine passed him up on the Caterpillar off camber. Steve, your Moto 1 winner. Waskob finished in second. Coming across the line in third is Forrester. Fourth, Comedina. And rounding out the top five is Isaac McGinnis. In the Open B, Briar Stasic with the lead, followed by Joe Shipley and Shaden Bardo, Travis Martin, and Cole Lute rounding out the top five. Roman and Waskob jumping out to an early lead. Got about a 7-second gap on third place at this point. So at the end of lap 2, we got Steve Roman still leading the plus 35, followed by Alex Waskob. Third place being Sam Forrester on the 24 machine, followed by the 611 of George Comedina, and in fifth place is Isaac McGinnis.
Steve Roman going at it again with Alex Waskob in tow. Forrester fourth, Comedina fifth, McGinnis, Stover, Rogers, the others.
Well, we got a battle brewing up here in the Open B. Look at Shipley's putting the heat on Stesic. They are on each other like glue.
Oh, I love it. I wish we'd be watching it. Shaden Bartow in third, Cole Lute fourth, Troy Uber in fifth, Tyler Haggerty in sixth, Ryvan Audi in seventh, Matt Bailey in 8th, and Travis Martin rounds out the top 9. Steve Roman just so neutral on that bike. He does the triple and just like stays straight up. No need to correct. White flag is out, 1 lap to go.
When you watch Steve ride, it always looks like his bike is in perfect balance.
Yes.
It's not. It's
like
not
David Bailey.
Yes. Yes.
Way back.
When you watch guys like that ride, they don't look like they're putting effort in, but believe me, they are.
Oh yeah. Well, the effort is to get there in the first place.
Right.
You know, just to be in that neutral position.
And years of experience of knowing how the bike reacts.
Oh yeah. So Briar Stesic ahead of Joe Shipley.
He's hanging on to it.
Wow.
They are tight. Those two are checking out on 3rd place. They got a 10-second lead at the end of lap 3.
Yeah, Shane Barter's not slow either.
No.
But 4 seconds, so they're both running a 144, and actually Joe Shipley's a 144 560, Briar Stesic's a 144 788. So Shipley just keeping the pressure on. There's Steve Roman and Alex Waskob up through the. Oh my God, is that ripped up? There's no exit line.
No.
It's just all dirt. You pick what you want.
You know, in Supercross, they're only down to 9 whoops? Well,
Yep.
there's more than 9 whoops on that section, I promise.
And checkered flag is out. So Steve Roman with the win. Alex Waskob in 2nd. Sam Forrester 24 seconds behind in 3rd. And then George Comadena, Michael Stover 5th. Isaac McGinnis 6th. Kirk Rogers 7th. Chris Yothers in 8th.
We'll see how this Open B ends up.
Yeah.
They're still tight on each other.
Briar Stesic just ahead of Shipley. Shipley 0.2 of a second faster.
Oh, Shipley gets him.
Takes the win.
Yes, he does.
Briar Stesic in 2nd. Oh, Dan's going to be happy on that one.
That was well earned by Shipley, boy.
Absolutely.
He earned that one.
Shaden Bartow 3rd, Cole Lute 4th.
And there's our junior mini going off the gate. That's our race number 14. It looked like Bennett Weiss with a whole shot again on the number 94 machine.
Yeah, shame he couldn't stay up front. So there's Weiss heading down the Dragon's back. Into the tail of the Dragon. That looks like the 52 in 2nd.
See if we can get a look at him coming out of the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
Definitely Weiss in front.
It's 3 digits. 418.
That's Emmett Johnson on a Delta PA.
There we go. Nice line. Up over the Fly Racing Triple. 418 in 2nd. There's our leader, Bennett Weiss. Green flag is out. We have a race. Emmett Johnson in second. Austin Bolts, the 116 in third. Keegan Lerman, the 520 in fourth. Caden Brady, the 369 in fifth. Travis Bartley, the 101 in sixth. Brad Gardner, the number 7 in seventh. Zach Reimer, the 151 in eighth. Dylan McDonald, the 530 in ninth. And Waylon Pertuthi, the 777, rounds up the top 10. It's brought to you by Hinson Race Clutches. Bennett Weiss had in the 10th in the first and first in the second. In the overall right now, he would have 5th. The 418 of Emmett Johnson.
Well, there he goes. He's going to the inside.
5th and second would give him second overall. Look at this. He's putting the charge on Bennett Weiss as they come up over the MX6 Racing triple doubles. Little bobble there by Weiss, but let's see.
He's taking the insides away from him. That's the best he can do right now. Try to hold him off as long as he can.
Exactly.
That's what we were talking about earlier. If you want to pass me on the outside, you go right ahead.
Weiss makes a turn, brings it in for lap number 2. Emmett Johnson all over him. Austin Bolts in third. Keegan Lerman in fourth. There's a view from the Dunlop tire tunnel. Underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tires first turn.
You got Weiss and Johnson going at it, and here comes Bolts. He's playing along. He's just going to let them deal with themselves, and he'll come along.
Yep. Maybe get a twofer.
Oh, yeah.
We like twofers.
Yeah. The BOGO specials.
There we go. Look at this battle. Emmett Johnson all over Bennett Weiss.
Bennett's doing a great job of riding tough here.
Yeah, he has.
Not letting the pressure get to him. He's just riding his race.
Well, all the pressure was last race, and where he had the whole shot also.
Oh, yes.
But, all the way back to 10th. Weiss, here we go. Here comes Johnson making a charge. Weiss holding him so far as they come up over the triple-double. Weiss, he's doing a great job.
You see Bolts there. He's coming up in. He's starting to sneak his way around.
Yep. Now Johnson's got something to worry about. Less pressure right now on Weiss than the other two. The other two have to worry about, Johnson needs to find a place to pass. And Bolts just needs to go where neither one of them are. White flag is out, last lap to go.
I think things are about to heat up here.
Under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. Johnson trying the outside. That would put him inside on that downhill. Weiss chops him off.
He's going for the outside again. We'll see if Johnson can bring it around. He's trying on the outside. He might have pulled it. I think he did.
Oh.
This is tight.
Yes, it is. Look at this, side by side.
Bennett
what a battle
needs to
we've
stay
got.
on the inside here.
And McDonald gets him. So McDonald takes the lead now, or excuse me, Johnson takes the lead now. Bennett Weiss in second. Watch out. Here comes Austin Bolts. He's smelling blood. Bolts putting the charge on Bennett Weiss. Bolts needs to make a move on Weiss if he wants to have a chance. Right now he has the overall, but with Johnson taking over, that is going to change things.
Yeah, Johnson, he had a 5th place finish in the first moto. That'll put him, I think, right around the 3rd or 4th spot if it ends the way it does right now.
Johnson makes the last turn down the straightaway to the Pro Action finish line where he'll get the checkered flag.
Good ride for Emmett Johnson there.
Weiss in second.
Bolts in third.
Bartley in wait a minute.
Yeah, you should be Bolts as third.
Bolts in third, Bartley in fourth. And that will give Austin Bolts the overall with the second and third. Travis Bartley second overall with a first and fourth. Emmett Johnson, a fifth and first, will be third. Jack Reimer fourth, and Bradley Gardner fifth.
Real good race.
Excellent race. As we get a good look at the Jones and Roman start line.
And one of our funnest classes to watch is race number 15. And that's our Open D class.
Open
and plus
D
25C.
And plus 25C.
Yes. And stay tuned because the next one is 250C.
Dun 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 dun. All right, as we get ready, the plus 25C going off first with the Open D. And it's the 137 with the whole shot.
That's Travis Hart again. Travis Hart on the 137 Yamaha. Low Jack Cycles, Mika Metals, DT1 Air Filters, Acherbys, OGO, Fast House, Mobius, W, Works Connection, and Risk Racing.
Second to two-digit Yamaha. Let's see.
I think it's a 124 maybe of Cody Earnest.
Could be. Two separate battles going there, first and second, and there's third, fourth, and fifth. That's 377 in third place. $371, Chris, yeah, Lavala. Now we got a rider. But he's, at least he got up. The 137 still in the lead. Tight battle though.
Yeah, Hurt was your Moto 1 winner. He's leading it again.
Josh McCool.
And he was your second place finisher in Moto 1. Cody Earnest is in the third position. Lavella is in the third or fourth position with the number 371. Shockey, the 719 Kawasaki, rounding out the top 5.
So plus 25C. Hurt, McCool, Ernest, Lavella, Shockey, DiFilippo, Minovich, Hayes, Bowers, and Yothers. That's your top 10. In the Open D, Cole Shannon's your leader, Tannen Freshwater in second, Dave Karpinski in third, Spencer Freshwater in fourth, Brett Barefoot in fifth, Justin Proctor in sixth, Levi Solata in seventh, Isaac Colangelo in ninth, and Eric Burnett rounds out the top 10.
Oh, here we go. Battle for the lead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're swapping back and forth.
Yeah.
He's going to T-bone him.
He might have watched some of last night's racing.
He may not want to. It may happen.
You're right. Aaron McCool, what's he going to do? Is he going to swap up lines again? Nope. He's going to go around the outside. Not enough.
Good battle going here as they come down towards the finish line. It's lap number 2. Travis Hurt, Josh McCool.
You know, I don't think we've watched a moto today where it's a complete runaway. There's been good battles all day.
No, you're absolutely right. Especially so in the second set of motos.
Yeah. I feel like the pace has picked up in the second moto, so the aggressiveness a little bit. They're just. Well, there is no third moto, so they all know that, so they might as well get it in the second.
So the top 5 riders is exactly how they ran last moto, with Hurt, McCool, Ernest, Lavella, DiFilippo, and Shockey. Look at these two going at it. This is great racing. Up through the MX6 triple-double. Hurt and McCool headed towards the Cernic's Racing bowl turn.
Look at McCoy. Oh, he was paddling.
That was a double paddle there.
Did a good job of recovering though. He's right back. He's going to try to get on that fender again.
White flag coming out as they come through this time. And they're coming up on lappers. What could possibly go wrong? There's the view from the Dunlop tire tunnel jump. And then into the LMR tires first turn. Down to the head of the Dragon.
Oh, going for an outside pass. Here we go.
Yeah, got a drag race.
Here we go. Oh, he's got it.
Pulling him on the outside.
That's 2
up
races.
Over the MX, the Fuel Factory. Launch onto the Tom's Racing Dragon back. Around to the tail of the Dragon. And I think that's Hurt that is retaking the lead because McCool was ahead of him on the last time through there. Lappers ahead. Let's see what happens here. Good block there. Getting around the lapper. Up over the MX6 triple-double.
Only a couple corners left. He's going to have to let her hang out to get him.
Absolutely. And it doesn't look like he's got it. Maybe we'll see something in this off camber. The cat off camber. Here's our leaders, first and second. And the checkered flag is out. And the winner will be Travis Hurt. So Travis Hurt made the pass. McCool takes second. And that's the same in the overall. Cody Ernst to take third. Chris Lavella fourth. Dave DiFilippo takes fifth. And that's the same in the overall. Now to the Open D. Cole Shannon will take the win. Tanner Freshwater second. Levi Solata in third. AJ Manganello fourth overall. Spencer Freshwater fifth overall.
As we take a look on the gate of the Mad Men of Motocross.
250C. Be very afraid. Yeah, this is the rip current. Tanner Freshwater in second. Cole Shannon with the win. Karpinski takes third. Levi Solata in fourth. Spencer Freshwater in fifth. Brett Barefoot or Manganello in sixth. Brett Barefoot in seventh. Charlie Burnett in eighth. Proctor in ninth.
Here we go.
And Colangelo rounds out the top 10. Here we go. 250C.
Coming from the outside, you can see it coming.
97 with the whole shot. You don't have a 97, huh?
It's 67. I believe that's Jaden Smeltzer again.
Okay.
He was your Moto 1 winner.
Good.
He said 1 is not done. I'm going for 2.
Oh, nice ride through the dragon back. Looks like the 25 in second.
That's Gabriel Clark.
Clark had a win already in the C class.
And finished second in the last moto, so you know he's going to try to go for it here.
Here's Clark to the inside. Up into the Cernic Racing bowl turn. Look how deep that is now. Oh, Nelly. Make the left-hander. Clark tries to top him, doesn't quite get there.
We've seen that a couple times where people are trying to get it on the very top of that now where there's nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's anything left and it sends you down the hill.
McDade tried that and failed miserably, so Smeltzer in the lead. Clark second, the 122 of Palmer in third. Jonathan Palmer, Keegan McDade, the 34 in fourth. Mason Mills, the 29 in fifth. Rowan Schaefer, the 196 in sixth. Bryson Baird, the 594 in seventh. Steve Topkus, the 7 in eighth. Lucas Lakorchik, the 259 in ninth. Ryder Mulligan, the 508, rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by Kibik Cycle. The 57 of Jaden Smeltzer in the lead. Okay, we're going to take it down to Bruce on the podium.
I have Cole Shannon up here going 1-1, the 624. I was just asking a little bit earlier how the track was before we got on here. I'll let him give you his thoughts.
Track was rough. I mean, it was fun. Definitely had to pick your lines, be smart, and be fast.
Well, congratulations on 1-1. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my whole family. I want to thank my sponsors, TNTD Racing, FX, JBC, and Chaos and Designs for supporting me. And thank you for my family for getting me up here all weekend. And and thank Jesus for this beautiful day. And yeah.
It's just not a Sunday job anymore, is it?
No, not no more.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. Jaden Smeltzer, Gabriel Clark. We see him coming over top of the Dunlop Tire Tunnel jump and into the LMR Tires first turn. That's how close they've been the whole moto, if not closer. That's third place, the 122 of Jonathan Palmer. Keegan McDade, Rowan Schaefer, and Mason Mills are the top six, or round out the top six. Clark is going to be coming around to the white flag this time. He's going to have to pick it up. There's your leader. Clark just behind him. Smeltzer Clark down the Himmler Excavating downhill into the team green switchback. Clark trying to make a move there as he come around the pond turn. 1.5 laps left now. Smeltzer hanging in there pretty good. Clark tries to rail the outside to keep the speed up.
He's riding like he's got ice in his veins. Nothing's bothering him right now. He knows that Clark's behind him. He's just riding his race.
Oh, he's the first one to go up over the top. That's a pretty nice line,
It
really.
was.
I wouldn't try it a second time. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Unfortunately, if he had gone down, Clark would have gone down too. That would have been a bad
And there's
one.
Palmer waiting on it.
There's your LMR Tire first turn. Down to the head of the dragon. Smeltzer and Clark. Clark knows he's got less than a lap now.
Yeah, you can see Clark trying to push the issue here.
On the tail of the dragon. Push to the inside.
Clark's reeling him in.
Down that Himmler downhill. That's it, Clark. Keep on the gas. Clark goes outside. Didn't lose any time. Clark outside as they come up the MX6 triple-double. Less than a half lap to go now. Up to the Cernic Racing bowl turn. Don't take the same. There you go. Clark rails the outside.
Oh, he got
Here
that
we go.
triple
Clark
clean.
is all over his back fenders. They head into the cat off camber.
Oh, he made that top line work again.
That almost looked like he cut the track. He was right up there. Checkered flag comes out. And Jaden Smeltzer pulls another one out of his hat. That was a rabbit, absolutely. Gabriel Clark second, and that's how they will finish it in the overall. Jonathan Palmer comes in third. He'll be third overall. Keegan McDade, fourth overall. We have, it's race number 17 on the line. 4 races after this. Because inquiring cameramen want to know. As does the producer.
So this is our race 17, which is the women's 12 plus. Also, we'll be going off
Same
the
hole
gate.
shot as last time, which would be
Alana Folk.
Yep. And there we go.
The same results.
Same outcome, same place. Oh, boy.
So Kelsey Harris, she's going to jump out into the lead now.
Down the downhill. And through the Team Green switchback. Now Alana Folk in second.
Isabella Likens finished third in the first moto. Angela Martin finished fourth in the first moto. And rounding out the top 5 was Taylor Levick Gallagher.
Tight battle, the top 3. And that, oh no, that's third, fourth, fifth.
That's one of the, that's the Likens 998.
She got past. Oh, look at that. She's going back inside.
And I noticed it.
Kelsey Harris.
She dropped the I off her name too because it's only 99. There is no 99. I know more.
Well, that's because they're up in the big boys.
Oh, yeah.
Big girls classes now. There's the view from the LMR Tires first turn. Elena Folk second, Angela Martin third, Izzy Likens in fourth, Taylor Levick in fifth, Tiffany Finala sixth, Macy Newth seventh, Angel Wheeler in eighth, Brianna Griffin in ninth, and Addie Liberoni in 10th. There's the battle for third between Martin and Likens. Martin had a fourth in the first moto, third in this one. Izzy Likens was the third and fourth. So that's swap positions. Izzy's going to try to make a move shortly. I know she wants to move up and get in the battle ahead of them. But right now, to salvage the third overall, she has to pass Angel Martin. As you see them, Alana Folk just ahead. Oh, Izzy Likens off the track. I hope she kept it upright. There's our leader, Kelsey Harris, exiting the off-camber.
Izzy looked like she went to the inside of that and caught a square edge and it kicked her and she about lost it. We don't know if she did or she didn't yet. But she would definitely had to take her off the track here for a sec.
Alana Folk still in second. Angel Martin third. Let's see where Izzy is.
Oh, she kept it up okay. She lost a couple seconds out of it.
Nah, she didn't. Still headed south. Taylor Levick Gallagher now in fourth. Tiffany Finala in fifth. Macy Newth in sixth. Angel Wheeler in seventh. Sorry to see that. All right, that's Alana Folk as she comes through the tail of the dragon. Again, big thanks out to Tom Cycle out of Indiana, Pennsylvania for being our major sponsor today in this summer shootout. And that is Angel Martin in third, the 45 rider on the Honda. There's your leader through the Cernic's bowl turn, doing the triple paddle up over the Fly Racing triple. This time around, white flag will be out. In the plus 60 class, Rick Barrett is your leader, Michael Esquino in second, James Martinsik is third, Jeff Saffron fourth, and Kurt Valdesari in fifth. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. For Kelsey Harris, Elena Folk still in second, Angela Martin in third. Let's see how Izzy Likens went all the way back to 10th. Let's see if she can remount a charge here. Kelsey up onto the dragon back. As she makes a turn down to the downhill. One last time, Kelsey Harris into the team green switchback. And she's just going for smooth outside, keep it clean. Less than half a lap to go for her. Running a 1:57.892 last lap. Everybody else is over 2 minutes. Kelsey Harris, last time down that straightaway. Checkered flag is waiting at the Pro Action finish line. So Kelsey Harris will take the women's class. Elena Folk in second. She was 11 seconds back last lap. So she should be coming through right about now. There she is. And then Angela Martin in third. Taylor Levick Gallagher in fourth. And in the 60-plus class, Rick Barrett will take the win. Michael Esquino in second. James Martinsik in third. Jeff Safford in fourth. Kurt Valdesari in fifth. Next up.
Race number 18 is a 250 All-Star.
Ooh.
We had Steve Roman win the first moto. We had Casey Clark finish second. Joseph Shipley finished third. Briar Stesick finished fourth, and rounding out the top five was Dylan Barr.
I'm going for Shipley this time.
You think Shipley's going to pull the whole shot, huh?
I think Shipley's going to pull the whole shot. Going for the young guns.
I'm going to go with Old Faithful.
Okay, we're going to send it down to Bruce because he's got some prizes to give away.
All right, tell me to go ahead. Okay. All right, I got Kelsey Harris up here going 1-1 on a 74 gas. How was the track for you?
It's pretty rough, but it's still good. It's really fun.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, FXR, Factory Connections, Works Connections, Risk Racing, Pro Circuit, and everybody else.
So, what's up next?
The Travis Pastrana next weekend.
You gonna try to go for the WMX?
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. Back down on the track. Stevie Roman with the whole shot. And I believe that could be Young in second, the 414. don't know. It could be Shipley. We'll have to see as they head down the downhill, the Himmler Excavating downhill.
I think Casey Clark might be in second. That is who it is. It's 114 of Casey Clark.
All right, so Casey Clark in second. And look at Clark putting the pressure on Steve Roman. So there's your first and second. Steve Roman in the lead. Casey Clark in second, the 114. Dylan Barr, the 95 in third. Joe Shipley, the 559 in fourth. Briar Stesick, the 680 in fifth. Here's the battle for third. Barr, Shipley, and Stesick.
Shipley tried that inside line. It just didn't hold.
I saw that. Yeah, you can see it's getting towards the end of the day that the berm's turning into powder here.
Well, that's what we talked about this morning. It's not only the people racing, there's also the track.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times people just forget about it. That's always one person or one thing you're going to be racing against is the track.
Absolutely.
So the stuff that was there, the berms that were there earlier, if you didn't come check it out, you didn't look at it, you didn't do anything, you try that berm, it might not be anything but a pile of dust at this point.
Poof. Poof hurts.
And ruins chances.
Yes, it does. And there's back to our leader, is Steve Roman. Oh, nice
Boy, look at that. Now that's experience.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not taking no ruts. I'll make my own. I'll cut across them all.
Absolutely. Steve Roman, lap number 2 in the books.
He's putting a charge on that lap.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 144.
Casey Clark at a 146. Joe Shipley has now moved up into third, running a 147.232. Briar Stesick at a 148 in fourth. And Dylan Barr at a 152 in fifth place now. So Roman, Clark, Shipley, Stesick, and Barr. That outside line is held all day.
Mm-hmm.
And even the inside, I mean, is not as deep and rutted as that jump usually gets. So Steve Roman headed up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. I see a water truck moving there. We might be throwing some water out shortly. Up over the Fly Racing triple. One wheel through that stuff is your best friend. So
yeah, because if you drop it down in one of those holes.
Absolutely. Next time around, white flag will be out. It's a 5-lap race, being the 250 All-Star.
Well, Shipley ran the fastest lap of the race so far with a 144.
Wow. He's 4 seconds behind Casey Clark, so He's absolutely got to push it up there. Let's hope that Clark still has enough left to fight him off.
You can see him coming out of the top of the frame there. They are closing up, but he's definitely closing in on Clark.
Yes. So there's Casey Clark right there, heading through the switchback down to the pond turn. 1.5 laps left. You see Clark make the turn there.
Oh, here it comes. Shipley's starting
Here we go. Here comes Shipley. Oh, goodness. Boy, Jehovah. Oh, look at this. White flag comes out, and we have got a battle. Shipley pulls up the wrong side and is in good position and does take it on the Dunlop tunnel jump. So Shipley taking over second, Clark into third, Stesic in fourth, Barr in fifth.
We look at that lap time that Joseph just threw out there, a 1:42.
Wow.
So yes, he is on the move.
And he's gunning for Steve Roman. And that 4 seconds, that's exactly what he's ahead on Steve Roman. Who the 4 second gap between Shipley and Roman, and we're going to have a battle on this last lap. There's Roman headed through the switchback.
Shipley with a bobble. And about took him off the bike. It looked like he hit a hole.
Roman probably hears him now.
Whoa, boy. That was close.
Save that.
One thing about Joseph, he will push.
He's going to have to now. Now he knows Steve's line there. A little slow that time. And Steve Roman will take the win. Joe Shipley in second.
Another great ride out of Steve.
And he still made up a bunch of, look at that, 143, 948. Yeah. Finished 2 seconds behind Steve Roman. What a run. Good job, Joe Shipley.
I think at one time he was like 10 seconds back, and he brought that back.
Wow.
That's amazing on the track with 5 laps.
Absolutely was. Casey Clark brings it in third. Briar Stesic in fourth. Dylan Barr in fifth.
So race 19 just went off the gate. That's plus 45 in the Clydesdale. Class is on its way. The Galen
And look
Dixon.
at that. Who would that be out there?
The 930. Never heard of that number. So Galen was your Moto 1 winner, followed by Adam Russler out of Lewistown, Pennsylvania on F15 KTM. Third was Jared Gauntz. Fourth, Neil Hart. And rounding out the top 5 is Roy Weibel.
Well, the number 15 in second place right now. And there you see Galen Dixon. You know, the Clydesdale class, the riders' numbers ought to start at 250 and go up from there.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Not to bring that up to Jeff. He said, no, you're no longer number 7. You can be 257. So look at this. Dixon and the 15, he's hanging right in there this time. Of course, he's probably in awe because he didn't go out and run the class after this. Green flag's out. Adam Russler, the 15 in second.
Yeah.
Still a tight battle. Look at that.
If I remember right, this is the one that Dixon went back-to-back with, right? Because I think he races.
Right. Into the LMR tire first turn. Jared Gantz and Neil Hart battling it out right there in that first turn. Good battle. Greg Simmon in fifth. He's a ways back.
Ooh, Rustler's coming on.
That's the battle for the lead. Dixon and Rustler. And then you see the battle between Gantz and Hart just behind him. That's even tighter than the battle for the lead now.
Ooh, Rustler going to the inside. See if we can square him up.
Adam Rustler tightens it up on Galen Dixon. Up over the MX6 Racing triple-double.
Looks like Clydesdale's class. That's Kirk Rogers. He's got the lead right now.
Well, look at that. Zebediah Scott moved up into second now. He was third at the last time. Ben Kiefer's back one. Mike Claypool's right where he was. And I think we're missing two more. There was only four? Okay. Maybe it's just, it looked like there's more. Oh, boy.
You said that, not me. And they'll be waiting for you after the moto.
Oh, I'm out of here.
Remember, you can always say whatever you want to as long as you can run.
I can't run, but I can pedal fast.
Okay. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, you go to prison, you're either the baddest guy there or you better be the funniest. Okay, I'm not the funniest. I'm certainly not the baddest or the fastest. Galen Dixon, Adam Rustler got one battle going. That's for the lead. And Neil Hart, Jared Gantz have another battle going. That's for third. Well, looks like it backed off a little bit.
Yeah, Rustler was holding strong there for a little bit, but he seems to be coming back here and there. He might be saving it for the last lap.
Yeah, 3 seconds back now from Neil Hart. But if you look at it now Galen Dixon. Now last time Adam Rustler was a 154-118 and Galen Dixon was 154-325 on their lap times. But Rustler's now backed off a little bit more. You can see now he's back up there now. Oh no, that's a lapper, sorry.
They should
just
be
heard a
getting a
450 going by. Sound like it was working really hard.
Yeah.
White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Galen Dixon. There's Adam Rustler right there. 2 seconds behind. Dixon into the LMR tire first turn. Oh, got to ride it down. Through the Tom Cycle Dragonback. That's a lapper he's coming up on. That's one of those ones like, oh, please don't be in the turn when I get there. Do not do that to me.
Why does it always seem to end up that way, though?
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And it don't matter which way you guess they're going to go, it's wrong.
Uh-huh.
It always ends up the opposite. Now Dixon opened up a good lead here now.
Yeah, I think he wore him down.
And he'll come right back out and wear somebody else down too.
Yep. I mean, last lap he was 1.7 seconds faster. So Dixon up over the Fly Racing triple, up through the cat off camber, and of course he's got a lapper to pass. And the checkered flag is out. So Galen Dixon with the win. Adam Russler second, Neil Hartz third, Jared Gons fourth, Roy Wibble in fifth, Greg Simon in sixth, Kurt Baldessari in seventh. In the Clydesdales, Kirk Rogers takes a win. Zebediah Scott second, Ben Kiefer third, Mark Claypool fourth. Now, Galen Dixon got to run down, get a drink of water, and get on the line for his next moto.
We'll see if he got a drink. Yep, there's his wife holding the arm up. She's waiting for him.
And she's waving to us. She doesn't know she's waving to us.
And there he comes pulling. He didn't get no drink. He just yanks back in line. He's an Iron Man.
Race number 20. Only one to go after this. One to go after this.
Yeah, we can't forget the Micro 2 class, the one that eluded us all morning. We know when it is
and
now.
made a fool out of us in the end.
I don't know if it made a fool of us. We could probably do. It doesn't probably take much.
Yeah, you got that right. Just ask my wife. She'll tell you.
Mine tells everybody. You don't have to ask her.
Actually, no, she won't say that. She says, because if I tell you that you're a fool, then I lose. And she's not going to lose. If you haven't gotten married yet, wait a while. There's Galen Dixon. Railing Galen. Done it again. Pulls another hole shot.
No, you're not watching a replay. This is him lining up for the second time, back to back. You know, Kevin, you got to think about something. There's some kids out here that only race one moto a day, and they're tired out. And then you got a guy like Galen that comes in here. We're not going to mention Galen's age, but he's definitely
younger than me.
Yeah, he's a little bit older. He's a little bit older than me, not much, but you know, and he's out here, and you think of how many classes he races. Steve Roman. So you know, when you hear people say it's just a youth sport, that's not true. You know.
No, not anymore.
No. I think the bikes have gotten a lot better throughout the years, and obviously since some of the ones that we know of as kids, definitely. But and the riding, the physical shape, everything has changed a good bit, so the riders are lasting longer.
Yeah. You know, it's wild. I'm solidly in my third generation of families I've announced.
Wow.
And referee. But
yeah.
Third generation of announcing.
It's a sport.
92.
If it's a sport, because when you truly know this sport and you're into it the way that we are into it, it's a family. It's not, and it's just, and it's really cool because you know once you start it, you really don't want to leave it.
No, and actually you can't.
Right.
You can't.
Yeah.
So Galen Dixon in the lead, Ralph Bentley on the Suzuki in second, Eric Topkus in third, Rick Barrett in fourth, Matt Sempa in fifth. In the bomber class, Jonathan Wells is your leader, and he's 1-1. So everything is, the only ones that are different right now is the Rick Barrett and Matt Sempa were changed over fourth and fifth. So There's Galen Dixon headed down the Himmler Excavating downhill. Ralph Bentley second. That's Bentley that just went by. And then there's Tautkus, Barrett, Sempa, and Smetanek. Jonathan Wells leading in the bomber. Matt Bailey second. Ryan Bernheimer in third. Around the Cernic Racing Bowl up over the top of that cat-off camber. Galen Dixon already has passed the to put second lap in. Bentley coming up on it now. And Ralph just made through. Then Tautkus, Barrett, and Sempa. It's a pretty tight battle in this 55 plus. I did not do that. Jonathan Wells still winning in the bomber class on the Kawasaki. Matt Bailey in second. Ryan Bernheimer in third. At the head of the Dragon. Top four riders there. Oh, look, we got a change here. Here we go. Trying to make a move on Bentley. No, that's Barrett on Tautkus. What a charge. I like how they asked the old guy, how did you make that charge? My throttle's stuck. Dixon running a 156.420, still sub 2. Ralph Bentley at a 204, and everybody else is way up past that. Jonathan Wells at a 156. Wow.
And don't forget, he's run 10 laps in a row.
Yes.
As he takes the white flag. That is the last time we're going to see him today.
And that's only because he can't ride a 50.
I was going to say, if he could race micro too, he would probably be lining up again.
So would Stevie Roman.
Yes. And don't forget our friend who will probably be here next week, Barry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we knew that.
Yeah, Barry will sign up for every class also.
All right, so
that's what's cool
white
about
flag is out. Galen Dixon's your leader. Bentley in second. Tautkus in third. Barrett in fourth. Sempa in fifth. Smetanek in sixth. Jonathan Wells. Look at this. That can't be Bentley. That could be Tautkus. No, that's a Kawasaki. That's Jonathan Wells that is moving there. So the bomber class, the bomber leader, Jonathan Wells, has now passed Galen Dixon. That's age and that's youth and treachery versus age and skill. Harumph.
Harumph.
Harumph. I didn't hear a harumph from that man.
Yeah. Give the governor a garumph.
Hi, big boy. Has he been missing me?
You know, half the generations listening to this and watching this right now have no idea, but those who do will be laughing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the checkered flag comes out. So Jonathan Wells takes the overall. Galen Dixon takes the win in the plus 55. Ralph Bentley will take second in the 55 plus. He's still coming through. Ha. Jonathan Wells has like, I'm just going to prove a point.
Yeah.
Don't ever put me in second. Second on the line.
Meanwhile, Galen's sitting there like, yeah, I'm not even racing this guy. I could care
Oh, yeah.
less. Have at it.
No, he knew Tautkus wasn't going to make that run. So it had to be the youth and skill thing. So Bentley comes in second, Tautkus in third, Barrett in fourth, Sempa in fifth, Sean Smetanek comes in sixth in the bomber class. Jonathan Wells with the win, Matt Bailey second, Ryan Bernheimer third. And we're going to take it down to Bruce for a podium as we get ready for our last race of the day.
All right, I'm up here with the one to only Mr. Galen Dixon, running out there with his 40-plus guys and then doing back-to-backers at the end. He's something, that's all I can say. What do you have to say, Galen?
Just having a good time, living the life here. Just happy to be able to still be riding, and I'd like to thank the Wolf of Wayne Street, Trump Cycle, Factory Connection, Pardo, FMF, Scott, and Focus X.
All right, it's awesome seeing you again. It's been a while since I talked to you. Great to see you up here on the podium, which mostly every race you are, so that's awesome, and I'm sure you'll be back here next week.
Yeah, definitely. I'll see you next week, bud.
All right, buddy. Take care. Have a great week. Good seeing you, Galen.
All right, back to the Micro 2. Last race of the day. Who do we got leading right now?
I couldn't tell off the start, but it did look like Rivers Rice.
Rides like Rivers Rice.
Rivers was our first moto winner, followed by Nolan Rich in the second position. Deegan Curl finished in third position. Otto Gardner in fourth. And rounding out the top five, we had Colin Work.
All right. That's okay, because he put his work in. All right, our leader up around the Cernic bowl turn. And over top of the Fly Racing Triple. There's third, fourth, and fifth as they exit the bowl turn and go towards the Fly Triple. Green flag is out. We have a race. Rivers Rice in the lead. Heading towards that Dunlop Tire Tunnel jump. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge. And Sky King doing a great job for us. Into the LMR Tire first turn. Nolan Rich now in second, the 528. Third is the 130 of Deegan Curl. Fourth is the 226 of Otto Gardner. Fifth is the 71 of James Wenger. Sixth, the 345 of Jack Fote. Seventh, the 08 of Colin Work. And as we look at a Sky King shot down on the Tom's Cycle Dragonback. Rivers Rice. Boy, I'll tell you what, there's no free and clear run through there anymore. It used to be they had shelf out on the outside, but that's not happening. There's your second place rider, Nolan Rich. Rivers Rice through the switchback, down around the puddle turn. Used to be a pond. And there's Deegan Curl, the third place rider in the 130, headed down the Himmler excavating downhill.
That's one of those ponds that has the ability to become a lake in the spring,
Oh, yeah.
a puddle in the summer, and an ice skating rink all winter.
Well, looking at it, they have filled that in a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So there's, I wouldn't want to run into that.
No.
You're not getting out. They'll bring the crane out for that one, the excavator. Rivers Rice up across the top. Smooth line there for a 50.
You're saying about excavators, we got to throw Cleveland Caterpillar, the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar group. Man, have you seen some of these machines that they have here? They are amazing.
Oh, that big old dump truck up the top.
It makes you want to, right off the bat, you're like a kid with a Tonka truck when you see it. Like, I want to drive it. I want to be in it. I want to do something with it.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
But hats off to those guys, man. They definitely have the best equipment around.
And the fact that they turn around and support motocross.
Absolutely.
Is just amazing. A lot of forethought. Rivers Rice at the head of the dragon. You can see the shadows of the trees starting to fall on the track.
So at the end of lap 2, he's got a 37, almost 38-second lead on second place.
Wow. He's 18 seconds faster.
And the kids that he's got that gap on, they are good.
Second and third, that's Curl and Rich. Nolan Rich coming underneath of the Plum Bridge and through the LMR Tower first turn. Last race of the day and the weekend, but we're going to be back up here Thursday evening for a Friday race. Now the Friday will be practice until it's not practice. Then we're going to have the West Kane last man standing. And then, of course, the hot dog eating contest and the auction.
One of my favorites.
Then we go into the Saturday races, and it just keeps getting better and better. Now, I think the hot dog eating contest, and that's on Saturday.
I do believe that is on
the auction.
Saturday.
We're going to go to a football game. We're going to watch the Crushers.
How about those
on
Crushers?
Friday night? That's amazing.
They are good.
Talked to Joey yesterday. I said, "So you played both sides of the ball?" He goes, I did that and special teams.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my God.
Yeah, you missed one.
I said, how are you feeling? He goes, I'm hurting. These tires are not going on very well. Out there on the MXTire.com tent doing his work. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Rivers Rice. Running a 2:22.517 this last lap. So he's a second slower, but he's still a full 17 seconds faster than Deegan Curl in second place.
By the end of this race, he would almost be a minute ahead of everybody. If he continued this pace, obviously. But, I mean, that's saying something.
They haven't even gotten to the finish line to get the white flag yet.
Right.
And he's all the way down at the head of the dragon.
I'm having so much fun doing this today. It's like, wait a minute, we're done now? But then I thought about it. Hey, in like 3 more days, we're back at it again.
Absolutely.
And like you said, the weekend is just going to continually get more and more and more. And what a great weekend it'll be.
Yes. This is almost like the Christmas tune. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah.
Get to see my buddy Travis next weekend, along with Greg Duffy and the whole Maryland Mafia.
The fact that, those guys come in here, think about it, they don't have to do that. They want to do it. That's the difference. You get some, those guys come in here, they love doing the event, the people, and, for some of these kids, to get the opportunity to go hang out with Travis Pastrana,
Oh, yeah.
it's unreal, you know?
Oh, yeah. All right. Rivers Rice making his way around. One last time over the Fly Racing triple. Up into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Oh, he's going for the down low this time. Nah, I'm done with that. I just have to finish this, and I'm done until next Friday.
Mom, where's the ice cream? Here I come.
Yep. Checkered flag is out for the last race of the day. Rivers Rice with the win. Deegan Curl will finish up second. He's 49 seconds back. And he still ran a 2:22.
Yeah.
Deegan Curl was a 2:34. Nolan Rich is 2:32. He's only a second back. So Nolan Rich could technically take second place. Let's see what happens.
Oh, they look like they're coming up in the bottom now.
Nolan Rich had second in the first moto. I see him coming around now. Look at that. There's the battle right there.
There's the battle coming up.
So Deegan Curl and Nolan Rich coming to the finish line. And it'll be Deegan Curl taking second, Nolan Rich third. So Rivers Rice with the overall. Deegan Curl in second and Nolan Rich in third. So we are waiting for them to get to the podium. We'll have that final podium of the day. Andy, I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for being here and making this day happen. And again, we want everybody, please tell all your friends, subscribe to rmgsports.net for next weekend. And I mean, at the regional this year, we hit 20,000 viewers. We want to do more with this Travis Pastrana World Cup.
We're always trying to raise the bar.
Absolutely.
So,
Jeff Cernic raises it, and he expects us to raise it too.
Exactly.
And I have no problem with that.
No, it's been an honor to do this today. I mean, you know, normally I'm down on the podium. It's nice to change some things up. This is definitely an experience for me I never thought I would do.
Well, see, now you know what we go through when you're on the podium.
Yeah. You know, that's always one of those things. Watch what someone else does, and then you'll have a newfound respect for things, you know.
Exactly.
And I do, but no, you guys do a great job.
Okay, we're going to take it down to Bruce. One last podium.
All right, I have Ryder Rice up here going 1-1 in this little mini class. First thing I ask you, Ryder, who's more of an Energizer bunny, you or your mom?
What?
Who's more of an Energizer bunny, you or your mom? Who runs around more?
My dad.
Your dad runs around more. I don't know. I see your mom running all over the place. Great job out there. What happened in that first moto, though?
My first moto, I just, you know, it was not that rough, but kind of. And, you know, just didn't do my best, but I still won.
Well, you got 3 first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, who do you want to thank, buddy?
Mom, my dad, Podium Works, Cobra Elite, MX6, Mitten, Driven MX, Ride Brand, Mitten, Elite Decals, everyone else, thank you so much.
That's a lot to remember, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, congratulations, buddy. Good luck next weekend.
All right, a big thanks to Bruce down on the podium, and again to our amazing camera crew, to Jared for putting this on and being a great producer and director, and of course to all the track personnel here at the track, and especially Jeff Cernic. We thank you from rmgsports.net and remind you we will be back here this Friday coming. Saturday, we're not going to be here on Friday. The West Kane race. Oh my God.
We'll be here. It just won't be televised.
It's my fault. All right. Anyway, we thank you for coming, and please subscribe to rmgsports.net. We will see you next weekend for the Travis Pastrana World Cup. And again, thank you for everybody here at Pleasure Valley, and we'll see you soon.